that you can cut taxes and somehow increase the amount of revenue and reduce the deficit. It's a nice theory. It just never actually works. And I could get into this whole complicated, where our tax rates are right now and where they've been, frankly, ever since Reagan, they're not high enough that you can cut them and really get that type of a boost. And that is reflected by the numbers. And I know this is what the Republicans have decided to tell themselves to get through passing this bill, is that somehow there's going to be this magic wand and growth is going to appear and it's going to solve all of our problems. It's just that that's literally never worked. And it's not going to work this time. We are significantly reducing the amount of money coming into the federal government. So if you want to spend money on anything, and I understand, I mean, if you don't want to spend as much money on entitlements or whatever you want to call them, that's a policy argument. And if you're going to say, look, I don't want the taxes, so I'm not going to pay for that. But if you really want to meet national security needs, that's, I don't know, what is roughly 12% of the budget, I think, is defense. And you're going to significantly reduce the amount of revenue available. You're not going to get there. And again, it's this myth that if you cut taxes, you're going to get more money than you would have gotten if you hadn't. Now, by and large, revenue goes up year to year because population growth and all of that, but it goes up by less if you reduce the amount of revenue that you're collecting. And that leaves you in a weakened position to fund absolutely anything that you want to fund. And that certainly includes defense, which again is about 12% of the federal budget.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And, Chairman Arrington, you actually said earlier, the best predictor is past performance. And I think that the chart, which shows that deficits have gone down during Democrat presidents and gone up during Republican presidents, is an incredible predictor of future performances.
Except it's not true. I mean, if you want me to respond, I can, but if not, that's okay. But it's not true. So you mentioned my name. I just want to get that out. By the way, President Biden, under his tenure, increased the deficit by almost twice as much when you look at the partisan, not bipartisan legislation in an unprecedented pandemic. Okay, we all voted for the trillions of dollars in that time frame. But the $2 trillion in additional spending purely true. We all have contributed. I mean, both parties have. There is no question. And there are structural problems in the budget that are promises made that that we have not been willing to fund by either saving money through cuts or raising revenue. So what we've done is we've deferred the tax on our children, and we're going to stick them with the bill. So there's not a profile in courage in this town on either side in terms of the parties. But to be clear, President Trump and President Biden, they're if you add it up, it's and again, nobody should get a gold star or Nobel Prize for it, but I don't believe that to be true. Okay, with all due respect.
Thank you very much. I think that
for the indulgence.
once again, the numbers speak for themselves. And Ranking Member Boyle, do you want to add anything to regards to what's going to happen with the deficit and what we've seen in the past? And then I want to move on to financial services, because I think that there is some serious issues.
I don't think I need to, especially given the hour. I don't know whether to say how late it is or how early it is. But as I said before, I mean, it's a pretty long list. In fact, when I mentioned the list of organizations from left, right, and center and nonpartisan, who all say that this adds considerably to our deficit and our debt, I actually didn't include the right of center Cato Institute. That's obviously another organization that has also attacked this legislation because of its adding trillions to our national debt.
And I think that comes back to, there are different ways in which you want to attack the deficit. Republicans just want to cut programs that Americans rely on. Democrats actually look at. There is a revenue source. But another thing, because Republicans are always fiscal responsibility, and then they always use this term regulations. Regulations are bad. The reality is regulations is how we keep people healthy so that we don't have contaminated food. It's how we make sure workers stay safe. And it's also how we make sure that consumers are protected. Because the reality is the biggest corporations, the biggest banks, the biggest manufacturers, they are motivated solely by profit, and that's their job. So it's government's job to make sure we come in and regulate the worst excesses. And you know what? Americans don't feel like anybody is fighting for them. They feel like they are being left behind. And the reality is what Republicans are doing to those organizations that are supposed to be fighting for the working families, for the consumers, they're getting rid of them. They are getting rid of them by starving them. And that's what they're doing to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Let's see what that says, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They are protecting the consumers. And they've done so by bringing back $21 billion. That wasn't $21 billion that came back to the federal government. That was $21 billion that went to American consumers. And they're the ones who are speaking for the little guy. But this administration doesn't like the idea of organizations that go after fraudsters, that go after scammers, that go after, the auditors that are cheating, right? They want to get rid of that. So Maxine Waters, when they say that, by not giving enough funding and starving something like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, is that saving us any money? Or who's really getting hurt when they do that?
A lot has been said about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and I said something that I stand by, and that is the Republicans have hated it ever since it was initiated, and they have attacked it in so many ways. We've been in the courts even before this big bill. We've been in the courts at various times when they've tried to eliminate the way that they get their funding, who sits on the board, on and on and on. And they never give up. And now with this bill, what they have found ways to do is to actually cut the funding that's going to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I was reminded that the CFPB is the only federal agency to examine the big banks and non-banks for compliance with consumer financial laws. And so here you have the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau dealing with the big banks and understanding why we should be concerned about them and the lack of risk management in some of those banks. And the bigger they are, and the more we allow these mergers to go on, the more they end up harming, our consumers. And the consumers need this protection. And without it, even though it was attempted here this evening to say consumers have protection in all these other ways, that is not true. And that is why the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was initiated and founded with the Dodd-Frank reform bills that we did. You're talking about not only the big banks, but you're talking about all of the fraud that goes on in so many different ways, whether you're talking payday loans or rent to buy, all of these ways that the most vulnerable people are undermined and attacked in order to rip them off from the meager funds that often they have. And so the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is very important to all of our constituents, whether they're in urban areas or rural areas. And for the rural areas, sometimes they get treated even worse with no protection from that side of the aisle who do not consider the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau as important. And so everything that's been said here that have identified not only the 21 billion over the 14 years, but the way that people have had somewhere to turn to get these investigations and feel as if the government cares about them.
Thank you.
It's absolutely true.
Thank you so very
You're
much. And then
welcome.
the last point is I did, as we were talking about federal employees and what they're doing to federal employees in this bill, and the fact that we happen to have sitting right next to each other, the oversight concerned about federal employees and the defense, right? House Armed Services, because it is our members of the who serve in the military then go on to serve in our country in a different way. 30% of our federal employees are veterans. And the idea that we would not support the amendment that Representative Lynch has brought, that was suggested by my colleague, of let's make sure we protect veterans as well. And, one last question, Ranking Member Smith. Why do you think that so many of our military end up serving America in our federal government?
Because they believe in public service. It's part of why they joined the military in the first place. They believe in service above self. They could do a number of different jobs in a number of different places, but public service appeals to them. I think that's very obvious. It's one of the things I've always loved about working with the military, is you see the ethic, that's what it's about. They are trying to serve something larger than themselves, and they want to continue doing that after their service in the military has been completed. And we've seen them do so many, many places, quite able.
I think this idea of public service and service, I often say that service is an act of love, whether you're serving in the military, even in this chamber. And the idea that you are going to demonize and penalize those veterans, those federal employees who've already done so much for this country is really shameful. And, I am going to just say that it is now 4:20. And I think it is important that we are on this day as asking the question and taking the time, because this is 1,100 and something page bill. Americans don't know what's in it. And I do think that it is important that we end up going into and bringing light and maybe even sunlight by the time we get through all of these panels. But with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Norman, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langworthy?
I just, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just take a moment and thank all the committee chairs for the countless hours and all the staff and the ranking members on both sides. This was an incredible legislative exercise. They have 11 committees produce this much work and the hundreds and hundreds of hours that have gone into the construction of our reconciliation. So I just want to show my gratitude there. I'd also like to yield a moment to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Madam Chair, I just ask unanimous consent to add an article to the record. The title of the article is Clinton Signs Welfare to Work Bill, August 22nd, 1996. And
Without objection.
I would just point out to my colleagues that the same complaints about that piece of legislation came from people on the left, including from the Clinton administration, where he had people actually resign in protest. And the article ends with the statement, welfare and poverty rates both declined during the late 1990s. However, leading some observers to view the legislation's success. And certainly the welfare to work signed under Bill Clinton was a success, and we believe that this one will be as well. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Griffith?
And I yield back.
Oh,
my-
sorry, Mr. Langworthy. Thank you.
I don't have any questions of these witnesses.
Thank you very much. Discussion or questions? Our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much. And I also want to add my thanks to the staff. I appreciate Mr. Langworthy bringing that up. We can't do our jobs without our staff, and I appreciate all of them being here too. You want to make another one? Save it for me, though. Right, jot it down. I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Green and Representative Thompson from the Committee on Homeland Security, Chairman Jordan and Representative Raskin from the Committee on the Judiciary, Chairman Westerman and Representative Huffman from the Committee on Natural Resources, and Chairman Graves and Representative Larson from the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Your full statement will be submitted for the record. We ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Green, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I'm pleased to be here with you this morning. From day one of their administration, former President Biden and Vice President Harris systematically and intentionally dismantled America's border security and gutted interior immigration enforcement, sending a clear message to the world that our borders were wide open. The consequences were staggering. U.S. Customs and Border Protection recorded roughly 13 million encounters of inadmissible aliens and gotaways, not counting the unknown gotaways. That number 4 times what happened in the first Trump administration. Border Patrol agents were overwhelmed and demoralized, and they were tasked to process, release tens of thousands of illegal immigrants every month. Apprehensions of individuals on the terrorist watch list illegally crossing the southwest border spiked from 11 during the 4 years of the Trump administration to 385 between FY 21 and 24. Illicit narcotics, especially fentanyl, surged across the southwest border, contributing to a national overdose crisis. ICE agents were effectively prevented from doing their jobs, and deportations plummeted to historic lows. But the tide has turned. President Trump was decisively elected, in large part because he promised to fix the self-inflicted crisis created by the prior administration. Now Border Patrol agents have returned to the front lines, empowered to enforce the law. Scores of criminal aliens are being detained and deported, and law and order is finally returning to our communities. The numbers make it clear. President Trump's approach to actually enforcing our laws works. Apprehensions at our borders have plummeted to never-before-seen levels. For example, monthly encounters at the southwest border dropped over 97% from a record high of over 301,000 in December of 23 to less than 8,400 in April of this year. The Trump administration is keeping its promises, and now we in Congress need to keep ours. Just like the president, every Republican ran on securing our border and enforcing our laws. If we fail to provide the necessary funding to the Department of Homeland Security to secure our border and restore law and order, we will show ourselves to be unworthy of the trust placed in us. Every budget recommendation that my committee advanced for inclusion in this bill is critical to maintaining the momentum that we have achieved so far. First, Title VI of this bill provides over $46 billion to finish construction of a strategically placed border barrier system. This system includes not only just steel and concrete bollards, but a full suite of technology and infrastructure such as lights, sensors, cameras, and access roads, giving agents the tools they need to secure the border and do their job safely and effectively. 90% of Border Patrol agents agree that a strategically based border wall system is a key part of their toolkit. Who are we to, as politicians, sitting in our air-conditioned offices to deny them this invaluable resource they say they need? Our reconciliation package also provides $5 billion to improve and modernize Customs and Border Protection checkpoints and facilities. These checkpoints are critical to the border security mission. Reconciliation funding will also be used to invest in frontline personnel by providing more than $7 billion to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, Customs and Border Protection officers, air and marine agents, support staff, and eligible retired agents and officers. Without immediate and sustained investment in workforce expansion and retention, CBP risks further erosion of both effectiveness and morale, endangering not only border security, but also the well-being of those sworn to protect it. Title VI also invests in cutting-edge technology to help agents and officers interdict illicit contraband and drugs like fentanyl. As cartel tactics evolve, Congress must provide CBP with the cutting-edge technology they need to carry out President Trump's successful border security agenda. Our bill invests over $5 billion in modernizing and enhancing our border security and surveillance technologies, drones, ground sensors, enhanced communication systems, and surveillance towers at and between ports of entry. The bill will also provide $450 million to Operation Stone Garden, a grant program designed to help border states and local communities enhance their own security. Republicans are focused on what actually matters, providing proper funding so that DHS law enforcement can carry out their border security mission, protect our country, and secure the homeland. We have a historic opportunity to make the country we love safer and more secure. Let's keep our promises and get reconciliation done. I yield.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. I normally use this time to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this bill, but this dead of night hearing is one of the most shameful games I've ever seen played on the American public in my nearly 60 years of public service. The Homeland Security title of this scam of a bill was developed without any of the standard oversight and discussion with the Department of Homeland Security that would normally go along with funding numbers so big. The bill recklessly throws an enormous amount of taxpayer money at the border to buy the votes of Republicans who are reluctant to support the massive billionaire tax giveaways and devastating health care cuts that really motivate this piece of legislation. In other words, the Homeland Security title of the bill is like putting lipstick on a pig. But in many ways, the reality of these 9 pages of legislative text is even worse than that, because it steals money from the American taxpayer and gives it to the Trump administration to decimate DHS and attack the Constitution. President Trump and Secretary Noem are unconstitutionally dismantling DHS and making us less safe in the process. They are firing hundreds of civil servants, freezing grants, eliminating the watchdogs who protect Americans, and failing to respond to natural disasters across the country. Several of you have natural disasters ongoing in your district, and you have weekly requests for approval of other natural disasters. Under Trump and Noem, DHS is detaining and deporting American children with cancer, punishing students for engaging in protected First Amendment activity, and denying the due process to individuals, including those in the country legally. When the Trump administration spends its resources harassing, rounding up, and deporting American citizens, legal permanent residents, and international students in the name of border security, it is ignoring real threats from terrorism, domestic violent extremism, and gun violence. Just last weekend, a fertility clinic in Palm Springs, California, was bombed in a domestic terrorist attack. Domestic violent extremism represents one of the biggest threats to the homeland, and this bill doesn't spend a dime on it. It does, however, spend $46.5 billion on Trump's failed border wall, which I may remind this committee, Trump originally said Mexico would pay for it. That amount for the failed border wall is 10 times what the bill spends on Customs and Border Protection personnel, and it nearly doubles what the Armed Services title of the bill dedicates to the technology complex, so-called Golden Dome Domestic Missile Defense Program. If the Trump administration's cruel policies alone have been as successful as Secretary Noem and Chairman Green like to claim, why are billions and billions of additional funds necessary at all? We got some insight into that question last week when Secretary Noem took a break from her costume changes and photo ops to ask the Appropriation Committee for a new $50 million private jet. See, Rolexes are not enough for our made-for-TV Secretary of Homeland Security. She needs a new Gulfstream 5 too. Never mind that the Coast Guard has much older equipment in service they use daily for life-saving missions. Those aircrafts should be replaced first. This reconciliation package allows the Homeland Security Department to create a slush fund that enables the worst excesses of this administration, like private jets for the secretary and securing the president's multi-million-dollar golfing vacation at his branded properties. This bill may be big, but it's far from beautiful. In fact, it's beyond irresponsible. Earlier, I described Homeland Security portion of this bill as putting lipstick on a pig. I come from an agricultural district as well as a part of the country. So let me use another farming analogy to wrap up. We may be here in the dead of night, but you do not need the light of day to smell manure. The American people are not going to be fooled by any middle of the night manure slinging here. As my dear friend Congresswoman Dina Titus once said in a Homeland Security Committee markup, you can't shovel shit and call it sugar. The American people are constituents, and they won't make mistakes what is being shoveled in this room tonight because it stinks to high heaven. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Representative Jordan.
Thank
you're
you,
recognized.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. Thank you for a chance to speak today. 4 years and 4 months ago, yesterday, the Biden administration made three decisions that led to the situation we saw unfold over their administration. They decided on day one, intentionally, deliberately, in a premeditated fashion, they said, no longer will we have remain in Mexico policy. No longer will we build the wall. And when illegal migrant gets here, they will not be detained, they will be released. And as a result of those three decisions, 8 million individuals came into our country in the course of the Biden administration. This legislation that we put together, working closely with Chairman Green and his committee, we think will help alleviate and correct the situation that they deliberately, intentionally allowed to happen back 4 years ago. I won't read through mine. I will just say this. I think we focused on sort of three things. First of all, I'm proud of our committee's work in that the Budget Committee tasked us to spend $110 billion over the time frame. Instead, we wound up allocating resources of about $80 million, billion over that time frame. And we initially weren't tasked with raising any revenue, but we did in our bill with $66 billion in revenue raised. So we netted out at a much better position than what we were initially allocated to do, or instructed to do, I should say, by the Budget Committee. The resources we have in this bill, in short, will allow for 10,000 new ICE agents, 100,000 new detention beds, and the resources for the repatriation of 1 million migrants over the course of the Trump administration. And finally, I would say we adopted a principle with the revenue, which said instead of the American taxpayer footing the bill for migrants and aliens who come to our country, we think there should be fees on those individuals to help deal with the processing and the security of our border. So a simple, kind of a fundamental change in thinking, I think, that we adopted at the Judiciary Committee. Let's have the individual applying for the visa, the person who wants to come and enter the greatest country in history. We think they should pay the cost for the processing and for the security of our border. And that's why we were able to raise the revenue that we did in the legislation. And with that, I would yield back and look forward to questions.
Thank you, Representative Jordan. Representative Raskin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. McGovern, distinguished members of the committee. In the House Judiciary Committee, which is supposed to protect the civil liberties and the civil rights of the people, House Republicans want to hand Donald Trump a blank check to keep violating the Constitution, supporting criminals like the 1,600 insurrectionists and rioters he pardoned, and trampling the rights of the American people. In the first 120 days, we've seen federal courts all over the land issue an astounding 155 preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders against the administration's matchless onslaught of lawless executive orders and executive actions. That's more orders than have been issued against all other presidential administrations in the same period in American history put together. And I'd love to take you through all of them, but we obviously don't have the time. But, last week, the Supreme Court heard oral argument on President Trump's first executive order purporting to nullify birthright citizenship in America. That's been struck down by 4 different district court judges: an Obama judge, a Biden judge, a Reagan judge, and a Bush judge. And the Reagan judge wrote the most blistering opinion of all. He said that of his 4 decades on the bench, this was the easiest case he'd ever seen because it was such a blatantly unconstitutional executive order. It collides with the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that. You just have to know how to read. And so all of these courts across the land, Republican judges, Democratic judges, appeals court judges, district judges, are striking down the lawlessness of Donald Trump and his emerging gangster state. They disappear people to the torture gulag of the self-proclaimed dictator of El Salvador with no due process. They sack tens of thousands of professional civil service workers, air traffic controllers, food and drug inspectors, cancer researchers, and Forest Service firefighters with no due process in outrageous violation of the civil service laws. They strip college students of their student visas for writing op-eds in the campus newspaper that the president disagrees with in direct violation of due process and the First Amendment. They lawlessly invoke extraordinary wartime powers from 1798 to deport people in peacetime without any due process, and they lose in court every single day. It's been 120 days, and they've already suffered 155 losses in court. Nothing's ever been seen like this before in American history. Administration says, well, it's just focusing on the worst of the worst. No, that's not who they're targeting. They're arresting judges. They're arresting members of Congress now. One of our colleagues is going to be arraigned later today in a completely fraudulent prosecution by the new U.S. attorney in New Jersey. They're deporting children with cancer who are U.S. citizens. They're rounding up law-abiding members of our communities, parents and wives of American spouses who pose no threat at all to public safety. They're sending masked agents with no identification to snatch students out of their neighborhoods, hauling them away in unmarked cars and sending them to detention centers in other parts of the country. And they're making serious mistakes every day, just as they admitted it was, quote, an administrative error to put Mr. Abreu Garcia on an airplane to a torture dungeon in El Salvador with no due process at all. The president is threatening media entities and shaking them down for private settlements in bogus lawsuits. He's threatening law firms and shaking them down for free pro bono hours. He's threatening colleges and universities. They've jettisoned the rule of law as we know it, and they don't seem to mind having the most judicially invalidated policies of any administration in history. So this bill is just a blank check for more chaos. It hands more than $80 billion in new money to the administration to do more of what we've already seen. And they rejected every single amendment we brought to say that they should not be deporting U.S. citizens. Our colleagues didn't speak against it, but they voted against it. We said nobody should be deported from the country without due process to follow the Supreme Court's 9-0 decision. Our colleagues didn't speak against it, but they all voted against it. And they want to give really extraordinary unseen amounts of money to ICE. There's a line item in there without any further explanation for $858 million in bonuses for ICE employees. That comes to $42,000 for each ICE employee. Nobody could explain how that's going to be passed out. We had other witnesses come in and say they've never seen a bonus of more than $1,500 or $2,000. $858 million. Meantime, we discover, Madam Chair, that one DOGE employee countermanded all the work of the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, the President of the United States, and the Department of Justice, which set up grants to go to local police departments across the country and victim assistance organizations. The money was appropriated, it was programmed, it was awarded to local police departments across America and other organizations, and one DOGE employee sent an email saying, get rid of all of it. And they did. And our colleagues refused to restore that money. And the same amount of money they want to put into bonuses for ICE employees to get $42,000. They're literally defunding the police. DOGE is defunding the police, and our colleagues are going along with that. And so the Republican Party is now defunding the police across America. So we would urge you to accept our amendment, restoring that money that was deleted by one DOGE employee who spent his entire career working for Elon Musk and at Tesla, came here without knowing anything about Congress or how government works, and he deleted all of that money going to local departments. So this bill is a monstrosity, and it just further swells a bloated the immigration bureaucracy. Nobody can even really say where the money's going, and we're not dealing with the real justice problems of America. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Chairman Westerman, you're recognized.
Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the House Committee on Natural Resources Reconciliation title. which far exceeds our committee's instructions by kickstarting a golden age of American energy and wisely stewarding our natural resources. Madam Chair, there's been an attack on American energy that goes back to the Biden administration, where political science versus real science has ruled the day. And Washington's been playing games with our energy security, with our energy production here at home. And we're in a tough position right now because of the increased demand for energy resources. But thank goodness, Republicans, President Trump has made energy dominance a priority of the Republican Party, and that's outlined in the House Committee on Natural Resources part of the reconciliation bill. And according to preliminary estimates provided by the Congressional Budget Office, our committee will generate over $20 billion in savings and new revenue for the federal government by putting the wealth of our natural resources to work and doing that cleanly, safely, responsibly, and reining in wasteful spending. But that's really only part of the story, because we've received outside scoring from the Energy Policy Research Foundation that projects that our title will generate as much as $91.5 billion of new savings and revenue. You see, the CBO only scores development of natural resources based on things like royalty rates that come into the federal government. They ignore the economic impact that you get when you develop resources. They ignore that if you drill a new well platform, it takes a tremendous amount of supply chain to build that. They ignore the fact that it's going to employ people. They ignore the fact that for 50 years, the tax revenue to the federal government has been about 17.5% of the GDP. So if you grow the economy, you're also growing the revenue coming in to the federal government. But again, we had a $1 billion instruction, and we're 20 times that. Another example, an economic study by the Energy and Industrial Advisory Partners examined the impact of holding just 2 offshore oil and natural gas lease sales in the Gulf of America per year and semi-annual lease sales in Alaska's Cook Inlet. This is a plan that's similar to provisions included in our legislation. They project that these sales alone would increase revenue by $230 million annually, boost our GDP by $1.3 billion each year, and create nearly 16,000 jobs. That's the kind of economic growth that our country needs, and at the same time, we can become energy dominant while we're doing that. We've worked very closely with our dais, with fellow members of Congress, state and local leaders, stakeholders, and our colleagues in the Senate to create a new revenue and savings for the federal government by answering the call to unleash American energy dominance. And as we know, global demand for affordable, reliable energy is rising at an exponential rate. This presents a fiscal opportunity for the United States to generate immense wealth for our nation by being an energy provider to the world. President Trump has made it clear that America will rise to meet the occasion, and we're happy to help support those efforts with our language in the reconciliation bill. As I mentioned, demand for energy resources is increasing exponentially, and we can develop our own energy and our mineral resources right here at home. Our country has been blessed with abundant resources, but we have this not in my backyard mentality that's hurting the American economy, it's hurting the federal budget, and it's hurting, maybe more importantly, our national security. This just isn't an issue of economic growth and prosperity, but it's also critical to our national security. Our committee's legislation creates new revenue sources for the federal government. It establishes a process for project sponsors to pay a significant fee to ensure delivery of environmental reviews and under a year and guards themselves against frivolous lawsuits. In addition to raising nearly $1 billion in new revenue for the federal government, it will restore common sense to federal permitting processes that often lag for years, costing taxpayers billions of dollars, delaying much needed development and innovation, and doing absolutely nothing for the environment. These processes actually hurt the environment by delaying these projects and making the world depend on energy from places like the Middle East and Russia and Venezuela. Additionally, we're investing $2.5 billion in water storage and conveyance infrastructure projects across the West. We've directed the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management to utilize long-term timber sale contracts. CBO has estimated our forestry provisions would generate more than $157 million, but that's just a fraction of the economic benefit that will happen if we start utilizing our resources, because we're going to have to build mills and infrastructure. There's going to take workers to do these jobs that are high-paying jobs in rural areas. And again, we're going to get that economic impact of growth and development from developing our resources. There's a lot more to talk about. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, but I urge the committee to report an appropriate rule so that our reconciliation legislation may be considered in the House. Thank you. I look forward to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Representative Huffman, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, colleagues. Appreciate this opportunity to testify here at 5 a.m. on the big billionaire boondoggle bill. We know that it rips off millions of Americans by taking away vital services in order to finance billionaire tax cuts. But there's another part of this bill that we need to discuss, and that is the fact that it is the most extreme anti-environment bill in American history. Powerful groups that underwrite the GOP have decided that now is the moment to strike, to auction off millions of acres of pristine public lands to industry, to mandate a massive expansion of offshore drilling, putting communities from Alaska to Florida at risk of catastrophic oil spills, to lock up millions of acres for new coal leasing, to make it impossible to challenge or even question unlawful polluting projects, and to give wealthy developers a new golden age of grift, apparently, a pay-to-play permitting process where they can write their own environmental reviews and buy legal immunity from lawsuits, even if their projects are dangerous and violate the law. And of course, at the tail end of that late night markup, there's a little bit of a pattern here in the Natural Resources Committee. A provision was added to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of land in Nevada and Utah. Most Americans hate all of this. They cherish our public lands. They value clean air, clean water, and wildlife, and they reject billionaire giveaways. That's why Republicans have had to jam all of this stuff into budget reconciliation. That's why we're here in the dark of night. The Republicans are doing everything they can to avoid scrutiny, to avoid even talking about what's actually in this legislation. This dark of night approach is the only way that these extreme and toxic policies can pass. But Americans are going to see this for what it is, and that is a betrayal. We all remember Donald Trump promising to deliver the cleanest air and water. And where Republicans say things like that and then jam through a bill like this, Americans rightfully feel betrayed. It's the same with Trump's promises to lower costs, grow the economy, protect Medicaid. I mean, he must have had his fingers crossed because he's crashing the economy, driving up costs for American families, and pushing House Republicans to jam through this bill that makes all of it worse. Across multiple committees, this bill doubles down on dirty fossil fuels of the past and crushes the growing clean energy economy of the future, increasing electricity costs for families and factories. The CEO of Next Era Energy Company, John Ketchum, recently said this: if you take renewables and storage off the table, as this bill does, we're going to force electricity prices to the moon, his words. You know, when Trump promised a mission to the moon, that was supposed to be astronauts, not your electricity bill. The natural resource title of this bill, which we call the Environmental Liquidation for Billionaires Act, is a massive betrayal of anyone who values clean air and water, wildlife, outdoor recreation, pristine public lands, sacred tribal sites, or anyone who wants affordable electric bills. That's why my Democratic colleagues and I have been sounding the alarm, because this is much more than just bad policy. It's a seismic shift in who our government is even working for. This bill gives away billions in subsidies, new subsidies, to the coal industry, corporate irrigators, and to big oil. And at the same time, it rescinds billions from programs that actually serve our communities, like funding for our national parks, coastal restoration, and healthy fisheries for coastal communities. And when Democrats offered amendments to protect tribal sovereignty, to hold polluters accountable, to ensure fair returns for taxpayers, Republicans rejected every single one. And then they slipped in that late night provision at midnight of our markup to sell off hundreds of thousands of acres of public lands in Nevada and Utah without maps, without notice, without any explanation. Only after the markup did we learn from media reports that this bill is a thinly veiled and corrupt water grab. The through line across these provisions is clear. Prioritize short-term profits for billionaires and corporate polluters over clean air, clean water, and a livable planet for everyone else. We've seen this playbook before. Cut taxes for the rich, gut public services and protections, hope no one notices until it's too late. But Madam Chair, people are paying attention, even now at 5 a.m. They see a Republican majority that won't defend this bill in the light of day and won't explain why polluters deserve a free pass while families lose health care and food assistance and get stuck with higher electric bills. And the American people are going to see Democrats continue speaking out and standing firm on the idea that public lands belong to the public, not to big oil, not to foreign mining companies, not to billionaires or corporate polluters. I urge this committee to reject and strike this title. It doesn't serve the American people. It serves the people who already take too much and want even more. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Huffman. Chairman Graves, you're recognized.
Thanks, Chairman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. So the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee produced recommendations to meet our instructions by combining critical investments in border security, our national defense, and needed modernization of air traffic control with cuts to wasteful spending and some other deficit-reducing measures. For more than 20 years, the Coast Guard, for instance, has received less than half of the capital investment necessary to successfully carry out its critical missions. To support the Coast Guard, we've provided more than $21 billion to recapitalize Coast Guard assets, including the acquisition of cutters, aircraft, icebreakers, while it also funds the construction of facilities needed to support their new assets. With more than half of the total funding going towards maritime assets, we're also aligning with the President's recent executive order to strengthen America's shipbuilding capabilities. Additionally, following the tragic aviation accidents in recent months, this committee has heard directly from stakeholders and the administration about the need to improve the safety and reliability of our nation's aviation system. The FAA faces some serious operational and financial challenges due to its aging infrastructure and workforce shortages. In response, the committee provides a $12.5 billion down payment for the air traffic control modernization efforts. This down payment allows the administration to immediately begin replacing critical communications infrastructure, radar systems, and also invest in runway safety and airport surveillance, surface surveillance projects. It also replaces air traffic control towers and TRACONs and funds our air traffic controller recruitment, retention, and training issues. Finally, we address the chronic highway trust fund shortfall in a meaningful way for the first time in more than 30 years. The Congressional Budget Office projects a $142 billion cumulative shortfall in the highway trust fund over the 5-year period following the expiration of the current authorization. So put simply, the system for funding our federal surface transportation programs is broken. And our recommendation is to implement a $250 annual fee on electric vehicles and a $100 annual fee on hybrid vehicles and deposit all of those collections in the Highway Trust Fund. For too long, EVs operated on our nation's roads without paying into the system, which is primarily funded by federal taxes on gasoline and diesel. Plain and simple, this is a fairness issue. And it's time these roadway users directly pay into the system that supports the very highways that they drive on. We all want to invest in the Coast Guard. We all want to rebuild our air traffic control system and finally address the broken highway trust fund. And I believe our recommendations deliver on those objectives. And thank you for the opportunity to testify and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Representative Larson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern and members of the committee. Chair Graves and I appear today with conflicting views on the T&I committee title. a departure from our regular work on the committee and our preference of working together. And Democrats stand ready to advance bipartisan solutions to support the Coast Guard, to improve our air traffic control system, and to shore up investments in surface transportation. But Republican leadership has not gathered us here in the middle of the night to invest in job-creating infrastructure. This morning is about jamming through a fiscally reckless package that provides a gut punch to working families. This bill makes the largest cuts to healthcare access and food assistance in American history, ripping away healthcare from 13 million Americans and taking food assistance away from millions of families, not to reduce the deficit, but to hand out tax breaks to billionaires. Democrats support job-creating infrastructure investments. We use the gavel to enact historic levels of funding for all means of travel, to promote clean energy, to support supply chain improvements, to modernize water infrastructure, and to build and connect stronger, healthier communities. Democrats want to keep these investments going. And I'm deeply concerned that the Republican budget will cut our committee off at the knees as we're trying to address bipartisan priorities for the rest of this Congress. Next September, the T&I committee has to reckon with $200 billion in investments that will end, including $66 billion to improve and expand rail service and improve rail safety, $47 billion to fix or replace aging and deficient bridges, $25 billion to upgrade airports and control towers, $21 billion to give more people access to safe, affordable transit, $13 billion for clean water in more communities, and $2 billion to boost the supply chain through safer and more efficient ports. The budget resolution that underlines the reconciliation bill does not continue these investments beyond fiscal year 2026. In addition, the Highway Trust Fund faces a shortfall of over $140 billion over the next 5 years that Congress will have to address. Communities in every state and county rely on these investments that the T&I committee provides through the bill. Unfortunately, this budget resolution provides little comfort that job-creating infrastructure investments will later materialize for transportation, for water infrastructure, or disaster preparedness and response. The investments that T&I committee provided keep people safe in the skies, on the roads and bridges, and when traveling by bus, boat, or train. We can't afford to skimp on or to delay safety. The funding for air traffic control that the committee provided in this reconciliation bill is only a down payment on a much more expensive and urgent problem that we have to address. And it's been well documented by the committee and by multiple aviation safety experts that our current ATC infrastructure is becoming unsustainable. In the wake of one of the deadliest aviation accidents in the last 20 years, and with a rise in near misses at airports across the country, increased investment in our air traffic control system is needed. And similarly, the Coast Guard badly needs fleet modernization and funding for new icebreakers, shoreside infrastructure, and aircraft. And the funding for this, for the Coast Guard in this bill is a welcome and a bipartisan priority. But we also have to meet the needs of the members of the service. Where is the funding for Coasties healthcare, including mental health, for Coast Guard housing, for childcare? Coast Guard cutters and aircraft do not operate by themselves, and we can't forget the needs of the women and men who serve in our Coast Guard. The T&I portions also contain substantial funding cuts to Inflation Reduction Act investments, cuts that are unnecessary to comply with Senate reconciliation instructions. Targeting these locally selected projects for rescission is a direct attack on communities we represent. In particular, the rescission of neighborhood access grants claws back 80 grants that have already been awarded to many of our districts, including to 41 Republican-held districts. Chair Fox, Representative Norman, Representative Scott, Representative Scanlon, grants in each of your districts are up for rescission. Constituents in many of our districts have spent time and resources applying for these grants, and they're relying on the announced funds in their budgets. This unnecessary clawback after communities have secured grants makes no sense. Finally, I want to commend Chair Graves for firing the opening salvo and addressing the revenue gap in the Highway Trust Fund. The legislation establishes fees on EVs at $250 per year and hybrids at $100 per year. Fees that are frankly out of proportion with what the average gas-powered vehicle pays, about $90 a year. But these new fees represent a marked change in how we tax highway users and deserve a full vetting by members on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Capitol by governors, mayors, and other stakeholders. And to date, the reconciliation process hasn't offered that needed debate. The surface transportation reauthorization that's due next year is important, and finding the funding to pass that bill is a major priority. The lack of parity among types of vehicles and the proposed fees and the lack of consensus among members means we have a little more work to do. But I look forward to a future bill when members of the Rules Committee get to see us work together in this Congress. But this big, ugly bill is not it. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Thanks to all of you for being here this morning. Chairman Green, Democrats spent all of last Congress telling us that we needed a comprehensive immigration package to fix the border. But it simply wasn't the case. After only 5 months in office, President Trump has ended the worst border crisis in history by simply enforcing our current laws and empowering our law enforcement officials to execute their duties. To ensure his successes aren't short-lived, shouldn't we continue to provide sustained resources to invest in our border security infrastructure and personnel? And that's what the legislation from your committee delivered, correct? Hard resources.
Yes, Chairwoman, this is pretty much hard resources in addition to, the personnel stuff. We're increasing the number of Border Patrol agents and things like that. So there's some human resources pieces of this, but the vast majority of it is hardware.
So would you agree that the Democrats have a credibility problem when assessing the problems at our border? After all, we didn't need a single change in authorizing statutes to make this sampling. We simply needed a president who was willing to enforce the laws on the books.
Yes, ma'am. The excuses that were shared were many, from increased poverty and other parts of the world that were driving people to the United States. Those things didn't change at inauguration. What changed was a president willing to enforce the law.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern.
I don't even know where to begin. It's 5:11 in the morning, and for those who are just tuning in, the Rules Committee began meeting on this reconciliation bill at 1 a.m. And you may ask, why do the Republicans want us to meet at 1 a.m. and not 1 p.m.? It's because they don't want anybody to know what the hell's going on here. And let me repeat, as I did in my opening statement, so people understand the impact of this bill on the American citizens. This bill will throw 14 million people off of health care. 14 million people. It will throw millions and millions and millions of people off of food assistance. And those savings, I guess, will be used to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. Who does this? Who does this? On what planet does this make sense, that you rob from the people with the least and give to the people with the most? That is the heart and soul of this legislation. And as we're learning from the current panel, this bill also is not kind to the environment. It is not kind to civil liberties. And there are all other kind of negative things that are associated with this bill that I think most Americans, quite frankly, don't agree with. Yeah, Americans want to get our immigration system under control. Yes, they want to make sure that that there's law and order and things are safe for everybody in this country. But they care deeply about the Constitution. They care deeply about due process. They care deeply about the environment. And as I'm listening to the first panel and now the second panel, and I say this, with all due respect to my Republican colleagues, but we just don't share the same values. I think it comes down to that. And let me ask Ranking Member Huffman a question. The part of this Republican tax scam that falls under the Natural Resources Committee appears to auction off America's public lands to corporations and oil companies to pay for even more tax breaks for the wealthy and the well-connected. And even though more than 70% of the American people oppose selling off our nation's public lands to the highest bidder, so my question is, how does this title sell off and sell out public lands?
Yeah, thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. So several ways. First of all, several 100,000 acres in Nevada and Utah are sold outright under a dark of night amendment that Mr. Amade and Ms. Malloy added at the tail end of our markup. So after weeks of being assured by Republicans that they would not sell off public lands, they turned around and are now selling off public lands, much to the dismay of some of their own colleagues, including Mr. Zinke in Montana. But then the even bigger giveaway is in the form of auctioning off vast areas, millions and millions of acres of public lands, including pristine areas, the Arctic Wildlife Refuge, and mandatory offshore leases covering millions and millions of acres in the ocean. They're doing all of that while lowering royalties for big oil and for big coal. They are offering up an area the size of Connecticut that they propose for new coal mining, and also opening up areas very sensitive in the boundary waters watershed, the most visited wilderness area in the United States, for a particularly toxic form of new mining.
So the House Natural Resources Committee was instructed to raise money to help offset the tax scam, but the committee's provisions also spend significantly. Can you tell us a little bit more about the big oil giveaways in this bill?
Absolutely. Well, in addition to giving big oil all these vast areas, far more than they could ever need or want in places like the Cook Inlet in Alaska, massive mandatory offshore leases in the Gulf of Mexico, even though 80% of existing leases are sitting there idle and are not even being developed. It's just more being offered up to big oil while lowering royalties and giving the secretary the authority to go to non-competitive leasing if the market doesn't yield enough interest, which it won't in many of these cases. And then additional discretion where the secretary can lower royalties even further, practically giving away these public resources.
And so one provision of this bill will allow companies with polluting projects to buy their way out of judicial review of their environmental review documents. So what could this mean for communities impacted by these projects?
It means they have no voice whatsoever in projects that could have terrible impacts on their public health and their environment. All a developer has to do is pay 125% of the estimated cost of the NEPA review, and they are guaranteed a fast turnaround on their approval and then completely insulated from all judicial review. None whatsoever.
So, I mean, I think this is an example, like, I think I think overwhelming majority of Democrats and independents, and I even think probably a majority of Republicans in this country would probably not think that what we just talked about was a good idea, which kind of explains why you want to have this meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning, so that people are not paying attention to those kinds of details. Let me talk about Homeland Security. You know, as President Trump and Secretary Noem obliterate due process by locking up immigrants without providing a reason, depriving detainees of legal counsel, and deporting U.S. citizens, Republicans are pumping money into DHS with blatant disregard for the administration's desecration of our most sacred democratic values. This bill does nothing to lower costs for American families. In fact, it does the opposite. Republicans take this disastrous plan further by paying to deport kids with cancer through healthcare cuts to other kids with cancer. So Homeland Security was one of the few committees given instructions to increase spending. And the committee ran with this, creating $69 billion in new spending. All this, including $300 million to pay for security while the president plays golf. And yet there is no money for FEMA to implement natural disaster prevention, mitigation, or relief. I mean, I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Since January, the Trump administration has held FEMA grants hostage. Over $1 billion blocked from supporting wildfire prevention, flood mitigation, and disaster preparedness. I mean, as discussed in the markup, natural disasters do not see red states or blue states. They don't choose their impact based on politics, and they often hit more than one state. Blocking funds to FEMA hurts all of the 95% of communities with recent disaster declarations. This should not be a partisan issue. Ranking Member Thompson, can you tell us more about the detriment to FEMA that this is?
Well, as most of you know, FEMA has been recommended to be basically abolished and given to the states and localities. Well, if that was the case, in the chairwoman's district. Without FEMA's help, North Carolina would be in serious jeopardy. Mississippi, Arkansas, New Mexico, Missouri, other states right now have disaster declaration requests pending before the president. Some of them are almost 2 months. I've never seen it take so long for disaster declarations to be approved. Well, we had the secretary before us, and her testimony is that we need to get rid of it. I asked her, okay, what's the plan? Well, we're working on it. Well, you want to get rid of it? Surely you pull some people together and talked about it. Well, we've set up a council. How many times have they met? We haven't met. So clearly, we are being told certain things, but in action, it's not there. In support of what I'm saying, we offered certain amendments, over 30 amendments during our section of the bill. Not a single Republican voted in support of the bill, didn't speak. It was just absolutely against. And let me just tell you some of the things. We said no funds would be used to deport American citizens. My Republican colleagues voted against that.
But they think it was a radical idea?
And we said sending American citizens to foreign prisons. They voted against it. Deporting lawful present immigrants without any due process. Voted against that. The one that bothers us most is ignoring Supreme Court rulings. And so we were trying to basically establish with our amendments some basis that most Americans already agreed to in law. And so we couldn't get a support for due process, for hearings. So,
You know, it's chilling. It's chilling that that's the direction that this Congress is moving in. I mean, I think Trump is basically telling people what he wants, and we have too many members of Congress that are going along to get along. And quite frankly, it is chilling. And I think I'm saying that not just as a Democrat, but I think most Americans who respect the rule of law, who respect the Constitution, understand that this is not the direction they want us to go. Let me ask you, Ranking Member Thompson. Republicans are spending $46.5 billion more for Trump's border wall. $46.5 billion. The bill also spends $4.1 billion for CBP personnel and $2 billion for hiring and retention bonuses. So if I'm doing the math, the Republican reconciliation bill spends 10 times the amount on Trump's stupid border wall as it does on CBP personnel. Not only that, the bill gives local police in Trump's hometowns $300 million to provide support so we can spend even more time golfing. So we never stop hearing from you about this being the most secure border ever. So now you need billions for this stupid wall? I mean, give me a break. What better purposes could be served by this money instead of a giant wall and time for the president to golf?
well, clearly, DHS funds should not be spent for recreational activities, especially activities spent at properties you control or own. And so, again, this is part of creating the ability to make money at government expense. And the reason I say that is our Secret Service and other personnel would end up having to stay on the property while you're playing golf. We understand that, but you know, we have a lot of golf courses, if you want to play here, and people can go home. So it's not good. More importantly, so much of the other thing we're addressing is we're not providing training for our law enforcement personnel. When you pause a grant, that means you've stopped the money. And so the language is confusing to a lot of cities and counties in this country because they said we were approved and then we were told we were paused. We were trying to buy a fire truck. Now we can't buy the fire truck. We need it. We need to train our personnel. And so all those efforts have pulled us back and make us less safe as a country. And I go back to the FEMA. You know, natural disasters don't pick party.
Right.
And so I encourage the committee to look at this notion that we take care of Americans in that time of distress and danger. Normally, when FEMA comes, it's because state and local resources have been overrun. And for us to move in a direction with no plan at this moment is not in the best interest of any American citizen.
Look, I think all of us have had natural disasters in our districts at some point. And I will tell you, I have had in my district, and FEMA has been extraordinary. And I don't know what we would have done without them. Mr. Raskin, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. But I wasn't aware of this provision. Would you just tell me that number again? Did you say there were $30 million for $300 million?
Yeah, $300
for
million.
security for golf trips for
Basically to help.
you know, I would just say from a judiciary perspective, you know, we've been talking a lot about the foreign government emoluments clause because of the very risky and dangerous idea of accepting a $400 million jumbo jet airplane from the dictator of Qatar, which is categorically forbidden by the Constitution without congressional consent. But we also have a domestic emoluments clause, which says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot draw other money from the federal government, other agencies and departments. And I mean, it sounds to me like what you're raising really it implicates the domestic emoluments clause. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars following the president around for him to play golf. And I like the chairman's point here, which is that there's a golf course not far from the White House at Haynes Point.
We're throwing people off their health care. We're taking away people's nutrition assistance. I mean, we are hurting people in this country, and yet it's $300 million to provide support to make it easier for him to golf in his hometowns. And the final thing I'm going to say, Madam Chair, you brought it up. You know what? Please don't diss the notion of the importance of a comprehensive immigration reform bill. The Senate, in a bipartisan way, came together and actually constructed one because we do need to help make it easier for people to have a legal pathway to become citizens. We need to regularize the status of many people who have been here for many, many years, including the Dreamers. We need to make their status permanent. They came together in a bipartisan way. Unfortunately, you know, Donald Trump, in the heat of the campaign, told Republicans in the House to walk away from it. And unfortunately, you all did. And I hope we, at some point, get back to it because, quite frankly, we need that. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I said in my opening statement that we were prepared for hearing a lot of things today and tonight or whenever we finish up. And one of our colleagues called them misleading statements. They really are. And I want to point out the comment Mr. McGovern just made that we don't share the same values. That is an understatement.
Then we agree.
We agree.
Good, okay.
Yeah.
No debate. Good.
We know that national security is the #1 issue for the federal government. And that's what members of this panel are talking about. And you talked about taking care of Americans in time of disaster. And we don't think that a border wall is stupid. A border wall is necessary to take care of Americans.
I
in
do, but I
terms
also
of
point out that
sec-
Homeland Security is hometown security.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I think you guys have lost sight of that, so.
Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
I have no questions for the panel at this time. I just also want to reiterate to this panel, thank you to all the chairs and the ranking members and for the staff of the committees for all of the hard work that they've put in and the hundreds of hours going into this reconciliation process. This is quite an exercise, and I really want to salute you all for the work. I yield back.
Mr. Langworthy, Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all our ranking members and chairs for getting up so at an ungodly hour of the morning to join us. And thank you again to our C-SPAN folks who are up way too early. The question I've been asked most since about 36 hours ago when this hearing was noticed for 1 a.m. Is why on earth would anyone try to hold a congressional hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning? And of course, the obvious answer is because the bill is so horrible, no, they want to hide it from the public. So just, to do a little bit of, no spoiler alerts or anything, but to catch up from the last episode, the last hearing, we had a little bit of breaking news, a couple CBO letters that came out after 5 o'clock yesterday. One demonstrated quite convincingly that this bill will cause the household incomes of the lowest 10% of the poorest 10% of Americans to decrease, and it will cause the household incomes of the richest 10% of Americans to increase. So it is a wealth transfer. I know our Republican colleagues say that they don't like to transfer wealth between different groups, but apparently if it goes from the poor to the rich, it's okay. The second piece of breaking news is that this bill will violate the pay-go provisions and induce sequestration, which will then lead to a $500 billion reduction in Medicare. Now, we've been raising the alarm for months that this bill was going to impact Medicaid, but it's also going to impact Medicare. So I think that's something people have to put in their pipes and smoke. I want to thank all of our many colleagues for being here to do what is the purpose of hearings, to try to make a bill better, to try to expose what is in it. Certainly, there are more of our Democratic colleagues here waiting their turn to testify in amendments than there are of the Republican members of this committee who, I guess, are taking their naps off camera for a change. I want to focus some of the most egregious parts of the judiciary section of this bill. Unlike most of the directions or the reconciliation directions for most of the committees, judiciary decided to add tens of billions of dollars to support this administration's lawless and ultimately counterproductive immigration agenda. So under this White House, we've seen mistaken and illegal deportations. We've seen wrongful arrests, including by masked men in unmarked cars. We've seen outrageous attacks on due process and First Amendment rights. And this agenda has made the United States government complicit in the false imprisonment of people in an El Salvador jail that is notorious for human rights violations. Our government is now complicit in this. And it's shameful that the US government is refusing to lift a finger to return these people home to their families, even when the government has admitted that they were sent there by mistake and in violation of a US court order. This White House's lawless immigration agenda has seen people ripped off the streets and detained not for a crime, but for exercising their First Amendment rights. This isn't immigration enforcement, it's calculated cruelty. This isn't keeping our communities safe, it's an un-American attack on the truth, on the First Amendment, on fundamental human rights. It's a campaign of fear and lawlessness being carried out on the American taxpayer's dime, and no one should kid themselves. If you don't support an immigrant's right to due process, then you don't support anyone's right to due process. Because without due process, who's to say if the next person in shackles being loaded on a plane to El Salvador or South Sudan is a citizen or not? To say if they're a gang member or not? To say if they're an actual threat to national security or just a political threat to this White House? So, in addition, we've got buried in this bill a provision that would prevent US courts from being able to enforce their rulings when government officials violate court orders. This bill
would prevent the courts from using their most powerful tool to uphold the law, the power to hold government officials in contempt. So, of course, it's being written so that it would apply to pending cases impeding a court's ability to enforce orders against, you guessed it, the Trump administration. And this is important because, as Ranking Member Raskin mentioned, this White House has been sued more than any other administration hundreds of times in just its first few months because it's violated so many laws in such a short time. So basically, our MAGA friends want to create a financial hurdle too steep for most plaintiffs to overcome by putting an enormous price tag on Americans' right to access justice in our courts in order to challenge these White House power grabs. Federal courts rarely require bond in cases alleging unconstitutional actions by the government, and the decision to impose a security bond is properly within a judge's discretion, depending on the circumstances. This bill would change that. It would kneecap any avenue for the courts or the American people to hold an administration, any administration, accountable for unlawful or unconstitutional actions. Have our colleagues forgotten that we do not elect kings, we elect presidents, and for a limited time period? Have they forgotten that a president, his administration, his allies, including Elon Musk and his Doge brothers, don't have the right to do whatever they want just because congressional Republicans don't have the backbone to stand up and stop them? These efforts to undermine our constitutional order would destroy the very rights and liberties that have made America strong and a beacon to the rest of the world. So this bill doesn't serve my constituents. Mr. Raskin, one of the things that my constituents have been most concerned about, they're horrified that the White House and Department of Justice canceled over $800 million in community grant funding, which we tried to restore, but our Republican colleagues voted no. We saw funding for community violence prevention, crime fighting, support for law enforcement, gun violence prevention. Using that funding, evidence-based programs have reduced gun violence in communities like mine, Philadelphia, by over 50% in the last couple years. So can my constituents think that this is a danger to public safety? Can
Yeah.
you comment on this?
Well, it's extraordinary that they're wanting to spend tens of billions of dollars on the border wall while they're cutting hundreds of millions of dollars from grants going to local police departments, victim assistance organizations, anti-rape and sexual assault groups that are actually on the ground in all of our communities. Now, this is something where I really thought we could have a bipartisan consensus because nobody knew about it. We all voted to appropriate that money in the House of Representatives. The Senate voted to appropriate that money. It went through the entire legislative process. It was signed into law by the President of the United States. The money goes to the Department of Justice. They program it in their Office of Justice Programs. And then the various police departments around the country and local groups apply for the money. And there were 365 grants that were actually awarded. They were planning on it. A lot of them started to spend money that hadn't even come in yet from other sources. And this one Doge employee, we've got the guy's name, we found out who it was, sent an email, and he just went down a list of them and said, get rid of all of these grants. So I said to our colleagues, you didn't know about this, we didn't know about this. It doesn't have to be a partisan thing, but that's not how our system works. We don't have a fourth branch of government called Doge or Elon Musk. And yet, when we introduced an amendment to restore all that money, alas, our colleagues didn't have anything to say in defense of what Doge had done, but they all voted against restoring the money. And so we've got the same amendment before the Rules Committee. I beseech our distinguished chairwoman, Ms. Fox, Mr. McGovern, please look at this. We're hearing about it all over the country. I think it's more than 38 or 39 states that are involved in this. These are groups and these are police departments that were depending on it, and we're literally defunding local police departments and local crime fighting programs.
One of the pieces that seems most egregious is they have defunded programs to address fentanyl abuse. They've defunded programs that address all of the opioid abuse issues.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of opioid efforts that have been undercut or eliminated because of this. But I'll tell you one interesting story. which tells me that this isn't over yet, okay? Because when we started to raise this in the Judiciary Committee, there had been no changes. Well, we began to talk about one specific program called the Officer Robert Wilson Preventing Violence Against Law Enforcement Officers and Ensuring Officer Resilience and Survivability Initiative. It's called the Valor Initiative, and it's for mental and physical health engagement with police officers. We began to talk about that. We advertised it, we showcased it, and mysteriously and quietly, the program was restored by the Department of Justice. But nobody explained why. Everybody's refused to talk to us about it. And this is so much the pattern of what we've seen with Doge, where they come in with Elon Musk's chainsaw, they have a personnel massacre, they get rid of everybody, and yet if you know somebody, and you know, as a Democrat, I don't know a lot of people in the Elon Musk world, but I know Republicans who've been able to get a phone number for this person or that person and get somebody restored. Well, if it's waste, fraud, or abuse, they shouldn't be restored, but it's not waste, fraud, and abuse, but none of us should be subject to this kind of treatment. And that's why I talk about the fourth branch of government. This is not contemplated in our system of government. Now, I don't know whether or not Elon Musk has been run out of town or he's just no longer popular. We don't hear a lot from him, but there are still tons of people suffering the repercussions of what he and Doge did. And so, again, I would just beg the Rules Committee to look at this, because we've heard from people all over the country about that. And unfortunately, the logic of what they did is carried over into the president's budget proposal. They want to cut $1 billion out of Department of Justice programs in the next budget. You know, $500 million from the FBI, the ATF. There's this cybersecurity and infrastructure security center. President Trump got mad at a guy who worked for him named Chris Krebs, who was the director of it, because he contradicted Trump over the 2020 election. He said it was the most secure election in American history. As a conservative guy, he told the truth about what happened. President Trump has issued an executive order against him now to deny him security clearance and all this stuff. Meantime, they cut hundreds of millions of dollars from our cybersecurity and infrastructure security efforts against Russia and against other enemies of the United States. So please, like, we got to bear down on the details here. All of the money is being sucked up for immigration, the border wall, and away from local police. They are defunding the police in America.
Well, and what you've described here, that in the course of a hearing, it was raised that this elimination had occurred of a program that people actually supported. So the hearing process, the legislative process actually works, and that's what we should be doing now instead of trying to ram this crazy bill through in the middle of the night, because we aren't able to get to all of these issues where the Doge brothers came in, and it appears that the way they decided what should be cut was they just hit Control F Delete and just wiped out huge sections of the federal government.
Honestly, for the life of me, I don't understand. What would the problem be with saying Doge made a mistake here, and let's restore that money to our communities across America?
Well, Doge was the mistake, but I just had one more question for you. During our judiciary markup, isn't it true that Republicans voted to allow immigration agents to use taxpayer dollars to arrest, detain, and deport U.S. citizens?
Yes, we had a whole series of amendments, again, that we thought would create a bipartisan convergence on the committee. We basically were looking at things that the administration had done unlawfully, where the courts had struck them down repeatedly and categorically and clearly, judges on all sides of the political spectrum. And we said, let's put it in the legislation that the government cannot deport U.S. citizens and detain them under ICE, under immigration authorities. Let's say that nobody should be deported from the country without a due process hearing, which is what the Supreme Court has said. We said, let's not do immigration raids in churches. Let's not do immigration raids in schools. We had a whole series of those, and our colleagues unfortunately rejected all of them, just voting on a party line basis. And as I was saying, the frustrating and sometimes amusing part of it was they did not engage in any speech with us. It was like, a mega mime troupe, because they wouldn't say anything to us about why they were voting no. They were just voting no.
We've seen similar things here. Well, thank you for your clarity on the underpinnings of our Constitution and why defending those fundamental freedoms is part of what actually makes America great. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I don't have any questions for this panel. I'm just glad President Trump is using his authorities to secure the border. I was here this past weekend, and I was shocked to hear that our people that work at the Border Patrol were ordered to parole people into the country, even if they had visible gang tattoos, and it was obvious they were a threat to the citizens of our country under the Biden administration. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Welcome to our chairs and ranking members, and appreciate your testimony this morning. I want to start with maybe a fairly simple question. Just by way of context, as you all know, we started this hearing at 1 a.m., and I have been on a journey, I guess, or a quest for a very simple answer to what I think is a fairly simple question. But it has been proven elusive thus far, and the chair was unwilling to engage with me in a colloquy earlier on it. And really, the question is, why was this hearing noticed for 1 a.m.? Why have we spent the past 5 hours debating this bill in the dead of night? Of course, I have a theory, and it's that this bill is indefensible, and that House Republicans know that full well and decided that it would be in their interest to hold this hearing in the dead of night rather than in the daylight. But I wonder if my Republican colleagues, the chairman, have any thoughts on that front. Chairman Green, any observations you might offer as to, do you think it was prudent for this committee to convene in the middle of the night?
I don't have any opinion on when the committee is called. I'm an ER physician. I work day and night. I'm an ex-Army Ranger. I work day and night. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when we flew into Baghdad. Time doesn't matter to me.
Okay. How about this? How long have you been chairman of the Homeland Security Committee?
I'm in my second term.
Second term, so how many years? Is that 3 years?
That would be 2+ this year, which I guess is
2+. Couple years.
a year, 2 years and 5 months.
You've held a lot of hearings. All
We
right.
have, yeah.
Have you noticed any of them at 1 a.m.?
We've had some markups go past. I
Not
think,
if they went
one.
past. Have you noticed any hearings at 1 a.m.?
I have not, no.
What time was the markup for your committee on this bill?
On this bill, I
Yeah.
think 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Chairman Jordan's markup was around 10 a.m. too, because I'm on his committee. The same goes for Chairman Westerman. The question I have is why the Rules Committee decided to deviate from the protocols that the chairs have apparently established, those who are testifying in front of our committee. Why this committee, the Speaker's Committee, decided to gavel in the middle of the night to take up this bill. It's an interesting question, and I've yet to get a good answer, but maybe the third panel will perhaps provide some clarity. Chairman Jordan?
I was going to say, when you got a great product, you want to get after it and get it passed.
Oh, is that right?
This thing cuts taxes,
Oh.
secures the border,
Let's
cuts
talk,
taxes,
let me
secures.
talk to you a bit about the
Okay.
product, Chairman Jordan. So I want to talk to you in particular about the contempt provision. So this is section 70302, a restriction on enforcement. You're familiar with this provision, right? Is that, you know the provision I'm talking about?
I'm waiting for you to explain it.
Okay, well, you're testifying. I was going to ask you to explain it. So my understanding of the provision, you can tell me if I'm wrong or incorrect, is that this provision would bar any federal court from enforcing a contempt citation in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if security, that is to say money, has not been provided or ordered by the federal court in that particular case. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
I think that's existing law. I think
It's not existing law.
I think that's.
I'll clarify. As you know,
This is.
under the federal rules of civil procedure, it is discretionary as it relates to cases against the government, right?
That's the whole reason for this provision. Otherwise, you wouldn't include this provision in the bill. This is meant, I'm asking a question. I don't know if, is that,
Well,
is that right? Or am
I
I?
didn't hear the question. Say the question again.
What was
I didn't
that?
catch, I didn't hear the question in there.
The question is whether or not this provision is as I stated it to be, that essentially it would preclude any federal court from enforcing a contempt citation in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if a security has not been provided.
That
by the
last
plaintiff
clause
in
is the
that
key,
case.
if that security has not been put up, right?
Correct. And you're aware that the way in which you've written this provision, it would apply to any plaintiff in the United States vis-a-vis a case against any entity within the federal government.
I can look at the drafting, but my understanding is it applies to the cases we're talking about with immigration cases.
Yeah, no, you're incorrect. So yes,
Well,
those
you're
cases.
saying are
those
incorrect. I'm
cases
just saying
would be-
how I believe it was written.
Okay,
You
well,
think it's
let me-
written different.
Let me explain to you what this provision
Well,
actually
I
does.
can't wait for your wisdom. Go right ahead.
Chairman Jordan, this provision would bar any plaintiff in the country from being able to obtain a contempt citation from a federal court in a case in which an injunction or a temporary restraining order has been issued if security has not been provided. It is not limited to the cases that you've identified. So let me give you an example. Let's say there's a citizen in Ohio, a constituent of yours, who believes that their private data has been improperly released, right, by the IRS, and they file a lawsuit against the IRS. If this becomes law, your provision, that individual would have to provide security, whatever security the court would deem reasonable. That is not something that has existed up until now. You understand that?
Got it.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand why you think that's in the best interests
Well,
of the
our
people that you
understanding,
represent in Ohio.
courts,
Go ahead.
judges were waiving this. Our understanding is this would prevent enforcement of a contempt order if security was not provided, if the security was not provided in accordance with the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 6S. That's what we put in the legislation.
Yeah, this provision, so you're saying that essentially the way that you read this language is that it's not compelling the federal court to require security of a plaintiff.
That's a situation now the judge can waive it. We're saying it should compel the court to have the security there.
Correct. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
Let's go back to my core example. All right. We'll walk through it together here. A constituent in Ohio who believes that their information was improperly released by the IRS. I remember you've served on the Judiciary Committee for many years. Hold on.
I mean, we're talking about in the context of immigration cases.
This is all cases. This is not immigration cases. The plain language of this statute that you have written applies to every conceivable case brought in a federal court, period. IRS cases, patent cases, immigration cases. If you have a constituent that sues the ATF, this provision applies to them. This is the point. And you can visit with your lawyers and maybe they can provide you with the clarity, but it is unquestionably the case that this provision applies to every plaintiff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
correct. I think we're on the same page now.
The judge can set the security at whatever level he wants. What's typically happened in these cases, he just waived it. No one's putting it up, and they're getting this injunction that applies nationwide,
Correct.
which is the
So,
concern.
I hear you.
Are you okay with the nationwide injunction
I hear
issued by
you.
one single federal judge?
We'll get to that part, Mr. Jordan.
Okay.
Let's complete the analysis on this piece, because to your point, as you said, this particular provision doesn't require a specific amount of security. It's essentially saying to the federal court, it has to require some security. And my point is that this is a deep deviation from existing federal law. This has never been the case. We've never said to constituents, hold on, Mr. Jordan, I'll give you a chance to respond. We've never said to American citizens and constituents that in order to vindicate their rights in federal court, they're going to be required to provide a security when their constitutional rights have been violated by their government. And I find it astounding. I'm not sure that many of your colleagues understand the full import of this. They will by the time this gets to the floor. I imagine there will be a lot of limited government advocates who will find deep reasons to be concerned about this type of provision, because
as you could imagine, it will preclude folks from being able to vindicate their constitutional rights. Now, I would also say the way that you have written it, as you've noted, it's retroactive, right? So this applies to any.
Well,
Go ahead.
I just want to say the situation
Sure.
we're trying to address is what's been happening around the country.
You
And
didn't write it that way.
as you know, a single federal judge gets cases brought to the judge, they waive the security and then issue a decision that applies nationwide to all immigrants who are in that
Why didn't you
situation.
put nationwide in this language?
Well, we can look at the language. I mean,
It's
but I'm gonna
6 a.m. You're voting on this thing in like 10 hours. What are we talking about? We've had weeks. You could have put nationwide in here. That's not what it says. This applies to every one of America's
You
330
don't, I mean,
million
again,
citizens.
the judge has discretion on what that amount can be.
Sure. So a judge could say, you know what?
And judges
I-
are right
I
now
understand.
waiving it, and that was the concern we had.
Sure. And I think a judge.
And you don't think that's a problem? Even Supreme Court Justice Kagan has said there's a problem with these nationwide injunctions being
And as
issued
you
from
know,
one single federal
Chairman
judge.
Jordan, as you
That's
know,
what we're
this-
trying to get at.
Okay. The Supreme Court's considering that question right now. I will just conclude here.
All I'm saying
I-
is, it's
let me
this,
conclude my statement, and then I'll give you
even
a
more
chance to
liberal
respond.
justices have said this is a problem.
I understand.
We've actually passed
your
standalone
rationale,
legislation.
Chairman Jordan.
Mr. Neguse,
He's had every
please let Mr. Jordan speak, and then he will let
I
you
will-
speak.
I'll finish my question and then he can answer.
Okay,
or I'll
but
just make
you're
a
not
statement.
asking a question.
Okay, sure.
You're asserting a statement.
Madam
Ask-
Chair, Mr. Neguse controls the time.
Yes, sir.
And so.
But
I
I'm
mean,
trying to ask him to ask a question and then let Mr. Jordan answer.
I will conclude my statement and then ask a question of Mr. Jordan, since he, I don't think, wants to engage in this constructive dialogue to try to actually address the purported problem that he is trying to solve. So I will simply finish the hypothetical that I offered. Any constituent in Ohio who believes that their private data has been disclosed improperly by the IRS, any citizen of Ohio or Colorado for that matter who believes that their constitutional rights have been violated in some way, if this becomes law, they would be required to pay the court money in an amount that the court deems necessary to cover the costs of the potential damage in order to proceed in federal court. That has never been the law of the land in our country. And I cannot believe that Freedom Caucus, so-called Freedom Caucus members would support that kind of principle. Secondly, the way that this is written, as you noted, Chairman Jordan, yes, this would apply to the 93, 94 different injunctions that have been issued against the Trump administration. It would also apply to any existing injunction that is in effect today. I don't know what that number is. 1,000, 10,000 desegregation injunctions that are still operating today in different federal courts in the country. A variety of different litigation that's pending in different courts across the country that would be implicated by this provision. So I don't think that ultimately it's going to survive the birdbath in the Senate, because it's clearly changing policy. I also think it's patently unconstitutional. There's no world in which the Supreme Court would ever deem this, and we could go through the Supreme Court precedent that establishes that. But I just also would encourage you to take perhaps legal counsel on the Judiciary Committee can take a deeper look at this paragraph, because as it's written now, it is deeply problematic for civil liberties in our country. Ranking Member Raskin, I can see, has been jumping at the opportunity to.
Well, I mean, I think you did
Opine.
a pretty masterful job of addressing it, Mr. Goose, but I would add just two things. One, it's worse than you say, because it doesn't just apply to cases against the government, it applies to private cases as well. There's nothing in the language here that would exempt a case between two private parties, two commercial parties. And so, but your final point, I think, is the key one. It's blatantly unconstitutional. It's because the power to hold someone in contempt for a court is an inherent judicial power and has always been deemed to say that. They don't need to wait on Congress to give them the power to hold someone in criminal or civil contempt for refusing compliance with a court order, any more than we do when we at least used to engage in the inherent powers of contempt that Congress has against people. We don't need to wait for another branch of government to give us that power. So it is unconstitutional. It's ridiculously broad, and it's a very ham-handed approach to what their real issue is. They don't like the fact that Judge Boasberg, who was a Bush appointee, when he first got on the bench, he was Justice, which he was one of the justices' roommates at Yale, I think. Well, anyway, he's a
Kavanaugh.
yeah, Kavanaugh. He was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate. He was a pillar of the conservative bar, right? Well, they don't like his opinion because he said, turn the planes around and give this guy due process. And then they laughed at him. I mean, the president of El Salvador was tweeting, oopsie, we made a mistake. Like he was mocking the judge. And this is a judge who doesn't fool around. He's a stickler for the rule of law. And so he said, I think there's probable cause to believe that whoever in the administration disregarded my authority and didn't turn the planes around and didn't guarantee due process is in contempt of court. And he said, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. And I don't even need to rely on the marshals of that, report to the attorney general. I can appoint my own people to go get them. And I can also use civil contempt and slap fines and liens on people. So this whole provision is really targeted at him and other judges who are saying a judicial order is not something that anybody, including the president of the United States or people who report to him, can defy with impunity. Because under Article 6 of the Constitution, we have a supreme constitution. We don't have a supreme dictator in America. The Constitution is what governs us all, and it's emphatically the province and the duty of the courts to say what the Constitution is.
I agree, Ranking Member Raskin. I think you articulated it well, and maybe my hypotheticals earlier were a bit too obtuse. I'll give a tangible example. There was a case a few years ago, Ranking Member Raskin, you're probably familiar with this, Missouri versus Biden, right? This is a case, Chair Jordan, I know you're familiar with this case as well, because you led an amicus brief in this case, right? This was a case initiated by the Missouri Attorney General against the Biden administration for their perception that the Biden administration was engaged in censorship of conservative voices on social media. And Chair Jordan, you led an amicus brief on behalf of judiciary Republicans in that case. A permanent injunction was issued in that case against the Biden administration. The state of Missouri was successful. Chair Jordan, do you know if a security was issued in that case?
Don't know, it's up to the judge.
It was not. There was no security in that case.
It's up to the judge.
Well, no, this is the point. There was no security in that case because under existing rules, it is not the case under Rule 65, subsection C, generally speaking, as a matter of just general practice, security is not issued or rather required in cases involving the government. And that is the point. If this provision became law.
It could be required, the judge waives it. That's what
If
happens.
this provision became law, two things would happen. Two things. One, the permanent injunction that I suspect remains in place in that case would no longer be enforceable. So just for the record, the permanent injunction that you worked so hard to secure against the Biden administration, that's gone. You can't enforce it anymore because of this provision. And then secondly, as we've probably belabored here at this point, it would make it very difficult, potentially, for similar types of lawsuits to be initiated in the future by prospective plaintiffs against the federal government if they feel as though their constitutional rights are at risk. So anyway, I will close there, but I think it's a deeply problematic provision. It ought to be removed. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Magoo. Do you feel properly
No.
instructed now?
Fine, I'm fine.
You're
Thank you.
properly
Yes.
instructed. Thank you. Mr. Griffith, do you have any questions or comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do.
Recognize.
First, I want to respond to Mr. Negus's question of why we started this meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. And there may be different opinions, but when the chair lady was out and I was sitting in the chair in our meeting on Monday, I said to members of the other side of the aisle, I don't remember who was in the room or not, but there were Democrats in the room. I said, look, the reason we want to start is that you all will have a lot to say we want you to have time to say it in. And if we don't start early and we want to get this done, we have to start early. And I said, now, if y'all want to put a restriction on the time, we could start later in the morning perhaps. And then there was no response directly to that, but there was a response that something along the lines of, we're glad you're not going to try to limit our time as has happened in some other committees. So, I mean, we could have worked out a different time, but, and it's true that we have set the clock as to when we want to try to get this bill across if we have the votes to do so. And that's within the majority's prerogative. But the reason we're meeting at 1 a.m., Madam Chair, in my opinion, based on that discussion, was that the Democrats did not want to restrict themselves to 2 hours or 3 hours of discussion on this. We've already been at it over 6 hours, and that's appropriate. But it just strikes me as just one of those oddities in life. You complain that we start at 1 o'clock in the morning when what we're trying to do is to accommodate the ability for members of this committee on the other side of the aisle to speak their mind. And now, hang on, I get to say my piece. If that was not the case, and if people were willing to say each panel is only going to have an hour, we could have started later. And that was not the case. And I respect that, but I just don't want to be whipsawed by saying we all started in the middle of the night for some other reason. The reason was so there'd be plenty of time so we can get through this thing, let everybody have their chance to say their piece, and then we can move forward. So that said, I will ask this question of Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, is there anything that you didn't have an opportunity to say in the discussion that's occurred thus far that you had great desire to say?
Well, I was just going to say, I think the overall legislation is good legislation. Cuts taxes, secures the border, requires work, and gives moms and dads the ability to pick the school that they think their kids are going to get the best education. Those are 4 fundamental principles that I think vast majority of Americans agree with. That's why I think the bill is so good overall. And I think what we were able to do in our committee, particularly proud of, and that the fact that we were charged with just spending, allocating resources to keep the border secure, but also we're able to bring in revenue to help help offset the cost to secure to keep our border secure.
All right. I thank the gentleman. I have no additional questions. You yield back.
If you yield just
I
a
will yield
moment
to
to
the
me, I was going to answer a bit ago. I agree with what you're saying about why we started so early. Mr. Neguse had said we'd be on the floor between 11 and 12, I believe, today. And so starting at 6 o'clock, at 1 a.m., and hopefully we'll be on the floor by that time. So we won't be passing bills in the dark of the night. But I want to quote President Obama saying, there's a fierce urgency of now. So we're not the only ones that have felt a fierce urgency of now.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I yield my time back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to respond by simply saying there's no urgency to pass this bill tomorrow or on Friday, we could easily do it when we come back. And so nice try by saying that it's our fault that we're meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning. I appreciate that. But you know what? This is important stuff. And it's going to impact a lot of our constituents, yours included. And this debate should happen in the light of day. And the fact that it isn't, basically, I believe, is because you guys don't want people to know what is in this bill. So I thank the chair lady. I yield back.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I really did appreciate when Representative Griffith sat on the chair because he did answer questions. It was a lot of, well, we don't really know, there's tweaks, right? He kept saying there's going to be tweaks in these bills and the tweaks haven't even started. But the reality is we could have started this at 7 o'clock in the morning and still had all day long to talk, right? Still had all day long to explain to the American people what we are doing here. Where we could have maybe not forced every chair and ranking member to sit as if though they're on a cheap airplane or something. Look at them. They can't even open their hands. They are crushed in here. There's no reason to be doing this in the dark of night. I've been calling it the vampire committee because it seems like they're going to just suck all the health care away from Americans in the middle of the night. I think it is a good thing that we are asking questions because it's over 1,100 pages and not everybody has seen it. And we still haven't seen the last pages that might blow a lot up. And so the American people do deserve to have this set at a time when we are not coming in the dark. And yes, if we went, I'm looking at Chairman Westerman, it turns out our hearing wasn't very long compared to the rest, but you started at a reasonable time and we kept going. The Ag Committee reasonably said there's a lot here, and they said it for 2 days. There is no reason we needed to come here at 1 a.m. except for that you want to push this through. You then passed a rule that Representative Roy had to walk out so he could not vote no, but you then rush everything. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You want to get everything done in 1 day. You're going to have the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, and you're going to do it in 1 day. That's your goal. And I don't know if it's because you're worried that maybe some Republicans won't be here to vote. Well, if this is that important for them, they should show up and vote. They should be at this hearing, right? We know you have to step out. We've been here since 1 o'clock. Democrats have pretty much been here, except for we're going to step out and grab a little quick something to eat, refill our coffee bottle. But Republicans aren't even showing up. Republicans aren't asking questions. They're not willing to defend what they're doing in this bill. That's a reality. But I wanted to, I had thought I would follow up a little bit on the conversation with Chairman Jordan, because I need to say, Chairman, last Congress, I sat here and I saw you and Ranking Member Jerry Nadler being in great. I mean, it was great. I felt like I was in an alternate reality. I told you, it's like, oh my God, that's amazing.
That was FISA. That was FISA.
That was FISA.
Yeah,
But
it's coming back. We're going to do that again.
Yeah, you're
I'm
gonna do
working
it
on
again.
Mr. Raskin.
Yeah, but what you were concerned about and what united you and the top Democrat on the committee was a belief in constitutional principles. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think the government should be spying on Americans.
But if you believe in that constitutional principle, shouldn't you believe in all of the constitutional principles?
I do.
Yeah, well, thank you. Because you actually even wrote a Washington Post article
That's
about that. And I'm going to quote it because it says, we can balance, this is your Washington Post article, we can balance.
First
the
time I've had
need-
an op-ed in the Washington Post. That's
You
right.
did write it off in the Washington Post. I'll send it to you. It's a Washington Post editorial. And your words were, we can balance the need to protect Americans' fundamental constitutional rights with the need to give our intelligence and law enforcement agencies the tools to fight those who want to do us harm. You still agree with that?
Yeah, I don't recall if you voted for our warrant requirement amendment last year. I hope you did, but you'll get a chance.
I
Get a
think
chance in
this
10 months
issue-
to
But this issue
deal
of
with it
believing
again.
in due process, I think means you need to believe in due process. You need to believe in our constitutional rights, even when it's dealing with due process. And Chairman Jordan, is there anything in this bill that protects Americans' due process?
Nothing that harms American due process. And the
Oh,
Supreme Court's
nothing
been
that
clear.
harms Americans' due process. Maybe I'll ask Ranking Member, part of the problem of why we're so worried about due process right now is we have a president who is violating due process, who is sending citizens, deporting citizens with their children who have brain cancer.
Not just,
They are deporting
that's not accurate.
citizens. They deported citizens' children. They
Not-
deported citizen children who
Sure.
needed medical care. They have said oops numerous times. And in fact, I'm sure, Chairman Jordan, you know what the meaning of habeas corpus is, don't you? Do you know the meaning of habeas corpus?
Yeah, I
Chairman?
mean, it's-
What is
means-
the meaning of habeas corpus?
Yeah, release of the, I mean, I think in technical, release of the body. It's like, there's a process, you can't just be detained, there's a process you have to be able to access in order to be released. It's critically important, but
Well, Secretary, the thing is, Secretary Noem thinks that habeas corpus means you get to just deport people, right? That's what she testified. Ranking member, what are some of the reasons why we should be concerned about due process in this moment, and why it might have been a good thing to actually put some protections in this bill?
Well, the provision that we were just discussing about the court's authority to hold government officials in contempt is a provision that's all about due process, right?
That's all
Because
about
what's happening is you get judges like Judge Boasberg, who says, no, this person cannot be deported from the country without due process. The whole Supreme Court has now agreed with that. Justice Scalia, by the way, was a great champion of the idea that the due process liberty protected by the Constitution applies not just to citizens, but to non-citizens. It doesn't apply exactly the same way, but the rudimentary elements of it are there. What are the elements of due process? The right to see evidence against you, the right to adduce evidence on your own behalf, the right to be represented by counsel, the right to appear before a neutral fact finder who's going to impartially make a decision. That's all the Supreme Court is saying. And then the answer, that Donald Trump and his administration have been making, and unfortunately some of our very smart colleagues have followed along with this, is, well, that guy's really MS-13. Well, maybe or maybe not. Maybe he's Proud Boys. Maybe he's Oath Keepers. Who knows? Bring the evidence against him. But the point is, you don't send somebody with no due process to a torturer's dungeon in El Salvador and then say things about him after he's gone. That's not how it works in America. And that's why Judge Boasberg, again, a very conservative judge, says, bring him back. You want to charge him with 50,000 crimes, charge him with 50,000 crimes. You want to deport him, do it according to the law, and not the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, because we're not at war. Guess who decides whether there's war? Congress decides. We declare war, not the president, right? And you can't fabricate an invasion of the country that doesn't exist. Consult with the Supreme Court about it. So, I think that the role of the Judiciary Committee and the House of Representatives and the Congress has got to be to uphold the rule of law. And the framers really expected us to advance the rule of law, even if the president was violating it. In fact, they expected us, especially in that case, to be defending the prerogatives of Congress. We've got the power to declare war. We've got the power to regulate commerce internationally, which means tariffs, right? I mean, President Trump invoked IEEPA, which doesn't mention tariffs and has never been used for tariffs before, right? So they're invoking a whole series of emergencies that usurp congressional lawmaking power and end up violating due process rights. So I agree with
Right,
you.
and when you have a president or any leader just constantly saying there's an emergency, when there isn't one, there's an invasion, when there is not war, and then saying we can do whatever we want, and who doesn't even seem to know what the Constitution is. The worry is that is a march to fascism if we aren't already there.
Well, you've got it. I mean, the key trick of authoritarians is to invoke an emergency exception, whether or not it actually exists in the Constitution or not. And Carl Schmitt, who's a famous fascist theorist, wrote about that you want to try to occupy the space of emergency, so all bets are off. You can trample free speech, you can trample free assembly, you can trample due process rights. So much of what's taken place during this first 120 days is the people and those of us in Congress who are willing to stand up, and those law firms and colleges and universities and newspapers willing to stand up, defending the idea of the normal Constitution, and not that we're in some kind of emergency which allows the president to do whatever he wants.
And we have a president who has used the Department of Justice to attack the free press, to attack education, to attack members of Congress. And what we are doing by asking the questions tonight, by doing the amendments that Republicans keep voting down, is saying no. We are saying no to the concept that you can do away with what Americans hold dearest every time. Where is our American flag? Well, there's one. where every time we pledge allegiance to the American flag, it's to the Constitution and the rule of law that is represented there, and people have lost their lives defending it. And in judiciary, Chairman Jordan said, we haven't deported any citizens, but we know we have children who needed health care. But just to make sure that won't happen again, it's my understanding that there was an amendment that would have prevented Immigration and Customs Enforcement from using funds to detain and deport United States citizens. What was the vote on that amendment, Chairman Jordan?
I would just point out, there's nothing in existing law or this package that authorizes the deportation of U.S. citizens. The Democrats' amendment would have, related to U.S. citizens, would prohibit Homeland Security investigations from arresting U.S. citizens who engage in human trafficking, child exploitation, or narcotic smuggling. Nothing in our bill, nothing in current law allows for the deportation of U.S. citizens.
The problem is that right now we have an administration who is doing that. So we wanted to protect the American citizens from such detention and deportation. And the question was, what was the vote? And the vote was, Ranking Member Raskin.
Well, I don't remember the exact
I don't
numbers, but
remember-
it was
I
a
don't remember
party
the
line
numbers
It was
vote.
a
either.
party line vote. Not a single Republican was willing to vote to say citizens should not be detained and deported. So I wanted to note that there is money in here for $46 billion for a border wall. There's a whole lot more money for jails, and many, right now I think that there is a concern of the American public about issues of corruption, that we are seeing billions and billions of dollars being funneled to private corporations, right? We're seeing a lot of stuff that is funneling money. They're getting rid of competition. They're saying that Musk's, Starlink and other companies get these contracts without competition. And I think I wanted to sort of turn to our Homeland Ranking Member and say, are there concerns about the number of private prisons that are going to be constructed, the amount of money that's going to go into this border wall? And I look at that and I think, God, how many kids could actually get a meal who are hungry now with $46.5 billion? But then there's this other aspect to it as well regarding potential corruption. Do you have any concerns about that, Ranking Member?
Well, yeah, we do, but let me support Ranking Member Raskin. We offered several amendments to the legislation relative to funds being used for deporting American citizens, and said no funds in this bill can be used to deport American citizens. Well, we lost it on a party line vote. But also, the only thing we said was another amendment that our committee would prevent DHS from removing U.S. citizens except for legal extradition and treaty obligations. And we lost it on a party line vote, which basically we thought was a reaffirmation of what was already law. So we tried hard to prevent American children from being deported who were sick. Secretary told us, well, her mama wanted to take her with her. And said, but the lawyer wanted to represent based on what the father said. So there were a lot of references about children with cancer being deported. And so we just think, as a lot of people have said, that as a nation of laws, we have to stand on those principles. And it's not a person's guilt or innocence, it's the due process that everyone should go through. regardless of status. Uh, We've heard people say, well, they had a tattoo. I said, well, okay, if you're gonna charge that person for a tattoo, then present whatever evidence that this person has broken the law. You know, we have a Secretary of Defense with all kind of tattoos on him. So this notion that you can just do anything just because you don't like it is not who we are as Americans. And so I think part of what we tried to do was to reaffirm existing law and not leave it to interpretation based on what the president wants to do or what the secretary wants to do. We want to follow the law. And in every instance, we offered 30-odd amendments in support of that, and we lost all of them on a party line vote.
It's really sad. And I want to, something was said earlier about this is what the American people want. There've been lots of polls about that, about what's happening with regards to this bill. And I would say, I'm going to just quote the Kaiser Family Foundation poll that found that at least 3/4 of the public oppose the key things we're doing in this bill. And that is opposed to cutting of Medicaid, 76%. The public doesn't want this bill. We now heard that this is going to affect Medicare. 79% of the public oppose the cuts to Medicare. What is really happening in this bill is an attack on working families and the education cuts, you know, that Chairman Jordan, mentioned education as well. We're going to deal that with in the next panel, but, you know, those are going to be hard on folks. And, you know, this concept that my colleague from Colorado was going to about who is now having to pay, the idea that Americans now have to pay to be able to access our courts, I think it's very problematic. That we are turning on its head what we're doing. And I think that I'm going to yield to my colleague because she wants to talk in this vein a bit.
Just with respect to that, this provision that would limit the ability of the courts to enforce their provisions, I just wanted to request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article published in Just Security on May 19th by Professor Edwin Chemerinsky. It's entitled A Terrible Idea, and it provides a very thorough rundown on just how bad that provision is.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I would yield back to my colleague.
Thank you. You know, and in natural resources, we also, I think, are limiting people's access to the courts. And that is really problematic. And one of the reasons that I think it's incredibly problematic is I have a lot of tribes in my district. I sit as the ranking member on the subcommittee on Indian Affairs. And we know that tribes, much of the federal lands were once tribal lands. And that the tribal lands are also subject to federal oversight. So that when we remove access to the court for a tribe, it's not like it's private property, it is federal land. And you know, Chairman Westerman, I know you've been a great supporter of tribal lands and of tribes in general. We had that wonderful meeting in Oklahoma on self-determination. I guess I don't understand why you would support removing tribal access to the courts when the federal government is going to be doing something that's on their land sometimes, or that's on land where they have cultural resources and sacred sites. I really, because I know how great you are usually on tribes, and I offered an amendment to make sure that tribes could get access to the courts, and I believe you voted against it.
Well, I thank the gentlewoman for her flattery, and Madam Chair, it's a new day in America, not just metaphorically, but literally. The sun's been up for quite some time now, so.
For quite some time.
Just,
And we've been in here, we can't tell.
And it appears we'll be in here maybe when the sun goes down at the rate that things are going. But the reason you probably can't understand why I would want to deny tribes access to the courts is because I don't want to deny tribes access to the courts. And we talked about this in the markup that the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs received no instruction from the budget committees. So we didn't get into any tribal jurisdictions. And, again, our focus was about energy. And I know that there's talk about, it was even mentioned, energy prices going to the moon, but it must be because they're going to start at Mars, because under the Biden administration, electricity prices went up 32%. Gas prices in 2022 under Biden went over $5 a gallon. And there's also this argument about handouts to big oil companies. Well, when oil companies profit the most is under Democratic administrations. Actually, an oil company set, I believe it was a world record for profits in 2022 and 2023, the most profits ever, $247 billion in profits. It wasn't Exxon, it wasn't Phillips 66, Conoco or Shell or BP. It was Aramco, the Saudi oil company, that had world record profits under the Biden administration. So there's a lot of things that get said in these hearings, but not a lot of them are based on fact. And again, I don't want to deny any American citizen access to the courts.
So I'm glad you mentioned profits, because oil and gas companies, I think, was at $200 billion worth of profits, but we are going to be reducing royalties for oil and gas companies, because it's not enough that we're going to be giving tax cuts to the wealthiest. We are actually going to be giving money back to oil and gas companies who had $200 billion worth of profits. But when you limit judicial review for everybody, you are also limiting judicial review for tribes. Ranking Member Huffman, do you want to explain how that happens?
Well, I thank you for the question, and you're right. In the markup, we tried to fix this problem in the Republican bill with a number of amendments. And even though in provision after provision in this bill, they are going into policy, they are earmarking specific projects with billions of dollars, they are running roughshod over parliamentary rules in every possible way. And yet, when it comes time to fixing their little problem with tribal access to the courts and judicial review, suddenly they were sticklers for the rules. So I think it comes as pretty cold comfort to Indian country that they're the ones that get targeted for this rigid interpretation of budget rules and parliamentary procedures, while everything else is out the window when it comes to giving billions of dollars away to big oil and coal and to Central Valley irrigators in California for their $2 billion dam and any number of other things. It doesn't hold up.
So, once again, because they are curtailing judicial review, it applies to tribes on projects on tribal lands.
Absolutely. There is no exception.
What happened. There are no exceptions.
If you write a big enough check, there is no check on your project, and there's no exception for tribes.
My God, people need to know that what they said is basically, if you give us a lot of money, we're going to fast track it, and you can't question it. That is one of the things that's hidden in this bill. It's always like, it's a pay for it. Pay for it. You can pay to get out of court. You can pay to get out of court in this bill. And it is very sad that for people who do want to come in and challenge, you now are charging a fee.
Yes. We've never seen this before.
You have to pay per page now?
If you are participating in the protest provision for one of these oil and gas lease sales, and this could be tribes, just to engage in the protest procedure, you now get hit with a fee. It's just remarkable. So cutting royalties for oil and gas, giving away millions and millions of acres at fire sale prices to the industry, But if you want to protest any of it, you pay a fee. And by the way, no judicial review if it's a wealthy enough developer that they can pay the special golden age of grift fee for permitting.
Thank you for that. And I think with that, I might want to go see that there actually is some sun out there, because we're trying to bring light to what's actually happening for the American people so they can see some of these provisions. We don't have time because it's 1,100 pages long that they are ramming through in a single day. And we haven't even seen all of the provisions. But I'm very grateful. I see so many of my colleagues here in the and in the room. They are here because they have amendments to try to make the bill better. Hopefully, we'll consider some amendments. We haven't been doing that much lately, but it'll be good to hear what they are so that we can talk about the unique aspects of what could be fixed in this bill if we only had a chance. And with that, is there anything else anybody wants? Any other comments from, I'm the last Democrat, so this is when I don't know, Republicans might want to say something. Actually, I do have a question on this tattoo thing. I have kids, and 2 of 3 of them have tattoos. How many of you guys have kids? It's all guys. Yeah. How many of you guys have kids?
We got 4
You got
kids
three-
and we
who-
got 4
how
kids and
many
8
of our
grandkids.
How many of our kids have tattoos?
None of mine.
No, yours. Wow. Wow. That's really, I thought it was good with 2 out of 3. But our kids have tattoos, right? So many people have tattoos. You cannot go anywhere without seeing tattoos. So the idea that we're using a tattoo as an indicator for you get kicked out of the United States without due process is really scary. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's so much I would love to unpack from the last 25 minutes, but I recognize that we are trying to make sure that we limit our time. But I do want to just say, first of all, the sun is up. It's a little overcast. So if Ms. Leisure Fernandez wants to see the sun, it's a little overcast. So yeah, a little overcast. And we are not, and I just have to address the fact, we are not ramming this bill through. Every one of these bills went through committee. They were put together in committee process. They've all been through budget. They've all been out there. And so ramming something through is, I think, an inappropriate way to discuss this bill. This has been through the process. Yes, we are sitting in committee and we are working this through and we are hearing testimony and allowing people to ask questions. But I think it's a disservice to the American people to say that this has been rammed through, because it has been through various committees. And with that, I am going to yield back, but I just wanted to make sure that someone said that this is not accurate.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach, for saying that, because even one of our colleagues said earlier, these bills had been months in the making.
Yes.
And someone did need to say that. And I appreciate very much your
Madam
saying
Chair,
that.
I also sit on the Agriculture Committee, and I should say on that committee, they actually, we did not have a full and open process. They cut debate off and they prevented dozens of amendments from even being offered. And yes.
We'll
it's being-
have
this is
we'll be
being
able to
rammed
discuss
through.
that.
This is being rammed through because we don't even know what the text of this bill is going to look like. And there's going to be major changes, and we're hearing about them, bits and pieces in the news media, and none of them have been vetted. But yeah, I do, because I know you're struggling for votes. So you're making all kinds of deals right now, and they're going to hurt my constituents. So I yield back.
I too will resist saying more. No sense in prolonging this. If Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to ask Chairman Green, how long was your markup on your section of this bill?
I think we started at 10 a.m. and ended like around 4 or 5, I think. 4 or
PM.
5 p.m.,
Yeah.
yes.
Chairman Jordan, how long was your markup on your section of the bill?
8 hours.
And Chairman Westerman?
We started at 10 a.m., I believe, and finished at 12:42 a.m. So Or was it 142? It was a long time.
A long time,
Yeah.
several hours. And
12,
and
14 hours, something like.
Chairman Graves, how long was your markup? So, and were these markups televised? Yes, yes, they're televised. The whole kit and caboodle. Our 26-hour and 28-minute hearing in Energy and Commerce was live on C-SPAN for the whole time. So the thought that this is being done in darkness is absurd. I yield back.
There are negotiations going on in the back room right now
Thank you.
that none of us know anything about. So please, let's not talk about an open process.
Again, let me resist. Okay, anyone else have comments that you want to make? No. Well, I thank our witnesses for being here this morning and appreciate the time and all of the comments that were made, and you're dismissed.
I don't even know what the bill is.
Again, so I'd skip that.
Okay. Okay, here. Okay. I now welcome our third panel, Chairman Thompson and Representative Craig from the Committee on Agriculture, Chairman Wahlberg and Representative Scott from the Committee on Education and Workforce, Chairman Guthrie and Representative Pallone from the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and Chairman Smith and Representative Moore from the Committee on Ways and Means. Your full statements will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Thompson, I welcome your testimony.
Well, thank you, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today concerning the agriculture title of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The Agriculture Committee was tasked with $230 billion in net deficit reduction, and I'm proud of our product and proud to report that we exceeded our instruction. These savings are achieved through necessary changes to restore integrity to the SNAP program and preserve the program's ability to serve the most vulnerable long into the future. These reforms ensure SNAP works the way Congress intended it to by reinforcing work, rooting out waste, and instituting long overdue accountability incentives to control costs and end executive and state overreach. This program is in dire need of reform. Just since 2019, SNAP costs have skyrocketed from $60 billion to $110 billion annually. That's an 83% increase, while enrollment has grown from 36 million to 42 million. And in 2023, over $13 billion in erroneous SNAP payments were sent out. This is disgraceful, not only to the taxpayer, but also the SNAP recipient. The Rules Committee print includes several improvements to the SNAP program, including preventing future administrations from unilaterally increasing SNAP benefits beyond inflation, focusing on a core principle that everyone receiving the benefit that can work should work, and modernizing the work requirement and closing loopholes that allow for widespread waivers. Closing various loopholes that states exploit, such as gaming the system to artificially increase SNAP benefits, and increasing incentives to ensure states run the program more efficiently and more effectively. SNAP is the only federally funded state-administered entitlement program where the state has zero skin in the game on the benefit. It is a human nature to be more careful with your own money than you are with others. And that is why we put forward a cost share structure that requires all states to pay a minimal 5% cost share of SNAP, the benefit beginning in fiscal year 2028. However, for states with high payment error rates, that is over 6%, the cost share scales up. In exceeding our instruction, we also were able to make several vital and time-sensitive investments in rural America. It's imperative for Congress to rebuild the farm safety net. These investments mitigate further unbudgeted ad hoc spending and prevent a full-blown financial crisis in farm country that could devastate the food and ag supply chain and, quite frankly, the national economy. Finally, on the investment front, we take care of a few other important items like investments in trade promotion, animal disease preparedness, specialty crops, dairy, research, and some programs with outstanding baseline. In closing, I'm proud to deliver a historic amount of savings to the taxpayer and to do so in a way that will only have positive outcomes for low-income individuals who get back into the workforce while also standing by our farmers, ranchers, and rural communities. That's a win-win. I have a great respect for the chairwoman, the ranking member, and the members of this committee, and thank you once again for the opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Representative Craig, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. You know, I had hoped that for my first appearance here before the Rules Committee, the chairman and I would be coming to you arm in arm in support of a 5-year, 12-title bipartisan farm bill. Instead, we're here discussing the Agriculture Committee's contribution to a partisan bill that decimates the most successful anti-hunger program in our nation and destroys the coalition that has always been able to get a farm bill across the finish line. And why? Not for middle-class tax cuts, but to move to the wealthiest Americans money from the least wealthy. In addition, this is expected to increase the national debt and deficits. This is a shameful process that we're involved in here today. And this bill is dead on arrival in the Senate. How do I know? Because Senator Chuck Grassley told us so. It puts a huge burden on the states by forcing them to pay for anywhere from 5 to 25% of food assistance. Chair Fox, the governor of your state said, and I quote, "If Congress goes forward with these plans, our state will be forced into perilous budget decisions. Should North Carolinians lose access to food, or should we get rid of other essential services?" End quote. North Carolina's on the hook for up to $700 million per year under this proposal. That's the equivalent of 8,900 public school teacher salaries in North Carolina. Republicans want states to do their dirty work and take food away from people, and it doesn't end there. This budget does something else incredibly egregious. It changes the definition of dependent from children under the age of 18 to children over the age of 6. Once a kid turns 7 years old, their parents could lose food assistance unless they meet new paperwork and work requirements. I wonder if the people who came up with that policy have children or understand that there are summer breaks and there's spring break. I have several, and let me tell you, they eat more as they grow, not less. It's truly beyond the pale what this budget would do to children in our country. And let's be clear about what we're talking about here. The average person receives $6 per day in food assistance. Let me say that again, $6 a day. No one chooses to sit at home and not work for $6 a day. $6 a day doesn't build you a life. It can, though, build you a bridge to the next paycheck, the next opportunity, the next moment of stability. CBO estimates that the new paperwork requirements alone will take food away from at least 3 million people. They didn't say that 3 million people will receive a little less food. They say 3 million people will receive no food assistance. So much for claiming that you won't cut benefits. Hunger is a policy choice. Republicans in this room are choosing to allow children to go to bed without dinner. Seniors skipping meals so they can afford their medicine. Parents sacrificing their own nutrition so their kids can eat. Single mothers having to choose between leaving their 7-year-olds at home or to let them go more hungry. Everyone in this country is struggling with higher costs already. And instead of addressing that problem, Republicans are choosing to make it worse, and it's shameful. You claim you're rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, or holding the states accountable for high error rates. This bill does not tackle fraud and does not include any common sense policies that help improve program efficiency. And for what? To fund tax breaks for large corporations and the super wealthy. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Chairman Walber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Student Success and Taxpayer Savings Plan saves nearly $350 billion to help advance President Trump's agenda, the common sense agenda, and ensure taxpayers, students, and schools are better served. The current system is effectively broken and littered with incentives that push tuition costs upward. Schools have no reason to lower costs or ensure degrees align with employers' needs, all while students and taxpayers pay the price. The Biden-Harris administration compounded this crisis and attempted to spend an additional $1 trillion in taxpayer funds on so-called forgiveness by executive decree. Dumping more federal money into a broken system doesn't mean that system will work. In fact, government spending on higher education has reached record highs, yet millions of students supposedly benefiting from those funds will ultimately end up with a degree that doesn't pay off or fail to finish school. Those funds will ultimately end up with a degree that doesn't pay off or fail to finish school. This bill not only saves taxpayers nearly $350 billion, but it also brings much needed reform in three key areas: simplified loan repayment, streamlined student loan options, and accountability for students and taxpayers. The bill cleans up the Biden-created repayment mess by streamlining repayment options and providing targeted assistance to struggling borrowers who need it rather than blanket bailouts for those who don't. These reforms will encourage responsible borrowing and timely repayment. Colleges have exploited the availability of uncapped federal lending and generous forgiveness programs to raise prices. Streamlining loan options, as done in this bill, will increase affordability for students and families, as well as curtail the extent to which schools use taxpayer dollars to line their pocketbooks by loading students up with debt they can't repay. Most importantly, the bill ensures that hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars no longer flow unchecked to low-value institutions and programs by holding colleges accountable for student outcomes through skin in the game. Colleges will be financially accountable for the loans they give out, and schools that go above and beyond to provide high-quality, affordable, and accessible education opportunities will be rewarded. What's more, through these reforms and others, the bill protects and strengthens the Pell Grant, the cornerstone of our financial aid system. The bill closes the funding shortfall that would otherwise result in students being unable to afford college as early as next year. Additionally, it expands student choice by allowing students to use Pell on high-quality, short-term credentials aligned with workforce needs. We're on a fiscally unsustainable path in higher education. Without change, we can't deliver on the promise of economic mobility for all Americans. So I urge my colleagues to pass this big, beautiful bill. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Walberg. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I'm here to speak in opposition to the reconciliation plan. In fact, we're considering this in an overnight committee hearing. That tells you all you need to know about how bad a bill it is. After reviewing the big bad billionaires bill, it's clear that the central theme is to make life harder for everybody but the wealthy. And just consider the numbers. Under the bill, 4 million students are estimated to have their Pell Grants reduced or eliminated. Up to 18 million children are estimated to lose access to free school meals. And over 13 million people are set to lose their health coverage. And what is the purpose of all of these cuts? To give tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. But now, as ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I want to focus on what this does to education. It's currently drafted. The bill will increase costs for students attending college. It'll increase students' expenses or exposure to low-quality, higher education programs, which would then reduce the likelihood that they'd actually find a rewarding or successful career. Will divert federal money into private schools and reduce the number of students who will be able to get free lunches, and then take all of those savings to pay for more tax cuts for wealthy and the well-connected. Under this plan, the Republicans will cut students' access to Pell Grants, drastically lowering the amount of, and drastically lower the amount federal loans they can take out. That will either deny them the opportunity to get a college degree or push students into unaffordable repayment plans and push them into the private, high-cost private loan programs. Under this bill, loan payments will be less affordable. For example, single borrower making $45,000 a year will see the student loan payments just about triple. Under the SAVE plan, which was President Biden's final plan, the borrower would have been paying about $41 a month. This bill will have them paying $150 a month. and making it more expensive to attend college isn't bad enough. The bill will also increase their exposure to low-quality programs. That's because the bill eliminates existing regulations that protect students from predatory, low-quality, for-profit programs. In addition to making it harder for low and middle-income people to afford college, the proposal will significantly impact public school meals program. For some students, the food served at school may be the only nutritious meal they receive that day. And when children are fed healthy, nutritious food, they not only are more likely to show up at school, but their academic achievement increases. And yet, despite this, the new analysis from the Urban Institute estimates that up to 18.3 million children could lose access to free meals as a result of the cuts to the SNAP nutrition program. And this is just what the SNAP program does to the students. We've not received the complete analysis on what other parts of the bill do. Last week, Ranking Member Boyle and I wrote to the Speaker requesting specific data on the number of children and families that would lose access to free or reduced school lunches, critical WIC services, and grocery benefits through the summer EBT program, all due to SNAP and Medicaid cuts in the Republican reconciliation plan. We haven't received a response, and we should receive a response before we have to actually vote on the bill. Finally, I'd like to point out that the bill includes language to fund privatization of public education that would constitute the first nationwide federal voucher program, effectively diverting taxpayers' money and resources into private schools, away from public schools, which will be serving 90% of the students. That tax credit program was drafted by the Ways and Means Committee, but this committee has put in additional language that is clearly within the jurisdiction of the Education and Workforce Committee, including language preventing federal, state, and local governments from adding oversight mechanisms or guardrails that could protect students. I'm disappointed that the Education and Workforce Committee didn't have an opportunity to comment before that ended up in the bill. In summary, the so-called one big bad billionaires bill disproportionately helps the wealthy, then has others paying for it through losing health care, nutritious food, and access to college. And this is all to provide more tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. And to add insult to injury, Madam Chair, the deficit goes up. And we know how to reduce the deficit. In fact, every Democratic presidential administration since Kennedy has left for the Republicans a better deficit than they inherited. And every Republican since Nixon has left a worse deficit for the Democrats that succeeded them than they inherited. We should reduce the deficit. We know how to do that. And for those reasons, I oppose the bill and ask that we start from scratch and produce a bill that reduces the deficit, fiscally responsible, and addresses the needs of the American people. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Chairman Guthrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Thank you for holding this hearing. And the Energy and Commerce Committee, we had a marathon 26.5-hour markup of our reconciliation instruction. It was a unique opportunity to consider issues spanning the full jurisdiction of our committee. We worked through legislation that will unleash American energy and costly EV mandates and advance American innovation, along with strengthening the Medicaid program for the most vulnerable Americans and improving their access to quality care. Our committee was asked with identifying $880 billion in savings and new revenue, and I'm proud to say we exceeded that goal. We've worked diligently to meet the target by ending wasteful Green New Deal style spending, supporting the rapid innovation of American industry and federal agencies, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid that jeopardizes care for millions of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly Americans. To ensure American energy dominance, we are securing our energy infrastructure by taking steps to refurbish and refill our strategic petroleum reserve, which strengthens our energy security and supports our national security. Further, we're taking steps to streamline the process for LNG, exporting LNG to our allies while promoting more
American energy production. Through an increase in federal revenues, we are streamlining the siting and permitting of new pipelines to transport energy around the country, which is critical to meeting the energy demands and winning the AI battle with China. We are saving $172 billion over the next 10 years by repealing the burdensome Biden-Harris administration regulations, and over $100 billion by eliminating the EV mandates imposed on the vehicle emission and CAFE standards that have failed to serve American taxpayers. And through major investments to modernize the Department of Commerce, we will integrate AI systems and upgrade IT systems to make the department more secure and effective. To protect the integrity of this project, we are implementing guardrails that protect against state-level AI laws that could jeopardize our technological leadership. Our legislation raises $88 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Authority while protecting U.S. national security. Biden-era inflation has left Americans struggling to access affordable health care, making programs like Medicaid critical for the vulnerable Americans who rely on them, making it more difficult. The issue has been exacerbated by the decisions of left-leaning state governments to spend taxpayer dollars on illegal immigrants. House Republicans make no apologies for prioritizing Americans in need over illegal immigrants and other able-bodied beneficiaries who are choosing not to work. Our priority remains the same: strengthen and sustain Medicaid for the expectant mothers, children, people with disabilities, and the elderly. That is why our legislation stops billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to close loopholes, ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. These are all common sense policies that will save taxpayer dollars and refocus Medicaid on those who need it most. Medicaid was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise cannot support themselves, but Democrats expanded the program far beyond the core mission. That's why we're establishing common sense work requirements for capable but unemployed adults without dependents. Let me be clear, these work requirements only apply to able-bodied adults without dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition like a disability or substance use disorder, encouraging them to reenter the workforce or give back to their communities and regain their independence. All of this part of our effort is to strengthen Medicaid for those who need it most. When President Trump delivered his second inaugural address, he promised a revolution of common sense that would launch a generation of growth, prosperity, and health. This reconciliation bill is critical to that promise the President and Congressional Republicans made to the American people. And today we're discussing a bill that unleashes American energy dominance, advances innovation, and protects access to care to our most vulnerable. When we were able to accomplish all of the outstanding developments for our constituents and extend the 27 Trump tax cuts, we'll have delivered a generational win for our constituents. And I'm proud on the work to respark the American dream and ensure our country will always be the land of opportunity. I yield back and look forward to answering questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guthrie. Representative Pallone, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone here today. And I'm always happy to come before the House Rules Committee, but I have to say that convening a hearing at 1 a.m. in the dead of night when most Americans are asleep at home to pass a bill with catastrophic consequences for millions of Americans is wrong. And we should be debating this bill when the American people can follow along and when they're able to call the representative to voice their opinion about the legislation. At its core, this bill takes health care away from millions of Americans in order to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporate interests who I don't think need them. It's a reverse Robin Hood scheme that takes from the poor in order to give handouts to those who really don't need them. And the bill makes a series of devastating cuts to clean energy, killing jobs and gutting our efforts to combat the worsening climate crisis. It auctions publicly owned spectrum and uses that money to give tax breaks to the rich rather than reinvesting that funding for the public good. And it includes a massive giveaway to big tech at the expense of Americans by basically prohibiting state and local laws to regulate artificial intelligence for 10 years. And I'm going to go through some of the provisions of the bill in a little more detail, but I did hear your suggestion that we try to summarize, Madam Chair. So,
And Mr. Pallone, it's 7 o'clock. It's
I
not
know.
1 o'clock.
I know.
Nobody told you that?
No, but you're right that that people now hopefully can listen, but they were not able to from 1 o'clock till now. So with regard to healthcare, For months now, President Trump and congressional Republicans promised the American people that they would not cut Medicaid benefits or strip away people's health care. But just yesterday, President Trump told House Republicans behind closed doors, do not F with Medicaid. And then House Speaker Johnson promised, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. Well, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office released their latest accounting of this bill yesterday, and they found the bill that advanced out of the Energy and Commerce Committee last week will cut nearly $800 billion from Medicaid and take health care away from 8.6 million people. And I should point out that these figures are a floor, they're not a ceiling. CBO expects these numbers will rise as additional changes are made to the bill. And then there's the changes the bill makes to the Affordable Care Act. When you add the Medicaid cuts to the ACA cuts, the total number of people expected to lose their health care under President Trump and Republicans' watch is at least 13.7 million people based on the CBO estimates. Now, let me be clear, that is not, some of you are saying this is a moderate bill, but it's not, and it's, focusing on waste, fraud, and abuse, but that's not true. I mean, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans so they can give these tax breaks to the ultra-rich. And Medicaid, as all of you know, is a life-saving program that 80 million Americans count on every day. It provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans and nearly half of all children in the United States. It covers close to half of all births and is the largest source of funding for long-term care for seniors and people living with disabilities. But with this bill, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans. I'm going to keep stressing that. They're putting all sorts of burdensome and time-consuming roadblocks in the way of people just trying to get by, all so they can kick them off their health coverage. And if someone loses their coverage through Medicaid, the bill bans them from getting coverage through the ACA marketplace with any kind of subsidy. And this is just one way this bill essentially repeals the ACA for most people and makes it more difficult for people to get health coverage. And Republicans are making it more difficult for states to finance their share of Medicaid costs by preventing them from implementing new provider taxes. This will be catastrophic for states as their healthcare needs change over time. Cuts will not just impact people who count on Medicaid. Hospitals, particularly those in underserved and rural communities, are going to close. They've been telling you that. Nursing homes will close, and seniors will lose the care that they rely on. Emergency rooms will once again be overflowing as people are forced to delay care until it's life or death. Now, for decades, Democrats have been working relentlessly to make quality healthcare more accessible and affordable. It's worked. Thanks to our efforts, the number of uninsured Americans reached historic lows. But that's now all at risk as Trump and congressional Republicans look to strip healthcare away from almost 14 million people. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step towards lowering energy bills for American families. However, that progress could all be reversed by this bill. And this bill, if it passes, will wipe out all of that progress by rescinding programs that are lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in America. Also, Republicans can again give tax breaks to billionaires. And not content to gut the Inflation Reduction Act, this bill will go even further by creating a mockery of our environmental laws. It allows big oil and gas to simply bribe government agencies to acquire permits free of scrutiny. It sets up a pay-to-play scheme for fossil energy permitting that allows polluters to pay $10 million to the Trump administration to obtain pipeline permits and ignore environmental laws while clean energy gets left behind. It's essentially a complete dismantling of our energy permitting infrastructure in the country. Vital protections for the public interest, clean water and clean air would all be completely set aside. States would lose any say in energy infrastructure within their borders, and courts would not be able to address any further violations of our weakened laws. Now, briefly on the environment. The bill is also a disaster for the environment. It would gut critical environmental protections and programs harming the health and welfare of all Americans. It both repeals and rescinds unobligated funds for every single Environmental Protection Agency program included in the Inflation Reduction Act. It would also repeal clean vehicle standards, jeopardizing air quality and domestic manufacturing, giving a leg up to the fossil fuel industry. When Congress passed the IRA, Democrats made a critical and historic down payment towards a stable climate and a clean future for all. But this bill proposes to throw that all away by eliminating the environmental protections that keep families and communities safe while doing nothing to lower energy costs, all in the service of providing these tax breaks for billionaires. Now, lastly, Madam Chair, I want to talk about artificial intelligence. The bill will also impose a 10-year ban on states' ability to enforce their own laws protecting consumers from harms caused by artificial intelligence and automated decision-making systems. So let me be clear, this is an unprecedented giveaway to big tech. The 10-year enforcement ban will allow big tech to run roughshod over American consumers, including our children and teens whose lives are increasingly intertwined with AI models and automated decision-making systems. Last Congress, at the request of big tech, the Republican leadership refused to move a bipartisan comprehensive privacy bill that would have provided important guardrails on the use of consumers' personal information by AI systems. It was an unfortunate giveaway to big tech at the American public's expense. By contrast, states across the country have been working hard to protect their residents from harmful uses of AI. They've enacted laws that protect consumers' privacy, prohibit the use of AI to commit financial fraud and to steal elections, prohibit algorithmic bias in housing and credit, prohibit harmful uses of facial recognition technology, and protect consumers from AI systems that put their mental health and physical safety at risk. Now, Congress, in my opinion, should be learning from the work done by the states. We should be working to enact federal laws that protect consumers from the negative consequences of poorly understood AI models and badly designed automated decision-making systems. But instead, House Republicans are leaving American consumers, and especially our children, at the mercy of big tech and their powerful and invasive algorithms. If this policy becomes law, states will be powerless to respond to harmful uses of AI and automated decision-making systems for the next decade. And that includes threats we know exist today, as well as any threats we can't currently imagine that arise over the next 10 years. So it's just a reckless policy giveaway to big tech that puts all of us, especially our children, at risk for years to come. I forgot I did have to also mention spectrum. And finally, the bill reauthorizes the spectrum auction authority of the Federal Communications Commission and requires the agency to auction additional 5G spectrum for a savings of at least $88 billion. Now, historically, auctioning spectrum has been a bipartisan effort, and we've used that money to reinvest in the public good. However, under this bill, Republicans are tunneling the money to tax breaks for the rich instead of directing the savings to fund grants like Next Generation 911 or to make high-speed internet more affordable for American families. And that's, again, a gross abuse of spectrum auction funds, and it's a perfect example of what's at the core of this bill, selling out the American people to give handouts to the rich. So, Madam Chair, I just have to say this is a bad bill. It takes away basic needs like health care and food assistance from some of the poorest Americans in order to give these tax breaks to the richest. And we don't need to take from the poor in order for the rich to have more than they already have. Republicans should abandon this effort, work with Democrats on a bipartisan basis to pass a fair tax bill that lowers costs for the middle class and ensures the wealthy and corporate interests pay the fair share. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. Chairman Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, every member of the committee. It's a great opportunity to testify on the historic tax relief for working families, farmers, and small businesses included in the One Big Beautiful Bill. This legislation makes the successful 2017 Trump tax cuts permanent, and it delivers on President Trump's priorities of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, no tax on auto loan interest of autos produced in the United States, and tax relief for seniors. Families and workers will benefit from additional tax relief with an expanded standard deduction and a larger child tax credit, as well as receive help with the high cost of adoption, education, childcare, and healthcare. Main Street will benefit from a permanent small business deduction that has been expanded to 23%, helping small businesses grow, hire, and compete with larger corporations. 2 million family farms and millions more family-owned small businesses will benefit from a death tax exemption that is permanent, larger, and also indexed to inflation. This bill will also help revive American manufacturing, renewed R&D amortization, immediate expensing, and interest deductibility, combined with the new 100% immediate expensing for construction of new manufacturing plants. It will help turn America into a manufacturing powerhouse again and lower taxes for those who build it right here in America. Opportunity zones will ensure distressed communities, particularly in rural areas, share in this surge of new investment and jobs. Working class Americans voted for President Trump because he puts their interest over elite special interest. Wealthy universities will pay an endowment tax as high as the corporate tax rate. Bad Biden-era tax policy that rewarded the wealthy, the big banks, and China with tax breaks and giveaways will be replaced with good tax policy that benefits working families and small businesses. Illegal immigrants will no longer be eligible for refundable tax credits. Foreign countries will no longer be able to steal American tax revenue. The result will be economic prosperity for workers and families like the boom times of President Trump's first term. Take-home pay for the typical family with 2 children will increase by as much as $13,300. Annual real wages for workers will rise by as much as $11,600. Pro-growth tax policy will save up to 7 million jobs, while the permanent and expanded small business deduction will add 1 million new jobs each year and expand small business economic output by $1.5 trillion. And Ways and Means was able to deliver pro-growth, pro-worker tax cuts below the committee's reconciliation instruction of $4 trillion. I suspect Democrats will make the false claim that this bill rewards the rich at the expense of the poor. But that tired talking point was wrong following the enactment of the 2017 Trump tax cuts, and it is definitely wrong under this bill today. People who make over $1 million annually will pay a greater share of the tax burden than they currently do. Households earning less than $100,000 get a 13% tax cut. If you make less than $100,000, you get a 13% tax cut. Not only do we stop a looming $1,700 tax increase on the average American family, if these tax provisions expire, we actually deliver that same family an additional $1,300 tax cut compared to what they pay today. The winners of this bill are the working class, farmers, mechanics, waitresses, linemen, and nurses. My focus has been on delivering for America's working class because I'm a product of the working class. I grew up in a single-wide trailer in a small town of less than 5,000 people. And this bill delivers for families like mine who have fallen further behind for decades. Failure is not an option in getting this done. The one big, beautiful bill to President Trump's desk. Otherwise, every single American will face, on average, a 22% tax increase. Nearly 30 million small businesses will lose the small business deduction and pay a tax rate above 43.4%. American manufacturing would compete with one arm tied behind its back against competitors like China. Families would have to sell the farm just to pay the IRS. Congress must deliver on the priorities expected by the 77 million Americans who voted for an America where workers and families will thrive again. Main Street and rural towns will grow again, and America wins again. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Moore, Representative Moore. you're
Good,
you're
good morning,
recognized.
Madam Chair, my classmate. I count it all joy to be here with members of the Rules Committee, Ranking Member McGovern and others. And I count it all joy to be able to testify on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee and of my constituents and all those who are the least lost and left behind in America. I want to talk about the tax provisions of a so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I really can't argue with the president over the fact that this bill is big. It's 1,000 pages of a big bonanza for billionaires. I know that we have been accused of characterizing this as a bonanza for billionaires, and the numbers will bear that out. I know, Madam Chair, you're fond of fact-checking stuff, so I hope that you will do that on behalf of the American public when it comes to talking about how those folks under $100,000 are going to experience such a great growth in wealth and income. You know, you've heard a lot about work requirements and how that's going to generate all these savings. You heard about how these lazy little boys that are in the basement playing video games and saying to mom, you bring down some more potato chips, are going to, that's going to cost $800 billion in savings. How many of these boys do we have? Are there that many video games? I would have to ask. You know, we're talking about how we're just going to rout out waste, feud, fraud, and abuse, and that's somehow going to generate over $1 trillion in savings. I'm asking you, you know, even those of you who are not that good in math, to try to figure this out with me. You know, let's begin the analysis of this bill, not with all the numbers that we're all going to be throwing around here this morning, but let's just begin this analysis with a moral question. Should children go hungry or be left to suffer or die from treatable diseases? And if your answer to that, anybody, if your answer is no, then just sort of reason backwards from that precipice and see if the justification of this bill sort of unravels. You know, I'm so happy to be the last person to speak on this panel because we have heard from our colleagues and on other committees about the harms that this bill is going to do to millions and millions of our constituents, fellow Americans. We're going to cut $230 billion out of SNAP. We're going to kick 13.7 million people off their health insurance. We're going to trigger $500 billion in cuts from Medicare, those of us who are protecting seniors here on this panel. We're going to reduce educational opportunity for American children who are least able. There are kids who just might not be chosen. I was one of those kids. I wasn't chosen, and I didn't have any choice. And this is who we're going to take money from. We're sitting here bragging about so-called savings. And what are we going to do with these savings? What are we going to do with the savings? Are we going to take these savings and reduce our debt? Nope, we're not going to do that. These tax cuts are so massive that we don't have enough kids to starve. We don't have enough people to deny health care. So we're just going to ask Americans to finance tax cuts for billionaires on the national debt, on the credit card. I just paid off a credit card. I mean, I was so relieved. It was the first night's sleep I had in a long time. And we have people here. I know my good friend, the chairman of our committee, does not like debt. Well, he used to not like debt, but he kind of likes debt today. The JCT scored this bill at $3.8 trillion, $3.8 trillion. But that's not even the real score. Why not? Because of all the budget gimmicks in there. You know, they've got all kind of budget tricks in this billionaire bonanza bill, like cutting the budget window after 9 years and making dozens of provisions that benefit regular Americans temporary to get them through the 2026 cycle, to get them through President Trump's tenure as president, assuming that he won't get a third term. Otherwise, he's gonna have to do something else. But that being the case, I mean, it is so cynical to tell people we're gonna give these to you. We're gonna have permanent tax cuts for wealthy people, but we're gonna make this temporary, just long enough to trick you into believing that it helps. So, what is the cost of this bill after we strip away all the gimmicks? It's going to be, not including the interest on the debt, it's going to be at least $5 trillion. So, my twist on Mark Twain's statement, there are lies, damn lies, and then there's trickle-down economics. You know what? We've heard, at least, I'm 74 years old, and I swear to God, I can remember when the talk of the trickle started. And it hasn't trickled yet. And this bill is not going to start the trickle. The so-called fiscal hawks will try to make you believe that this country club urban legend that tax cuts pay for themselves. It has never worked. But it just has not stopped the talking point. That's what it is. And they claim that this bill will generate $2.6 trillion of revenue from economic growth. There is not one. Produce them. Fact check this, Madam Chair. Where is the economist who will back up those numbers? Where they at? They ain't here. Deficits aside, this bill is ugly, as we say, because it is ultimately a betrayal of the contract that we have made with the American people, and especially to our babies and to our working people. You know, it's a union hall, you know, working man's bill, but it is all for the millionaires and billionaires. The so-called no tax on tips. That's a distraction from the windfall that they're giving to the richest people in the country. Let's just put the facts out. Let's talk some numbers. I've been just hollering and hooping. Let's put some numbers out. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make over $1 million per year on average get a tax cut of $81,500 under this bill. Fact check this, Madam Chair. People who make under $50,000 per year on average get a tax cut of $265. That means a person who makes over $1 million per year on average gets 310 times what a person making under $50,000 gets. Now, this notion that if we don't pass this one big, beautiful bill, that taxes are going to go up for everybody. This is a choice. Tax breaks for billionaires and millionaires is not tethered to our doing something for regular people. Y'all chose to do that. It's perfectly possible to draft tax legislation in a way that doesn't provide the most fortunate among us with a windfall. But y'all chose to do it. Now, in the Ways and Means markup, we stayed up all night, and I do empathize with you, Madam Chair, for having to stay up all night, because we stayed up all night. And I see some of my colleagues are still here, staying up all night again. We offered 33 amendments, 33, to keep the wealthiest from getting the benefit, most of the benefit from this tax cut. So we suggested that, you know, there shouldn't be any tax cuts for individuals making over $400,000 a year. Republicans voted no. We suggested that, you know, if they make $10 million, we shouldn't give them a tax cut. Republicans voted no. We said, how about $100 million? Republicans voted no. We said $1 billion. They voted no. You know how they voted. No one was just too rich for this tax cut in the worldview of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Ways and Means Committee. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, the JCT numbers show that this bill is even worse for people on the bottom rung. By 2029, according to JCT numbers, after the temporary tax cuts for people making under $30,000 for a year on an aggregate, they're gonna, as a group, they're gonna be paying $5 billion more in taxes. That's a big tax cut, Madam Chair. Fact check that. Now, imagine that, Madam Chair. There's so many ugly things in this bill, in this 1,000 pages of this big, beautiful bill. My 5 minutes could not possibly do them justice. Making it easier. I couldn't believe it when I saw this, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. I couldn't believe it when they proposed to take away the taxes on silencers for guns. What, Madam Chair, why? There's a $200 tax on buying silencers for guns. And then we're going to kick 2 million children off the child tax credit. You know, they brag about doubling the child tax credit, but Madam Chair, the poorest, the neediest, the most vulnerable children get nothing, unless their parents earn money. You know, and what I say is that, why don't we just make the kids go to work? Just cut to the chase. Tell kids, y'all got to start working. Maybe cut some of them school hours and go work as the shampoo girl so that your mama can get money to do what we know did. We cut poverty in half when we expanded the child tax credit to include the poorest, the 17 million kids that this bill doesn't cover. So at the end of the day, the main thing, let's keep the main thing, that this legislation before us will make Americans more in debt, will make them hungrier, will make them sicker, will make them more ignorant. They'll be falling behind other nations, will be upending national security, all to lavish more and more and more and more on the luckiest and wealthiest among us. And Madam Chair, I just want to point out to y'all, full disclosure, I'm woke, and I yield back.
Well, Ms. Moore, I think that applause indicates a performance having been brought to the Rules Committee this morning. I do have a lot of fact checks, but as I've done a couple of times this morning, I am going to resist. But
I'm sure you will.
But I'm going to wind up entering some things into the record that were said about the TCJA when it was passed, to show that the same kinds of things are being said now, and they're wrong, and they're going to be proven wrong, just like the things said in 2017.
Madam Chair, can I just make an intervention? We're not talking about the 2017 tax cut and I wasn't here then. This is the bill that I have gone through, and what I have said, you can fact check what I said, and people are going to be hungry and losing health care. Let's talk about this bill. I don't want to talk about that bill because
well,
I
let
wasn't
me
there.
talk about this bill.
Okay, talk about it, man.
Chairman Smith.
You the chair. You can do whatever you want.
Chairman Smith, Our friends on the other side of the aisle continue to assert that the extension of the 2017 tax cuts places an additional burden on our working class families and benefits only billionaires and special interests. However, isn't it true that President Trump's tax cuts increased American families' income and were a boon to the working class, and that the bottom 20% of earners saw their federal tax rate fall to its lowest level in 40 years, while the top 10% of earners now pay over 75% of all income taxes? And as a result of the Trump tax cuts, the 1% paid more income taxes than ever before. Can you check my facts?
Your facts are 100% accurate. I think it's important to note, Chair Fox, if you listen to the counterparts that you just heard, if you use their statements, it actually proves that our tax bill is cutting taxes for working class. My good friend from the Ways and Means Committee said that in 2029, $5 billion in tax increases on people because of the expiring provisions. In order to those to be increased, that means they had to be cut. And that's what we're doing here. We are cutting $5 billion for those tipped employees, those Uber drivers, those linemen who work overtime. And it's for 4 years. I hope it's much longer, but you know what? Don't say that it's increasing $5 billion, but you're not giving us credit for the $5 billion tax cut that we're doing right now. And I also want to point out, Chair Fox, back in 2017, in those Trump tax cuts, the 17 million children that Ms. Moore was talking about that are being left behind, yeah, they're going to be left behind by the Democrats when they vote no on this bill, because that would mean a refundability would go from $1,700 to $1,000. So every one of those 17 million children would lose $700 pulled out because the Democrats voted no.
So in effect, the shares of those who foot the tax burden got more progressive in the 2017 bill, and will get that way, and will be that way again with this bill. Correct.
That's correct.
And last, despite all of the rhetoric, and I have to tell you, it really qualifies as rhetoric. Again, performance, I think, is a better term for it. The Democrats could have raised the tax income bracket when they were in control and passed their reconciliation efforts, because the tax cut expiration was in the 10-year window. Isn't that correct?
It's absolutely correct.
And they failed to do so. Again, they have a credibility problem here. We hear all the time from Democrats about what we're doing, but never taking responsibility for what they could have done when they had the majority in House and Senate as recently as 6 months, and the presidency as recently as 6 months ago, correct? Excuse me, they didn't have the
6 months
majority in
ago,
the House.
they didn't have the
But
majority in the House.
3 years ago, excuse me, 2.5 years ago, they had that majority.
They absolutely had all three branches of government 2.5
Right.
years.
They had all three branches of government, and they could have done that then, but they did not. Thank you again, Chairman Smith. Mr. McGovern, I'm recognizing you.
Oh, okay. So first of all, let's be clear. I think Democrats are willing to work with Republicans on helping middle-class families with tax relief, and helping those in the lower income brackets get into the middle class. That's never been a question. We don't have any problem with that. Happy to work with you on something like that. But we're talking about this reconciliation bill, and CBO just did an analysis, which basically, and I said this earlier, I'll repeat it again, it shows how your bill would impact the bottom 10%, and the top 10%. And as you see on this graph here, the bottom 10% are going to be worse off, and the top 10% are going to be much better off. And one of the reasons why is because in this beautiful bill that you think is so beautiful, there are cuts to SNAP that amount to $230 billion, cuts to Medicaid that amount to $880 billion. And so basically, I mean, I'm trying to put this politely, but middle-class families, those struggling to get a middle class, are going to be screwed, right, if this becomes law. And we went over this earlier, with the latest version of this bill, the top 0.1% stands to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day. People who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined. On average, these millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year. For those earning less than $50,000, as Ms. Moore pointed out, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1 a day. So that is what our problem is with your reconciliation bill. The people that we think that we get elected to try to fight for are going to be hurt the most in this reconciliation bill. And let me also just say, I mean, I kind of hope that we would get to a point where Democrats and Republicans and liberals and conservatives would all agree on some fundamental basic principles. One is that, everybody should have health care. Two is that nobody should go hungry in this country. I mean, we live in the richest country in the history of the world. We have 46 million Americans who are food insecure, are hungry. I don't know about you, I'm ashamed of that. And as I said, because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee during the debate, is that hunger is a political condition. We have the money to end hunger. We have the infrastructure. We know what to do. We lack the political will. We have the political will to give billionaires tax cuts, but we don't have the political will to end hunger in this country. In fact, what is particularly galling is that this bill takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most. I said this in the Agriculture Committee. You guys make Marie Antoinette look down to earth. I mean, this is like crazy. I can't believe that you're doing this. I mean, again, as someone who's on the Ag Committee, and the chairman heard me and the ranking member heard me speak at length about this, but I find it unconscionable. I find it unconscionable and immoral that we're here debating a bill that's will take food away from kids. I mean, this bill will do that. All the denials won't change the fact that this bill will hurt these people. It will take food off the table of families of 7, 8, 9-year-old kids in your communities. It'll mean more kids go to school hungry. More kids get kicked off their free school meals. More kids will suffer chronic illnesses because they don't have access to good nutrition. By the way, there's a cost to being indifferent about those who are food insecure in this country. And because of this bill, more and more people are not going to go without health care. They're going to go without food. And for most of last week's hearing in the Ag Committee, and, most Republicans, this is the thing that really bothers me, most Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't even bother to show up during the debate. I mean, I made a comment, I think that almost got my words taken down. I said, look, I mean, we're all arguing about work requirements for people who are poor. How about some work requirements for members of Congress that should show up to these committee hearings and pay attention to the witnesses and offer amendments and to actually be engaged? I mean, most of them came in for 5 minutes and then left. Well, guess what? I sat there for virtually all of the 13 hours. I heard firsthand how much this bill is going to screw over kids and seniors and working families and so many other people who voted for Republicans and who I think now are going to feel betrayed by Republicans. They're going to lose their food assistance. Now, I don't know why so many people didn't show up, but I think it's because many of you know how deeply unpopular what you're trying to do here is among the American people. And since you guys don't want to talk about it, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. Your bill cuts SNAP a program that provides kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities with, on average, of about $2 per meal to afford food. You're going to cut it by over $313 billion. You know, when the chairman of the Budget Committee was here a month and a half ago, advocating these cuts in food assistance, I asked him a simple question. I said, what is the average SNAP benefit? He had no idea. He had no idea. He didn't know it was $2 per person per meal or $6 a day. And yet was advocating these huge cuts. But that means you're cutting 1/3 of the entire program. That is the biggest cut in history. And, you know, your bill takes food away from families with kids if their single parent is struggling to find a job or can't access childcare. Your bill forces older adults up to age 65, many who have limited educations and dismal job prospects, off of benefits in 3 months. I mean, who's hiring a 64-year-old who was recently laid off? I mean, do you really think that you can change careers at 64? It's not easy. Some people can. It's not easy. Your bill prevents future increases to benefit calculations, meaning families will have less money for food in the future as costs rise. I mean, really, this is $2 per person per meal. That's what it is. And your bill threatens food benefits for 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities by shifting the cost of benefits onto states whose budgets cannot support the hundreds of millions of dollars that have to put up every year to maintain benefits for these individuals. Chairman Thompson, I want to ask you a pretty simple question. This bill, the bill that you wrote, takes benefits away from families with kids as young as 7 years old if their parent loses a job and cannot find another job. So let's say you're a single dad with a college degree, you live in a small rural town, there may not be a lot of jobs available, you have a college degree, but millions of single dads in this country are in this position. But let's say you get laid off from your job with no notice, no warning. And let's say it's March. So you now got 90 days to get a new job or you lose your portion of the SNAP benefits, which means less food in the fridge for you and your family. So yes or no, Mr. Chairman, do you think it's right for the government to punish those kids because mom or dad can't get a job, locked down in 90 days? And let me just also add, the majority of able-bodied people who are on the benefit actually work. They actually work. They earn so little, they need the benefit. But I asked the question, I mean, do you think that that is an okay thing to have happen?
Well, Mr. McGovern, being on the Agriculture Committee as long as you have, I think I really felt like you'd have a great grasp on the entirety of the nutrition title of the Farm Bill. States have had and will have waivers in those situations so that that they can exercise. When you got a single parent, like you said, there's not two parents there. Obviously, there's provisions if there are two parents, one parent would apply, the other parent it would not apply to in terms of any kind of work, volunteer, or education opportunities, which we pay for. And there was also, I mean, there's a deduction from SNAP income for SNAP eligibility for uncapped amount of childcare expenses, which includes childcare. And then we have federal government also funds subsidized childcare through the Child Care and Development Block Grant, not to mention the Child Tax Credit and the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. So absolutely, there should not be a loss of access to supplemental nutrition. I know that one of the things we talked about was CBO made the comment about 3 million people, I believe, that were coming off of SNAP. Well, those are individuals who choose not, they choose not to engage in work, volunteer time, or education, or a big part of that and you're right, it's not half though, yet at the most it's 27% of folks on SNAP are working. But some of those folks are coming off because they've worked their way off, which is the American dream. They no longer are living in poverty.
I'm going to yield to, that's kind of a word salad, but the bottom line is if that single parent can't find a
I've heard
job,
word salad.
they
That's
lose
not
their
it.
benefits. It's that simple. I mean, they lose their benefits. And by the way, we have a childcare crisis in this country too. I don't know whether Ranking Member Craig wants to add anything.
No, I would just add that one of the most egregious parts of this bill is changing that scenario where that single dad, when their child turns 7, then would have work requirements. And again, childcare crisis in our country. And, add on top of that, that if you're married, actually, only one of you has work requirements. So, it's crazy. You can stay home and still be eligible for the benefit if you're married and your spouse goes to work. But if you're a single mom or a single dad, the new dependent age for someone is 7 years old.
And by the way, the vast majority of people in this country who are on SNAP are kids. They're seniors and they're people with disabilities. You know, and veterans as well. In your home state, Mr. Chairman Thompson of Pennsylvania, they'll be under this bill. They're going to be on the hook for over $1 billion in benefits alone if this bill is acted. So what if Pennsylvania or any other state can't meet that cost? I know you think they can, but what if they can't? I mean, I think the governor of your state says the bill will make groceries more expensive, close down local grocery stores, and force kids to go hungry. But I want to just say, this state cost share that you all talk about, saying that we're not going to cut benefits. Well, like again, if Pennsylvania had to absorb $1 billion, that's a lot for a state budget. What if they can't do it? Then did they then do benefit cuts?
Well, I actually reject your premise of your question that states will refuse to cover 5% of a supplemental nutrition assistance program, given that they have 2 years to adjust their state budgets. SNAP, as you know, is the only state-administered entitlement benefit that is fully funded by the federal government. And states are already paying anywhere from 25 to 50% of the cost of Medicaid benefits in their states. States are fully capable of paying for SNAP, and every single state has achieved an error rate below 6% in the last 10 years, which would bring them down to that base cost share. And that really, time has come to impose clear incentives for states to improve their services to SNAP participants and control costs. And the only way for that to occur is for them to have some level of skin in the game on benefit expenditures.
Well, as you know, it's not just 5%, it could go up to 25%, and for some states. But let me switch to Ranking Member Craig so we get, get some different perspectives here. Ranking Member, what will states do if they can't meet the absurd new scam set up by Republicans in this bill?
We all know that they're going to cut the benefit. It's just that plain and simple. And look, the way that this bill takes the error rate right now, if it's $56 or less, the state does not count that, whether it's an underpayment or an overpayment. But like under this, everybody's error rate is going up. And I'm sorry that the chairwoman left, because 19% of her households in her district are benefiting from the SNAP program today. And the cost in that state is going to be just exorbitant.
So isn't this just a backdoor way to take food assistance away from people without having to get your fingerprints on it?
Well, it's shifting the blame for taking away the benefit. So this body is trying to shift the blame to states. 23 governors wrote to us to say, we cannot afford this. We cannot pay for this.
And in fact, Ranking Member, is there anything in this bill that prevents a state from cutting benefits for kids?
There's absolutely nothing in this bill.
So this bill could lead to kids, seniors, veterans, and Americans with disabilities from being cut off of food assistance or seeing their benefits reduced.
This bill will lead to benefit loss to millions of Americans.
Now, Chairman Thompson, even if you disagree with everything that we just said, would you support amendments?
And that's a pretty accurate statement,
Yeah,
Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you.
Yeah, but would you support amendments that simply say the SNAP provisions in this bill cannot go into effect unless no child, no veteran, and no one living in a rural community will have their food benefits cut under this bill? I mean, we tried to offer that in committee because there's great concern.
Well, Mr. Ranking Member, I don't see it necessary, given the depth and the width of the nutrition title. What we're putting forward can't be taken in a silo. You have to look the entirety of how the nutrition program works. And I don't believe, actually, I believe that we're going to be empowering more children to have a better future. And there may be parents out there that will choose not to engage in work requirements that, by the way, we've had since the 1970s.
Right,
This is
but
not something new.
Not with kids at seven and 8-year-old,
If you
9-year-old.
go back and you look at the general work requirements, it's age 6. We move it to 7
and I don't
with
know-
this bill.
And I don't know how I don't know how we provide children a better future by providing them less food and nutrition, as they're growing up. I mean,
I don't know how we guarantee a better future if we do everything we can to keep children stuck in intergenerational poverty.
well, first of all, a lot of people who are on SNAP, who have been on SNAP have gone on to be very successful people. This kind of
Because work-
stigmatization that
a
if
lot
you're
of
on
that's 'cause
SNAP,
work
that
requirements work.
that somehow you're going to always be stuck in poverty is just not the reality. I'll go to Ms. Craig and then to Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offended by your last statement. My own mother was a single mom who was going to school at night to get her teaching degree for 9 years to become a teacher. Yep, she did it. But under the scenario we just outlined, my mom would no longer be eligible for benefits once I turned 7 years old because my mom is going to school, not able to work during 80 hours a month. That is the truth, and you know it. And look, 11 million people, according to the Center on Budget and Policy, including 4 million children, live in households that would be at risk of losing these benefits if this bill passes.
Well, and if I can, and just say, you read the bill, it's an average of 80 hours a month. That's 20 hours a week. Doesn't have to be 20 hours. It just has to be an average of 80 over a month. And it is work. And like the ranking member said, approximately 27% of SNAP recipients are working today already, but they're living in poverty. But it can be volunteer work, but it also, your mom would qualify because she was actually getting education, and that is a qualifier for
Not 80
receiving
hours a
SNAP
week,
benefits.
not 80 hours a
Right.
month.
And let me just, we throw around these numbers, 13 million people to lose their health care, 5 million people to lose their food assistance benefits. And I worry sometimes that there are people in this chamber, who look at those numbers and kind of view them as statistics, and fail to appreciate kind of the human element behind them. One of the things that I've learned in this job is that people's lives are complicated, and one glove doesn't fit all. And as much as we want to, say that this should apply to everybody, or this should apply to everybody, and it is complicated. And my experience, especially with a lot of single parents raising kids, they want to be good parents because that's the best thing they can do to make sure their kids have a bright future. And to have to add on to that now, if I don't meet this new requirement, I will lose my SNAP benefit, and there'll be less food in the house. I just I don't understand why this is something that my Republican friends feel that they have to do. But I mean, Ms. Moore.
Mr. Ranking Member, we can also say, I mean, that has been a quandary of certain folks in certain situations. You're right. It's complex. People have very different lives.
What happens if
And that's-
childcare is
and
not
that
available?
And that is why the state
What happens if
has
there's no
and will
transportation?
retain flexibility with waivers to be able to meet those individual needs. We just need to make sure that the states administer their programs according to the intent of
Well,
Congress.
lots of luck with that. And I would just again say, I mean, I think a better way to do it is to not make these cuts and maybe not give tax breaks to billionaires. But Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate this vigorous discussion. As a co-chair of the bipartisan foster youth program here in Congress, I can tell you that leaving a 7-year-old at home while the parent goes to work, there's a name for that. It's called child abuse and neglect. That will get you a case. And I know people who have had their children removed from their homes for that very reason. They were at work, couldn't afford childcare, and left their child at home. Let me just say this. As a survivor of childhood sexual assault, I guarantee you that Chester the molester is going to know that your child is at home on a regular basis while you're out working to meet these work requirements. And they will find an opportunity to pretend that your mom told them to come by, or you've seen them, or come on, go to the store with me. And if you're 7 years old, you're vulnerable. I can tell you that if the house catches on fire while that 7-year-old is in the house because they tried to make themselves some chicken nuggets and turn the stove on, that is going to be a little bit of problem. I also want to mention another thing about this 80 hours. I think this 80 hours is very interesting. I remember my daughter once working for a daycare center. And I mean, the minute she hit that 19th hour, no matter how busy they were, they sent her home.
Right.
Because they didn't want to incur payroll tax charges. There's employers make decisions that low-wage people, low-income people, people that you're targeting, don't have any choice about it. You're working in a fast food restaurant, they're not going to let you work 40 hours a week, so they have to pay workman's comp. They're not going to let you work 20 hours a week in order to do it. They're dumb if they do. Because they don't, the whole point is to have people churning in and out. So I don't want to, this is, I so appreciate my colleagues here from the Ag Committee that have greater information about this particular part of the bill, but I just could not let it pass without talking, so if you want to change anything, this 7-year-old at home alone, it's a name for it. Child abuse and neglect. Thank you. You're back.
I just want to ask a few quick questions to Chairman Smith. Chairman Smith, you keep saying that if we don't pass this beautiful bill, it will result in the biggest tax increase in history. Well, as I see it, that's your fault. And why? Because when you passed your tax bill in 2017, you made the corporate tax cuts permanent, but you made the tax cuts for middle class temporary. So when those cuts expire, and the rates go up on hardworking Americans, is because you drafted your bill. That's why you drafted your bill. I mean, another thing, you keep touting no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Setting aside that under this bill, parts of tips and overtime are still taxed, just like in 2017, you drafted those tax cuts as only being temporary, they expire. So if these are an important centerpiece to help working class Americans, why are you making them expire? Why are those tax cuts temporary?
So the bill that we passed in 2017 out of the House made everything permanent. It was the other side of the building that put the expirations in. But the bill that I drafted, Mr. McGovern, and that I was part of the Ways and Means Committee made everything permanent. And the good thing about it is this one big, beautiful bill before you will make all those expiring provisions permanent.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think the child tax credit should go down in 2029?
You're talking about 2029.
Yeah, no,
That is
yeah.
the enhanced boost that we're doing, which is $500 more for the child tax credit.
But you think it should expire in 2029?
I would love for it to go longer, but I would love for Democrats to work with us to try to make sure we have permanent tax policy.
Do you think the standard deduction should fall in 2029?
Absolutely not. That's why I think Democrats would want to work with us to make sure that we continue to provide tax relief for working families.
Do you think taxes should go up on senior citizens in 2029?
That's why I hope Democrats will work with us to make sure that we're providing tax relief for seniors.
Do you think people should have to pay taxes on their tips in 2029?
That's why you'll vote with me to make sure that it doesn't happen, right, Mr. McGovern?
And do you think that people should have to pay tax on their overtime in 2029?
That's why we're eliminating it in this bill,
Yeah.
and that's why you're voting against it.
No, I mean, I'm voting against it because I don't like the taxes for billionaires and the cuts in healthcare and the egregious
But no
cuts in
tax
food
for
and food
overtime is
benefits.
in this bill,
But
and you'll be voting no.
I mean, and as I said at the beginning, I mean, we're more than willing to work with you on tax cuts and tax relief for those in the middle and for those vulnerable populations. But it just seems that all these provisions that seem to benefit the people who are most well off and well connected don't have to worry about that, but all this other stuff we do. So I'll just close with this. I think this is an awful bill. And I understand why we began meeting at 1 a.m. to talk about this, because I think my Republican friends don't want people to know about it. The idea of people losing health care benefits, and the idea of billionaires getting tax cuts, and people losing their food benefits, I said this in the Ag Committee. I said that there's a special place in hell for people who take food away from hungry people. And I feel very, very strongly about this. I'm angry that this is the path that you have chosen to go down, and we're going to fight like hell on the House floor. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back now. Recognize Ms. Fishbach for her time of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can tell who got a full night's sleep. So that just kind of shows. But first, I want to start out by thanking Chairman Thompson for all of your work on your portion of the bill. I know you've been working a long time, and you have not only the America's farmers in concern, that you're concerned with them and you're working towards them, but also the people that are affected by the bill. So I appreciate your work. And Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Walberg, appreciate what you've done. I mean, you have done wonderful things, and I know that you've been working on it for months and months and months, went through your committee, and we've all been working on those things over a great span of time. And Mr. Smith, Chairman Smith, excuse me, I have to say, I thank you for your work on Ways and Means, and I was honored to work with you on that. We've been working well over a year, working through all of these provisions and making sure that we are addressing the issues that we need to keep the economy going, to offer tax breaks to the middle income, and all of those things that we did. And you mentioned some of the provisions, or a lot of the provisions that were, and we've discussed a few of them that are in the bill. And I wanted to get just a little more specific, because some, as we were talking about, we need to talk about people, we need to talk about what's going on. And we heard about how important 199 over the year that we worked. And I'm sure everybody has heard from their constituents. We heard about how important the 199A 20% deduction is, and we were able to increase that to 23%. I'll just tell you, in my district, that affects 55,000 small businesses and family farms. And you know what? I don't think they're billionaires. I mean, if I have 55,000 billionaires in my district, that's incredible. I would like to meet them. And just to put it into perspective, in Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 60,000 small businesses that would be hit with a 43.4% tax rate if this bill isn't put in place. In Mr. Negus's district, it's over 110,000 small businesses that are affected by 199A. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, it is over 41,000 small businesses. And in Mr. McGovern's, it is 67,000 small businesses that are affected. And these are not billionaires. They're not billionaires. These are small businesses, the backbone of our communities. And that's why that's so important. This bill does invest in tax relief for workers, families, farmers, rural communities in a way that we haven't seen before. This is incredible. And if we talk about the child tax credit, we talk about the enhanced child tax credit. In my district, 75,000 families are affected by that provision. In Ms. Scanlon's district, there are 83,000 families that are affected by that. Mr. Negus's district, 73,000 families that are affected by the child tax credit. In Ms. Ledger Fernandez's district, 75,000. And in Mr. McGovern, almost 100,000. And all of those people would see their child tax credit cut in half without this bill. These are regular people, regular middle income people that will be affected if we do not take to heart those provisions and pass this bill. This is about making sure that people have what they need and the middle income are there and supported. And I also just wanted to say, we've made some mention about the length of time and that these provisions haven't been made permanent. And just as a side note, just to throw it out, when Democrats in 2022 passed the Inflation Reduction Act, they only extended the enhanced premium tax credits through 2025. Was there an election in 2024? Yeah, because I think that was the implication, that we had somehow done it because of an election. But instead, what was prioritized in that bill was wealthy individuals trying to buy electric vehicles. So that was the difference. This bill actually helps the middle income and not to just do that. But I did want to just really focus a little bit, and I want Mr. Chairman Smith, you know, we've talked a lot about the families and the middle income, but I did want to circle back and just talk a little bit about the provision that we put for seniors, that we created for seniors. So if you could talk just a little bit about that.
Absolutely. First off, I just want to hit on this bill affects 40 million children with the child tax credit. So every congressional district is drastically affected. In regards to the tax relief for seniors, this is currently in the tax code. A senior 65 years old and older gets to deduct about $1,900 from their standard deduction. They can get the standard deduction if they're single, $15,000, and then that senior deduction is an added tax savings for them. What we did, we actually increased it $4,000. So now they'll be able to deduct almost $6,000 of that standard deduction, and that is equivalent. That is the equivalent of a person who makes $75,000 or less a year not owing any on Social Security, any taxes on Social Security.
And Chairman Smith, I just have to ask so we can make sure that everybody understands. Are those billionaires?
If someone makes less than $75,000 a year, they're definitely not billionaires.
Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I hear that a lot, that we are just, you know, benefiting billionaires, and it's absolutely not true. The American people are positively affected by this bill, the average middle income family, and I thank you for putting it together, and I thank the chair for all of the input for this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Scanlon for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to our witnesses. Thank you for joining us here. You can thank the speaker for scheduling the early morning wake-up call for everyone. For some reason, I keep thinking of a song, There's Got to Be a Morning After. It was from a disaster film, which may be an appropriate analogy here, because we all know that you don't schedule a 1 a.m. hearing unless you have a disaster of a bill that you want to hide from the public. And we don't have to look far to see why they want to hide this bill. It's an all-out assault on the American social contract. They're trying to sell it as some kind of economic growth plan. Thank you, trickle-down fictions again. But if you look past the press releases, what you find is a Frankenstein monster of a bill that kicks people off their health care, cuts nutrition assistance for working families, guts clean energy investments, and hands out trillions of dollars in tax breaks to the wealthiest people of the country. And as we learned from a CBO report overnight, it's going to cut $500 billion from Medicare in addition to the cuts to Medicaid, and impose or initiate a wealth transfer from the 10% of folks in this country who have the lowest income to the 10% that have the highest. So not saying that there aren't lots of tax cuts in here, but it's at whose expense, I think, is the question. If Ms. Fishbach wants to have a conversation about tax cut for small businesses, we would love to have that conversation, but it was never brought up for discussion with the entirety of Congress. What we have seen, and in my district, maybe it's not the same thing in her district, but we've seen that tens of thousands of people will lose their health insurance, tens of thousands of families will lose SNAP benefits, and that's just unacceptable. Let's start with the cuts to food assistance. At a time when food prices are high and getting higher because of tariffs, when wages haven't kept up with the cost of living, when families are still recovering from the financial strain of the pandemic, this bill takes a sledgehammer to SNAP. We're talking about a program that helps feed nearly 42 million Americans, 1 in 4 children in this country, one of the most effective anti-poverty programs that we have. It lifts millions out of poverty every year, and it does so with efficiency and dignity. At a certain level, it even provides a form of corporate welfare so that big businesses don't have to pay their workers a living wage. But Republicans aren't satisfied with that. Instead of working to expand access to food, this bill imposes more paperwork requirements, shortens eligibility windows, and slashes benefits. Republicans are claiming this will promote work, but the overwhelming body of evidence shows that their work requirements don't actually increase employment. They just make it harder for people to eat.
You can't work if you're hungry. You can't hold down a job if you can't afford to feed your kids. Kids can't succeed in school if they're hungry. And no one can pull themselves up by their bootstraps if they're stuck in a hole that Congress has already dug for them. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the SNAP cuts in this bill could result in nearly 2 million people losing access to food assistance. That's 2 million seniors, veterans, people with disabilities, single moms being told by the government of the richest nation on earth, sorry, you're on your own. And to what end? So that Republicans can claim to save a few $1 billion at the same time that they're extending the Trump tax cuts for the top 1%, a move that is going to cost this country over $3 trillion over the next decade. So let's be crystal clear. The trade-off that Republicans are proposing in this bill is not between cutting waste and boosting growth. It's between feeding children and giving billionaires another yacht. And speaking of tax cut, let's talk about what the bill does on that front, because it's breathtaking in its recklessness. It locks in place the worst parts of the 2017 Trump tax law. It extends tax breaks for corporations, slashes taxes for people at the very top, and opens up new loopholes for the ultra-wealthy to exploit. According to the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Tax Policy Center, more than half the benefits from these tax provisions go to the top 1%. Meanwhile, middle-class families will see little to no benefits, and millions of them will actually see their taxes go up because the cost of the Trump tariffs are greater than the tax cut they're going to receive. So this bill was going to increase the already obscene inequality in our tax code and do so at a moment when the ultra-wealthy are already paying a lower effective tax rate than working-class Americans. If you want to talk about fairness and rewarding work, maybe we should start by asking why a billionaire hedge fund manager pays a lower effective tax rate than a firefighter, a nurse, a plumber, or a school teacher. This isn't tax reform, it's tax rigging. It's trickle-down economics with a fresh coat of paint. And like every other time this theory has been tried, it's going to end in disaster. We already have a preview of what's coming because the fiscal impact of this bill is a 5-alarm fire. The bill's projected to add more than $3 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years, and that's not coming from liberal think tanks. It's coming from conservative think tanks and former Republican budget officials. And that's a baseline estimate. That's before the creative accounting and gimmicks get stripped away. Once you dig into the details, factor in the full cost of the tax cut extensions, the impact of the new tariffs, and the backloaded nature of the spending cuts, the real number could be much higher. And that's before we even see what's going to be in the amendment that nobody's seen yet to this bill before it hits the floor. So Republicans are saying, don't worry, tax cuts will pay for themselves, but we've heard this song before. They said the same thing in 2001. They said it again in 2003. They definitely said it in 2017. And in every single case, the result was the same: bigger deficits, slower growth, and greater income inequality. There's no serious economist, none, who believes that extending the tax cuts will magically balance the budget. And we know that Moody's just downgraded our credit rating in part because they know these tax cuts will balloon the deficit and make our fiscal situation even worse. How do the Republicans propose to deal with that deficit? Not by rolling back the tax cuts, not by asking the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share, but by cutting healthcare, slashing food assistance, and gutting the programs that ordinary Americans rely on every day. So looking at the healthcare cuts, because they're among the most devastating parts of this bill, if this bill becomes law, nearly 14 million people lose their health coverage. 14 million, millions of low-income Americans who rely on Medicaid for doctor's visits, prescription drugs, life-saving treatments. That includes working families who use the Affordable Care Act to buy coverage on the marketplace. It includes cancer patients, people with disabilities and chronic illnesses, and seniors in nursing homes. We're hearing from all of our nursing homes about how devastating these cuts will be. This bill rolls back Medicaid expansion, slashes subsidies for ACA coverage, and imposes harsh new work requirements that will lead to coverage losses without increasing employment. And we know this because the data is overwhelming. When Arkansas imposed similar Medicaid work requirements a few years ago, more than 18,000 people lost coverage, and there was no measurable increase in employment. That's because most Medicaid recipients are already working or they're caring for a child, or they have a disability, or they're in school. So the work requirements are just so-called work requirements. They're actually paperwork requirements. They'll kick people off Medicaid, not because they aren't eligible, but because they have to jump through more hoops to prove it. And it's not about promoting work, it's about punishing poverty and making life harder for people who are already struggling. Just like with SNAP, the savings from these healthcare cuts are pennies compared to the cost of the tax breaks that Republicans are giving to their wealthy donors. You don't get to call yourself fiscally responsible when you're taking healthcare away from cancer patients so that Elon Musk can get another tax write-off. Congressional Budget Office has been crystal clear. Medicaid work requirements don't increase employment, they just increase the paperwork and the number of people who lose health care. This isn't about work. It's about trying to justify an unjustifiable tax giveaway to the rich. And then we have the clean energy and environmental investments that are being gutted in this bill. At a time when we're seeing record wildfires, catastrophic flooding, skyrocketing insurance premiums due to climate-related disasters, Republicans want to gut the very programs that are helping us fight back. This bill rescinds billions of dollars in clean energy tax credits, slashes funding for renewable energy deployment, blocks support for home energy efficiency that many homeowners in my district have been able to use to upgrade their furnaces and water heaters and reduce their energy costs. And it even goes after investments in climate resilience and environmental justice. So this is just sabotage. These clean energy investments aren't just good for the planet, they're good for our economy. They've created jobs, they've reduced household energy bills, and they keep our air and water clean, and they help our communities, particularly disadvantaged communities, prepare for and respond to climate threats. But because these provisions were passed by Democrats and they help us transition to more sustainable energy sources and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, Republicans are determined to tear them down. And the irony is that a lot of these projects are happening in red states, Texas, Oklahoma, Iowa. They're leading the way in wind and solar development. But this bill is going to pull the rug out from under that progress, all to make a political point. The American people deserve better than this. They deserve a government that works for them, not one that caves to corporate lobbyists, science deniers, and billionaire donors. So just looking at the whole picture, this bill cuts food assistance from working families, kicks millions off their health care, hands trillions in tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans, blows a multi-trillion-dollar hole in the federal deficit, and sabotages our fight against climate change. So it's not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, disgraceful betrayal of the American people. It's a bill that punishes the poor, rewards the rich, and threatens the stability of our economy. And the fact that it's being rushed through the House with no real debate, with new things being exposed about it practically on an hourly basis, no final CBO score, no transparency, no accountability, should alarm everyone here, regardless of party. So obviously, I'm not a fan of the bill. We have to do better. The sun is up. The American people are looking. Ranking Member Craig, this bill includes the most significant cuts to SNAP in decades. Can you explain what this means for working families and children and seniors who rely on SNAP to put food on the table?
Yeah, it's devastating. It is the largest cut in American history to the most successful anti-hunger program in American history. I mean, we're talking about, and let me make sure my Republican colleagues understand this. The nutrition title is a title in the Farm Bill. This absolutely destroys the Farm Bill coalition that we have worked for decades to establish in our country.
One issue that is raising a lot of concern in Pennsylvania, which I represent, as does Mr. Thompson, is that for the first time ever, this bill would require states to start paying a portion of SNAP benefits. What would this kind of cost shift, Ms. Craig, mean for the state's ability to serve their residents?
Well, at the end of the day, every state's going to make its own decision about what they can accomplish here. And the net effect is going to be in many states around this country, they're going to cut the benefit. States already share 50% of the administration cost of this program. That goes to 75%. Most states, including Pennsylvania, are going to be on the hook for 25% of the benefit cost after this bill passes.
I know that our state legislators are already gravely concerned about the reduction in federal benefits coming to the Commonwealth, and this is not giving them any ease. Representative Moore, the majority claims this bill is a middle-class tax cut, but analysis shows that people earning under $50,000 a year would get an average tax cut of less than $1 a day, while the top 1% would get nearly $300,000 a year. Does that sound like a fair or balanced approach to tax policy?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Ms. Scanlon. You are correct that it really increases inequality. And if, for those of us who remember our history, when we went into the Great Depression, it was the biggest inequality we had experienced in American history. And, you know, and this sort of resembles putting us in that direction. This bill is the top 1% get 20% of the benefit in 2027. The top 5% get 40% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit of this bill. Ms. Scanlon, if you'll just indulge me for a moment, I just want to talk a little bit about the quote unquote small business benefit. I noticed that Ms. Fishbach referenced the numbers of small businesses in all of the Democrats' communities that would be affected. And so I just have a real question. Is it or is it ain't a small business? I'm looking at one of the things I think is particularly egregious. One of the most expensive pieces of this big, beautiful bonanza for billionaires. That's the 199A deduction. They claim this for small business, this pass through. And, you know, they wax on about, you know, how important it is. In 2022, that was the year that we were able the JCT was able to find data. In 2022, taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income, all of it qualified business income, in the neighborhood of $200,000 a year. That small business claimed about $6,500, $6,500 on average. Taxpayers claiming the 199A deduction with adjusted gross income in the neighborhood of $10 million. Still, this is small business. They claimed about $520,000 of this deduction on average. In 2022, there were about 800 taxpayers. You know, they're supposed to be, I know, you know, Mr. Smith here is going to tell you that there are limits on how much you can earn in order to qualify for the 199A, but not so much in this bill, nor in 2022. There are about 800 taxpayers with adjusted gross incomes exceeding $100 million that received the 199A deduction and claimed $11 million of the deduction on average. And I mean, I'm not going to be picking on Republicans here in their district. I'll just talk about people in my community in Wisconsin. Dick and Liz Eline in Wisconsin saved over $40 million in taxes in 2018 by claiming this 199A deduction, and they received $115 million. Now, the next question is, oh, well, these are our job creators. And I know I'm being performative, but in 2022, of the 17 million people who claimed the 199A deduction, fact checks this. 84% of these businesses had 0 employees, 0. And so thank you for asking me that question. And yeah, the benefit goes primarily to rich people. And like I said, just in the examples that you've given, the average taxpayer, not talking about business, but individual, is going to receive $265 at least until it expires in 2029.
I appreciate that, and I have a few more questions for you, but I wanted to yield to the chairwoman for a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
I think many people in here have just heard that our colleague here at Conway has just
Oh, no.
so I want to all to stop and say a prayer for his family. Please take some time.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Madam Chair.
everybody, and Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for doing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's absolutely the right thing to do. You're
Appreciate
recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
I appreciate that. Certainly a valued colleague, and this is quite a loss. Representative Moore, we had just talked about the fact that the top 1% or top 0.1% are going to get a $300,000 per year tax break, which is almost 4 times the median household income in my district. So the fact that the very top would not only not pay their fair share, but this kind of break, what do those kind of trade-offs say about the values and priorities in this legislation?
Ms. Scanlon, it exacerbates the income equality that we have. But more importantly than that, it really, really demonstrates that our values as Americans have sort of gone askew. When you can provide 310 times the benefit for the top than you do for the bottom, you are depriving people of the opportunity to participate in our economy in a meaningful way. And the costs of that are tremendous. And then when you pile on stuff that's not in the Ways and Means jurisdiction, like the cuts to SNAP, the cuts to Medicaid, when you give somebody, it's $265 tax return, how far is that going to go with compensating for their loss of SNAP and Medicaid? There's not one page in here that gives them any child care assistance or anything else. And I just want to point out that, we hear on and on and on, and I know Medicaid is not within our jurisdiction, but Medicare is, parts of Medicare are. And, I'm so sorry, I'm just a little bit upset about Jerry, my friend. But what we're seeing is that as we dismantle healthcare and we dismantle SNAP, we're not just depriving the poorest of the poor. We are dismantling healthcare, period. I mean, rural hospitals are going to close. Urban hospitals are going to close down their maternity wards. Graduate students, I had docs come and say, graduate students, people who graduate from medical school aren't going to be able to have residencies because there didn't be no hospitals. And even if you have the best health insurance, the premier, you're rich, when you have your heart attack, you're not going to make it when you got to drive 35 miles to get to the ER. So when you think that it's just only them lazy boys in the basement that are going to be hurt, you better think twice. You're going to better think twice. When your provider leaves the area because there are too many Medicaid patients, and go somewhere, you know, Scottsdale, Arizona or something, where there are rich people to practice so that they can, and you have no providers at all.
Well, I wanted to pursue that line with Mr. Pallone. In our community, we actually just lost the major healthcare system. It was bought out by a private equity entity and bankrupted. And we have been unable to find anyone to take it over because the Medicaid funding source is so unstable or not sustainable, or these cuts were threatened. So can you talk a little bit about what this is going to mean, these cuts to Medicaid for the entire community?
Well, as you point out, or already been stated, when hospitals and all healthcare institutions depend on some kind of reimbursement, either private insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it is. And if you're a hospital or your nursing home or your community health center, whatever, is highly dependent on Medicaid, which many rural hospitals and institutions are, then they just don't get the reimbursement rate. And now these people are coming to the emergency room and they're going into the uncompensated care because they can't afford to pay the bill. And so what does the hospital do? Well, most states don't have the ability to make up for that. Some don't have much payout, much uncompensated care at all. And so they're, they either close because, now they can't make it, or they try to pass that on to private payers or other government, or other government payment programs. The other alternative is that the quality of care goes down. So in the case of a nursing home, rather than, if they don't close, then, and they get less money, then they just provide less services. One of the things that disturbed me the most in this bill, in the Energy and Commerce, Mark, was that the Republicans take away the nursing home staffing ratio, right? I think they saved $7 or $8 billion by doing that. But what happens then? There's no nurse there at night. There's no nurse, and people die because there's nobody to take care of them. The services go down. I remember years ago in my state, we had terrible nursing home situations, safety, health hazards, nursing homes burned down, people died in the fires in my hometown. I don't want to go back to that. We made a lot of progress, and we certainly don't want to go back to that. But if I could just add, when the gentleman from Wisconsin said that, from the Energy and Commerce perspective, we're not involved with the taxes, and I do think that lower income or even middle income people are going to pay more with this bill in taxes. But that we're concentrating on all these other affordability issues, right? In other words, we spent our time when we were in the majority trying to expand options so people could live and it was more affordable. So expanding Medicaid was an example of that, right? Making, expansion of SNAP, making, having affordable connectivity programs so people could afford, to pay for the internet. LIHEAP, right? All those things are on the chopping block now. Some of them are on the chopping block in this bill with the Medicaid cuts. But, the president is essentially eliminating LIHEAP. The Republicans refuse to renew affordable connectivity. In this bill, they have up to $35 copay that's mandated, so people have to pay more out of pocket. So what are we talking about here? Everything in this bill, and I don't even get into the tax issues now. Everything in this bill that's within our committee makes things less affordable, right? At a time when the president said, oh, when I'm elected, prices are going to go down. Everything's going to become more affordable. It's the opposite is happening. Groceries cost more. Inflation's going up. Everybody's, and this is just aggravating that situation completely. It is the reverse Robin Hood. That's exactly what it is. Take from the poor and give it to the rich. Not just with the taxes, but also with everything else, because all these things are paying for tax breaks primarily for wealthy people and corporate interests.
Well, you've touched on so many issues that are of really paramount concern for my constituents, the LIHEAP cuts. obviously are huge in our northeastern cities where we have cold winters and hot summers. The Medicaid copay, as I understand it, that was something that many of our Republican colleagues were unaware of, the fact that this bill would impose a Medicaid copay. The issues with respect to hospitals, we hear quite a bit about how these Medicaid cuts are going to hurt rural hospitals, but they obviously also hurt our frontline urban hospitals. And we just had an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer this week about how many of our urban hospitals we've lost because they were dependent on Medicaid. So that remains a huge issue. Could you comment at all? As I understand it, there's a provision in this bill that would impact the expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers, which is something we've been trying to work on with the Black maternal health crisis in this country, and the fact that we have women dying at a rate in this country that is 3-4 times the rate of other developed nations. And one of the proven tactics for reducing maternal mortality is to make sure that women have health care coverage for the first year after birth.
I have to mention that Robin Kelly is in the room, who's a member of our committee, and she with the CBC Brain Trust worked very hard on a lot of these maternal mortality issues, because they even, in a disparate way, even affect Black women even more so, But yeah, I mean, that was another thing that we did as Democrats. We expanded to 1 year postpartum coverage, which is negatively impacted in this bill. And again, it's another example of how Democrats were trying to make things better and more affordable and keep people healthy, as opposed to Republican efforts, which will all go in the other direction.
Representative Scott, Pennsylvania has a disproportionately high level of folks who have student loans, and they have a greater dollar value on average than most states, and that may be in part because of problems with funding our state universities. But nevertheless, we have a lot of people who have a lot of student loans that they are struggling to pay at this point. Can you comment on what this bill would do with respect to student loans?
Well, there are a couple of things on student loans. One, it limits the amount of student loans you can take out. So a lot of students will have to choose between going to college or taking out private loans to make out the difference. But on the repayment is much more expensive. And so it's much of a problem they have now. It'll be even more. So they limit the amount of aid you can get. So a lot of students won't be able to go to school. Those that do will be paying more and for longer.
And I mean, it's an issue that is really something that over our lifetimes has really just taken on a whole new structure. I mean, when I went to college, I could work as a lifeguard and get a little help from my family and take out a few loans and could manage to do that. But now you can't, without a college degree, you can't make enough money to even begin to start paying.
Well, a few decades ago, the Pell Grant covered the 80% of the cost of going to a state college, tuition, room, and board. Now it's about 30%.
Yeah.
And covering, that's where the student loan crisis came in, because families don't have that kind of money.
Sure.
They have to, if they don't have a lot of money, they have to come up with, make it up with loans.
Yeah.
And by limiting the amount you can borrow, you may not be able to get enough to be able to go, so you don't go at all. Or you get into the private loan market and pay all kinds of extra fees. And then after you've gone, the repayment is more expensive.
Right.
So it's just a bad deal, particularly if you're going this far into debt. People ought not be worse off.
So we've got bad news on the food front. We've got bad news on the health front. We've got bad news on the education front. We've got bad news on the tax front for our working families. I think it's a bad bill, and we shouldn't move it forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
You know, I've listened to this filibuster for a good while. All of us have. And you know, when you keep hearing the four-letter word work being demonized, when you keep hearing fact that it's you're because somebody has to go to work, your children are dying, mothers are starving. You know, it's really that's really an insult to the working Americans, to that plumber who works 80 hours a week, to that electrician who works nonstop, to that waitress who is on her feet all day long. You know, and when you look at the work requirements, fact check, Ms. Moore, you know what it is? 20 hours a week. 20 hours, that I think if my math's right, that's 4 hours a day. It's
Mr.
an
Norman, would you yield just 1 second? It's 80 hours a month, which comes out to 18.4 hours per week. So.
Fact check.
Fact
18,
check.
okay, 18 hours a week. Okay, that is an insult to the whoever's watching this this hearing. That's an insult to the hardworking Americans that, regardless of what you do, work brings dignity. Work brings a cause, a sense of purpose. Work brings a reason to get up in the morning. Work brings helps find your God-given talent, and to say work is going to kill children. Work is going to kill mothers, fathers. You're just wrong. You're not telling the truth. That's not right. America was built on work. And I can hear over and over and over again this
Gentleman, you?
rich, poor, billionaires. You know, the identity politics, thank God 77 million people said no to that. They're tired of it. And America is a great country because of work, and people are willing to do it. And it's really, you know, when you look at the fraud that's going on, and I think from what, if you check your facts.
Would the gentleman yield?
We've got, no. There's 13 billion, that's, if you check the facts, 13 billion of fraud, like in the SNAP cases, people getting money when they shouldn't have. 13 billion per year. That's 1.3 billion per month if I check my facts right. You know, Americans have had enough of this. And I'm sorry, I know you learned it from the President Biden. Free education, free food for 15 million illegals that came into this country. You know, free housing. I'm sorry, that's not how this country was built. And you know, I admire all of you for the work that you do. Each one of you do work. And for those who keep identifying as, you know, demonizing work and demonizing those who have been successful, you never know the long hours that they put in, the long hours that they took to build a business, the long hours that they didn't get a paycheck. So you're hurting the very people who you could give hope to. And by demonizing this, Americans are just tired of it. You want to know somebody who's a definition of hard work? Right here. Came from nothing. Look at what she did. Many of you. And if you want to say rich, I think if you've got your health, you're pretty rich. If you've got your health, Jerry Conley would get it back. So I resent you saying that. And I really, it's a sad day that we've gotten to that point in this country when so many people are doing that. And
Are you asking me a question, sir?
no, ma'am.
Oh, I
But
didn't think you would.
filibustered long enough.
I
And
think you would actually ask me a question about work.
I did not ask you a question. No, I'm not asking you a question. What I'm saying is, it's my time, Ms. Moore. I didn't interrupt you. You went on for, I counted, you went on for 20 minutes, which is fine. And you are entertaining, I'll give you that. But
I'm really smart.
Ms. Moore, it's my time. All I'm saying is that the day of demonizing work, the day of demonizing America is over with. And Americans, people got it right. and we're going to continue to have a great country. This bill, this big, beautiful bill will help this country out. It's got some things we got to work out, but it'll help this country. And the other thing I will tell you is the taxes are the people's money. Government is y'all's God. The taxes are the people's money. And to give it back to them, like Chairman Smith and Chairman Thompson and Tim, that's the right thing to do. So we're going to right the wrong for the last 4 years that this country has been through a living hell with this past president. And thank God we got people who are willing to step up and go to work. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. DeGoose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my friend from South Carolina talked a lot about work. Just for the record, we've been working for the last 8 hours here in the committee, and I could say the same for the chairwoman. I'm not so sure I could say the same about you. I think you snuck out for a little shut-eye for a few hours, so I'm not sure. There was a lot of talk about work, but I haven't seen you in a few hours, so welcome back. Anyway, I do want to take a minute in all seriousness, and I want to thank the chairwoman for taking a moment to center our conversation here, just to remember and honor our colleague, whom I know we all treasured, and he was a giant among giants in this institution. He was a ranking member of one of our committees. He was the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, appointed by Madam Speaker Emerita. He was one of the most prolific legislators in the House. I don't know that there's a single member of the House during his tenure in this body that had more laws signed, or excuse me, more pieces of legislation signed into law by presidents of both parties. And more than anything else, he was a fighter and a friend. And so I just know that we're going to miss him. And I think that it's a big loss for the people of Fairfax and for the folks in the Commonwealth of Virginia and for this institution. I want to ask some questions. Thank you to the panel. You all have been, I think it's the longest panel. As you know, we started at 1 a.m. So we've been here for about 8 hours. I'm told the sun has risen and that it's morning outside, but we haven't, been outside the room yet. So we'll just have to take your word for it. And as I said to the panel that preceded yours, I have been, I think maybe I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the aisle, we have been on this collective journey to try to figure out why the Speaker and Republican leadership decided to do this midnight, middle of the night, dead of night hearing on your reconciliation bill. And of course, we believe it's because this bill is indefensible and the Republican leadership did not want this bill debated out in the open. And I've tried to get answers from a variety of my different colleagues. One of my colleagues from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, offered an explanation more recently and essentially said, well, we did it in anticipation that there would be extensive debate by Democrats on this committee. Of course, there was only 4 of us on this committee. Mr. Guthrie, Chairman Guthrie, you haven't had a question in a while, so maybe I'll pose this to you. How long was your hearing in Energy and Commerce?
My hearing, first, my comments on Jerry. He was probably one of my dear friends here and was supposed to be honored this weekend in Dayton, Ohio with a NATO meeting. He's people don't really realize there's actually a NATO parliament, and some of us are designated, and he was the president or speaker of the NATO parliament. So not only is Jerry beloved by all of us, he's beloved around the world. All of our NATO allies, every time he showed up at a meeting, Jerry, there's Jerry, and they just, everybody adored him because he's just an adorable, wonderful person, and I'm going to miss him. And I'll be in Dayton this weekend, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to shed a lot of tears for him. So, and that. So the question, my hearing went for 26 and a half hours.
26 and a half hours. What time did you start it?
We started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you weren't worried about the anticipatory debate. You knew that Ranking Member Pallone was going to come armed with extensive arguments and motions and amendments, but you decided to hold the hearing during the day, nonetheless,
We
right?
started during the day.
Started during the day.
Started during the day.
Yeah. Well, I wish that the Speaker would have taken the same approach, but it's clear to me, and I think clear to the American public, that he did not want to have this debate happen during the day, and I can understand why, given what we've heard thus far. Chairman Smith, want to talk to you a bit about tax on tips. I heard your opening statement, and I think in some of the colloquies as far, I think suffice to say that you're very passionate about the no tax on tips. Is that a fair
Yeah, I'm passionate because of the 4 million tipped employees. Just yesterday, in Washington DC at the restaurant that I was at, my waiter asked me, "Are you going to be able to deliver this, Chairman?" So this affects real Americans, so very much passionate about it.
Totally. Why haven't you passed a standalone bill to get this done if it's so important?
Because there's a 60 vote rule over in the Senate.
The Senate just passed their bill yesterday.
Which is unconstitutional because all taxing
Of
has
course,
to originate from the
I'm well
House.
aware, but I think, I guess I heard your first explanation was, well, there's 60 vote Senate barrier, so of course we could never get it passed in the Senate. But then Ted Cruz and Jackie Rosen, my understanding is they passed the bill by unanimous consent. Of course, as you said, there's the constitutionality issue. So I just don't understand why the Ways and Means Committee doesn't just mark up a bill. I think the sponsor of the bill is sitting right behind you. He's been in this hearing since like 3 a.m. Mr. Horsford, he's got a great bill on this. I think we could get this on the bill tomorrow. I think there'd be bipartisan strong support. Clearly, there's unanimous support in the Senate. I mean, if you're so passionate about it, why don't we get it done?
Mr. Neguse, you know that I have tried to work on tax policy, bipartisan tax policy the last Congress, that we got 82% of the vote to move it forward. Unfortunately, it died in the Senate. So sometimes bipartisan tax policy does not work. I believe the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, the tax relief of seniors are so urgent that I would not allow a tax bill to move forward unless it includes that in the House of Representatives. That's why I'm delivering for working class Americans.
Yeah, no, well, anyway, I guess I don't want to belabor the point here. You keep referencing the Senate. Unless I'm missing something, I thought the United States Senate passed on unanimous consent without any objections Ted Cruz, Jackie Rosen, Democrat, Republican bill to not tax tips. And so I'm not really understanding the hurdle there. But anyway, you have a different worldview as to, I guess, the way to effectuate it. Can you give us a sense of where the state and local tax deduction piece is going to end? What are we going to be voting on later today?
What I'll say is that the $30,000 deduction that we passed out of the Ways and Means Committee, capping it at people who make less than $400,000, the Ways and Means Committee felt like that was a reasonable compromise that would help provide necessary tax relief. And that's what the language is right now.
Okay, but I mean, you're the chairman of the committee. We're supposed to be voting on this bill in a few hours, is what I understand. There's rumors of a manager's amendment or maybe a secondary manager's amendment, or they'll come up with some other way to describe a third manager's amendment. I'm not sure. There's a lot of reporting on it. Who would I go to talk to figure out what we're voting on later today as it relates to the state and local tax deduction?
I would say that's going to be the discussion of the Rules Committee when the manager's amendment is offered and debated. So you'll probably know before most members of Congress.
I hope so. We've been here for 8 hours and we've yet to get any indication of that. And I'm not, I mean, this would apply to Chairman Guthrie as well. I mean, we've heard a lot about the IRA phase outs. I don't know if you have anything to share with the group about where that stands?
That would be Ways and Means Committee jurisdiction, not Guthrie's. E&C doesn't have a lot of committee jurisdiction.
Well, I'll let you two battle that out, but
from my understanding, the Ways and Means Committee, I have not seen any changes to the phase outs or what we've had in regards to the IRA.
So what we have in the rules mark now, you believe, is what we'll be voting on this evening or
That's
whenever.
what I'm here testifying in regards to.
Okay, well, that's a different answer, but I can appreciate your position. I guess my point here, and I know I was hoping to ask Mr. Roy this question because I hadn't seen him the last 8 hours, but he appeared, well, yeah, apparently he's negotiating it. So maybe he can come in and he can give us some indication as to the answers on both of those fronts. Oh, I see. I guess Chip Roy's announced I'm a no, but I don't know that makes, anyway, we'll hear from him directly. Some questions for you, Chairman Thompson, with respect to the agriculture mark. Help me understand, and maybe Ranking Member Craig can help me understand this as well. You all have sunsetted the exemption for, well, no, sorry. You've included an exemption for veterans within what you've determined to be the
And
able-bodied
SNAP.
requirements in
Yeah,
SNAP.
veterans, homeless, and young people that age out of foster care up to age 24.
So veterans, homeless, and then what was the third?
Foster youth.
Foster youth.
Yeah.
But you've sunset that exemption in 2030. That exemption only lasts through 2030, correct?
Oh, that's correct, because those were actually put in place of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's where those three
Sure.
provisions were added. And I actually believe that,
Let me ask
oh,
you, I guess the question I'm asking is, why not eliminate that sunset? Why, if
well, my question back to you is, why would you not want those individuals to have access to greater opportunity, which only comes through being eligible under the SNAP title and the nutrition benefits, for the career and technical education, SNAP employment and career and technical education. Of the Farm Bill.
Why are you
we put
exempting them
about
if that's the
$1.1
case?
trillion is what we put into the nutrition title. And a big part of that
Sure.
is the investment in greater opportunity through those educational benefits.
Okay, let me take a step back so I can just understand that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the rationale for the exemption. You've exempted veterans, homeless youth, foster youth from these requirements until 2030. So well, hold on, let me finish. You've clearly decided that it's important to proceed with those exemptions until 2030. Otherwise, you would have said, we're just going to end the exemption now. So you believe it's important to do for the next few years. Why have you decided not to extend it further? Why is 2030 the year that you've decided that veterans should no longer be
That's
able
when-
to be exempted from these
That was a
requirements?
part of what, well, quite frankly, my negotiations on that with the Fiscal Responsibility Act were with President Biden. And that was the.
Sure, but you're not locked into
and
that
was the
now. You
language
all
put
have
into it.
abandoned most of the Fiscal
Well,
Responsibility
even
Act agreements.
That was a great negotiations. We both sides got some good provisions. But at the same time, even back then, I felt that it really was disrespectful to veterans we'll just talk, you let off with veterans to not have an opportunity to benefit from the investments that are there under this nutrition title for SNAP employment and career and technical education.
If you feel that way, why keep it? I don't understand. I guess you're saying we have this exemption. It's important for foster youth and for the homeless and for veterans, but also we believe that we shouldn't have this exemption. And so that's why we're comfortable with it ending in 2030.
Well, usually taking somebody off a cliff immediately is a really bad idea. We don't really do that with this bill. Even with the state share, we provide.
I agree with you
fiscal
about
year
describing it as a
2028
cliff and
be
not
able
an
to get
opportunity.
that.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
exactly what my sort of point is,
So
right?
we look closely at poverty cliffs and, I think taking folks off of that, that 2030 expiration really will serve the veterans population particularly. And I also think that the youth coming off out of
Sure.
foster care.
How much money do you think it would cost? Your team may have a better sense of this than I would, to extend that out to 2031 or to 2032. Do you all know what it costs per year for that exemption to have continued?
I'm not sure the CBO is provided for. We don't.
I mean, are we talking tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars?
Well, we'd have to look back. Y'all would have to look back at the Fiscal Responsibility Act to see what the score was
Okay.
on that.
Here's why I ask. To me, it seems like really what we're getting at, right, is a question of priorities, resources, and values. And it would not take, I don't believe, a lot of resources, a lot of investment to be able to avoid that cliff hitting these veterans and these foster youth in 2030. Right. And let me give you an example, right? There's a simple way. Are you familiar with the tax on silencers? You're familiar with that?
I am.
Version of tax. And you're aware that this bill repeals that tax.
That's correct.
All right. And that tax, do you know how much that's going to generate in terms of revenue over 10 years?
I don't, it wasn't in my
It's one-
jurisdiction, but
No, I understand. Let
but
me
I
tell
can
you,
tell you
it's
as a former
1.4.
healthcare
Let me
professional,
finish. You
these
said
sup-
you don't know, so let me
these
tell you.
suppressors
I hear you.
are a healthcare major. in terms
I
of
understand. I
hearing
hear you.
protection.
So let me just explain it to you. Over 10 years, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that this particular repeal generate $1.4 billion. Think about that. Hold
Well,
on. I'm not asking you a question, Mr. Chairman. 1.4.
Well, you did ask me a
I'm not
question
asking you a
originally
question
about
now. I'll give you an
veterans.
opportunity
And
in a moment to
question I
answer the
have for you,
question.
what do you have against
Mr.
veterans
Chairman,
being-
I will give you
having
an opportunity to
to
finish.
climb
I'm not
a-
asking you a
run a little
question.
higher in the ladder of
Mr. Chairman, I'm
opportunity?
not asking you a question.
You're
I'll
really good at
redirect it
that.
to the ranking member since I'm not asking you
All
this
right.
question.
Just
Ranking
remember,
member.
it is the member of the committee's time, and
Thank you, Mr.
so
Chairman.
we
So
can't have the
I will simply say this.
back and forth.
And I'll address this towards the ranking member. $1.4 billion that will be generated by virtue of this repeal of the silencer tax. This is a tax that has been on the books since the mid-1930s, 100 years. That's during Republican administrations, Democratic administrations. I don't remember Republicans or President Trump, for that matter, trying to repeal this tax in 2017 when you all were pursuing this the first time around. And yet you've decided on this course to repeal this particular tax that would generate $1.4 billion in revenue. Just imagine, Ranking Member Craig, what you could do with that $1.4 billion to address the cliffs that the chairman of the Agriculture Committee had described with respect to veterans and foster youth. The poverty cliff, I think was the phrase that he used, that they will face under this bill in 4.5 years. Ranking Member, I'm happy to give you an opportunity.
Well, we could spend, excuse me, we wouldn't have to cut, I suppose, or Republicans wouldn't have to cut food out of the mouths of hungry children, veterans, and our nation's seniors. What's happening in this committee is egregious. You just think about the revenue savings that you're cutting from a title of the Farm Bill. And I know I keep saying that, but I know my Republican colleagues across the aisle know that the nutrition title is part of the Farm Bill. And they know that these cuts, $313 billion to a title of the Farm Bill outside of a 12-title, 5-year process, is putting a Farm Bill in jeopardy. And my colleagues are coming after food. We talk about work. I wish Mr. Norman was still here. Nobody here is arguing
He's
against
done working.
work.
He left.
He left again. He's done working, apparently. Mr. Norman said, what do you get? Are you kidding me? We already have work requirements in SNAP. What we're doing is we're adding work requirements to single parents of 7-year-olds. Who thinks that's a good idea? It's egregious. And you talk about childcare costs in this country, it's egregious where we are. And you know, Mr. Norman, and I could give you examples for every single one of your districts, but I'm going to use his just because I had it open here. We're talking about 11% of the state population in South Carolina that he's going to cut. We're talking about $321 million a year to the taxpayers of South Carolina in additional cost shifts. We're talking about $1 billion a year to the state of Pennsylvania. These are real dollars if we move forward with these. And so I have no idea why we think it's a good idea to repeal a tax on silencers when we are going to feed fewer children in our country as a result of this. It's a moral damn failure is what it is, Congressman.
I couldn't say it any better. Ranking Member Craig, I think you articulated it well. And I guess it is just full circle in some ways, given that this was the last panel that we're going to hear from. But it makes a lot more sense in retrospect now why Republicans decided to proceed with this particular hearing in the dead of night. Because I think when you begin to see the full picture, it's only when you have the chair of the Ways and Means Committee to talk about the various priorities they are pursuing, repeals of taxes on silencers by way of example, and hear from the Agriculture Committee about the priorities they are pursuing. Massive cuts to the social safety net, that you begin to understand the full picture holistically that is reflected in this bill. And I think that is ultimately what House Republicans did not want the American people to hear or to see. Regrettably for them, we're going to have an opportunity throughout the rest of today and when this bill invariably gets to the floor to continue exposing it to the American public. And I think the more the American public learn about this bill, the less they're going to like it. So with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman, I think.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for his time of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot said about a lot of different numbers here. But I want to come to you, Mr. Smith. I mean, my understanding is that the current tax rate for 2025, the top rate is 37%, and that is going to apply to people that are making, they're filing jointly, married filing jointly, $731,200, somewhere right there. And that if this bill passes, that tax rate at 37%, it's still going to be 37% for 2026. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all of this talk about tax cuts for billionaires, what the accurate statement would be is we are not allowing tax rates to go up.
We're keeping the same current tax policy with all the rates, because every individual rate, if Congress does not act by the end of this year, goes up, the lowest tax rate and the highest tax rate. And what this bill does, it just makes permanent current tax rates.
Okay. I'm going to come to you, Chairman Thompson, because I want to talk about SNAP and the work requirements and other things. And I want to say this. We met on 2 separate occasions, and there was an accusation made that you shut down debate. My recollection is that we met the first day, and then we came back and we met a second day, and we went from 10 to 10. And I read the various amendments that Democrats kept submitting, and it was basically the exact same amendment. Like they plagiarized each other with the amendments that they were submitting. And so finally, we went ahead and we had the votes on the amendments. And is that your recollection?
Well, that plus the fact that none of the amendments were submitted within the deadline. It's within the rules package that was unanimously adopted. And and there was quite a bit of repetition, absolutely.
Okay. So what percentage of Farm Bill spending currently goes to SNAP benefits?
Approximately 82%.
82% of Farm Bill spending now goes to SNAP benefits.
That's correct.
And while the Democrats say they want to work in a bipartisan manner to pass a farm bill, their demand is that 82% of Farm Bill spending must go to SNAP benefits, which means that production agriculture is going to end up with less than 10%. Now, if you're not taking care of production agriculture, then you're not taking care of the food supply for anybody in this country, whether they're on SNAP or whether they are at the highest tax bracket in the country. Is that fair to say?
That is more than fair to say. If farmers fail, we have food insecurity. And no matter what the programs look like, what the rules are, what the regulations are, we have food insecurity, which quite frankly is national insecurity.
So only 4 Democrats on the House Agriculture Committee voted for the Farm Bill in committee last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Craig, I don't think you were one of them, were you?
No, sir, I didn't, but I noticed
Okay, thank
Republicans
you.
didn't bring it to the floor because you didn't have the
Yeah.
votes.
Well, because of the demand that 80+% of it go to SNAP benefits.
45
was-
million Americans versus 1 million Americans. That's the split in the Farm Bill between those two programs.
Explain those numbers, please.
SNAP covers 45 million Americans. The farm program covers about 1 million Americans.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the
And those
split.
1 million Americans provide 100% of the food
And-
for the American citizen.
And your
This
cuts
is
to
my time,
SNAP.
and you can wait.
This
I'm going to
is
come to you.
gentleman's time.
Okay,
Because I
I'm
want to talk about some of the votes you've cast on the Inflation Reduction Act and the
Ready.
American Rescue Plan.
Do
But
it.
without the 1 million farmers in this country, there's no food for the people who have SNAP benefits to buy. That's all there is to it. So, but I appreciate you coming clean on that.
I'm not coming clean. It's a fact.
Sure you are. Yeah, you're
a
talking,
fact.
yeah, you made it clear. You don't
That's
care
why
about
the
the 1 million.
coalition exists, because the nutrition and the farm
Ah,
programs exist together.
Gentleman's time. He asked the
You
question.
expose yourself on not caring about the 1 million farmers, and that's fine.
Oh,
All right. GT. Federal law right now, today, and this is a Biden administration proposal I have. And I would remind everybody that's watching, when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House, they passed both the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. So that they could have changed any of this they wanted to, and they chose not to.
That's correct.
Federal law limits the amount of time a time-limited, which is an able-bodied working age adult without dependents, participant, commonly referred to as an able-bodied adult without dependents, can participate in SNAP to any 3 countable months in a 36-month period, unless a person meets the work requirements. That's the current law.
That's correct. And the work requirement, we've had the work requirements since 1970s. Yeah.
thank you for coming clean on that.
That's right. And when Bill Clinton signed the welfare to work requirements, the poverty rates declined more than at any other point in the country. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you dispute that, Ms. Craig?
I don't have that data in front of me, and I don't think GT does either.
Oh, come on. Democrats have routinely taken credit for what Bill Clinton did in the welfare to work. Just factually speaking, it was a good piece of legislation. And people went back to work and poverty rates declined. All right. So what we have done in the bill is effectively take the 2 separate work exemptions. One is a general work requirement exemption, and we have made them match with the able-bodied working age adult exemptions. Is that correct?
That's correct. Reducing hopefully going forward, then reducing the confusion and the complexity for the participants to be able to gain better access.
Gain better access to what?
The SNAP.
Look,
This is gentleman's time.
work is good. Work is good,
Work is great.
you know, and without the 1 million American farmers, nobody in this country has food to eat. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez for her time of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I think it's really important that we do not mischaracterize what our witnesses have said. And there was a gross mischaracterization as to whether the ranking member supports our farmers. I know the ranking member supports our farmers because indeed, if we just talk about SNAP, 1.5 times the benefit goes to the farmers. So when we're talking about protecting SNAP, we're also talking about protecting the farmer. Is that right, ranking member?
Well, if you cut SNAP by $300 billion, you're actually taking $30 billion right out of the farm income. And that is absolutely true, sir. And, you know, what's interesting.
I'm sorry, I
is
have not yielded time, Mr.
all-
Scott.
What's interesting, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, is that my colleague across the room here, 23% of folks, all households in his congressional district have access to the SNAP program in our country. One of the highest rates in this room, and he is seeking to cut that program by $300 billion. And back to work, work is good. And matching the program, you're talking about sending single mothers and fathers to work almost 20 hours a week when their child turns 7 years old. If we were here to talk about work, we would be talking about trade skills, technical programs. We would be talking about ways in which to help people get out of low-wage jobs in our country. We'd be talking about raising the minimum wage in our country to help them get out of poverty. But we're not. We're here talking about cutting their health care, cutting their SNAP benefits. We're talking about items that are going to absolutely decimate rural communities like Mr. Scots across the room here. And it's just stunning to me.
Me too.
Mr.
One-
Chairman, since
1
my name was
million.
called, I do expect a chance to respond to that.
Actually,
is
the
that the
proper,
rule?
the rule is that you can mention the gentleman from Georgia, but you're not to mention him by name in debate. And so if you would stick to just saying the gentleman or my colleague is fine. And if you would stick to that, but that, that's the way we're supposed to
So
operate.
would you
All
like to restate it to say the gentleman
Yes,
from?
the gentleman from Georgia has one of the highest rates of SNAP households in the country. And he is promoting, decimating this program. And look, there's lots of things in here that should be in a farm bill, lots of elements. You cut the nutrition title, you plus up the farm programs in reconciliation in a partisan process. That's what's happening here. We should be sitting down and doing a farm bill. And honestly, I know my chairman sitting next to me does not want to cut SNAP by $300 billion, and many of the colleagues on our committee did not want to do it because they didn't show up for debate. They didn't want to be on the record talking about this because they know it's incredibly unpopular for the American people. We have traditionally been able to get a bipartisan farm bill from the Nutrition Coalition and the Farm Coalition. Of course, these coalitions are together, but we're destroying that here today, folks, and it has long-term consequences for us. I just hope you all know what you're doing on a partisan basis has long-term consequences.
Thank you. And I noticed that the education chair and ranking member, perked up and they said, wait a minute, we're going to talk about education. We came here to talk about education. And we're actually cutting education by also hundreds and billions of dollars. So we're not going to get there. But I wanted to yield some time to my ranking member, Mr. McGovern, the gentleman from.
Yeah, I won't be offended if you refer to me by my name, but you know what? Enough of this BS, because that's what it is. I mean, nobody here is saying that there isn't dignity in work. What we're saying is that life is complicated, and one glove doesn't always fit all. And what we're also saying, and because I believe this is true, that this is a backdoor attempt to force people off the benefit, so you can take that money and pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That's what it's about. And I will also tell the gentleman that over the years, hunger has gotten worse in this country. The only time it didn't, believe it or not, was during the pandemic. And that is when we increased the SNAP benefit and when we increased other nutritional programs to help people get through that difficult time. We actually saw hunger go down, food insecurity go down. And then when some of those programs sunsetted, hunger started to rise up again. So hunger is a political condition, my friends. I mean, we have the money, we have the resources, we know what to do to end it. What we lack is the political will. And again, tax cuts for billionaires paid for by savings in SNAP is not going to end hunger and food insecurity in this country. And again, I mean, the idea that we can't come together and say that ending hunger and food insecurity is a priority, that somehow it's okay to demonize people who are struggling. I mean, I find that, appalling, quite frankly. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. You know what? Hunger is also a moral issue. It is a moral issue. And that's why 31 religious organizations have written to the chairs of all of the appropriate committees, asking them to not pass these cuts. And they point out that, so actually, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter sent to all the chairs of the committee from 31 religious organizations across the United States.
Without objection.
In the letter, this is why it's a moral issue. And they say it out loud. They say, they wrote it down, it is an abdication of the government's moral responsibility when the government seeks to reduce its investment in programs for the poor. Complacency can become greed and selfishness when the funds saved from the Medicaid and SNAP programs are used to ultimately widen the gap between rich and poor. budgets are moral documents that outline a nation's priority. And I was at some of the members on here because I know that they believe deeply in the moral obligations. They know the teachings that ask us to feed the hungry, to take care of the poor. That is the essence of Jesus' teaching about love. It is the essence of almost every religion. Actually, it's the essence of everyone I know. And I think that that is a key failing of what we are doing here. But I want to move on for a moment because I know we've given a lot of attention to ag, and I might come back there. But, you know, Ranking Member Pallone, many of the children that we're talking about might be both receiving SNAP benefits and receiving Medicaid, right? And is that right? You know, many of the children, because this is what we're talking, and they are often working poor. Their families are working. We heard the Ranking Member Craig and so many stories. We have people, you know, congressmen and congresswomen here who've shared their stories about how their parents worked and received SNAP, and that's how they got ahead. But isn't that the case that we have many children who rely on both SNAP and Medicaid?
It's absolutely the case, and I don't know how much you wanted me to expand on it, but you know, I want to say really two things in response. First of all, you know, my colleagues and my chairman during the markup repeatedly said, and Mr. Norman said, you know, work, work, work. But the fact of the matter is that these people are working, right? The people that are getting SNAP, the people that are getting Medicaid, they're working, right? And it's the paperwork, it's the red tape that the Republicans are putting in place in this bill that is kicking people off. And I'm not suggesting that anybody's doing it intentionally, believe me. And I maybe shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna, you know, Mr. McGovern he mentioned Marie Antoinette, right? And I was, for some reason, I guess it had nothing to do with 11 o'clock at night, a couple of nights ago, there was a movie on about Marie Antoinette, right? And she said to her husband, the King Louis, she said, I don't know why everybody out there hates us so much. You know, I care about the poor. But the problem is that at the time they were, you know, all the money was going to the nobility and nothing was going to the average person, right? And so then one of her advisors says, well, you know, Madam Queen, whatever, you realize that the people have no bread, right? And she says, well, let them eat cake, right? I mean, it's not that anybody here on the Republican side, you know, doesn't have moral values. They just don't understand. They just don't understand what's going on out there, right? And so they say, well, we're going to have work requirements. But then if you look at the states that had these work requirements, like Arkansas or Georgia, we find that almost everybody who was eligible for Medicaid, right, was working. And the problem was they didn't know that they had to fill out the papers. It was too onerous to fill out the paper. I just wanted to give you one story because I had it here. In Arkansas, which was one of the two states, but they only had it for a few months because they realized that it was kicking people off. And they said in the few months that the state had its work reporting requirements in effect, 18,000 people lost coverage. That's 1 in 4 people who were eligible for Medicaid. But research tells us that more than 95% of those people were meeting the requirements, but they were kicked off because they didn't even know that they had to meet the requirements. Even when they do, it's impossible to navigate. And they have one person here, Arkansas, attempting to document her work hours, shared that my mom said I need to go online and do this, and that I was on the phone with a lady trying to, and she said I needed to do something with my hours. Well, I was on the phone with the lady for like an hour. Then she sent me to someone else. Then she sent me to someone else. So I just gave up trying to report my hours worked, and she lost her Medicaid. In Georgia, there were like 300,000 to 400,000 people that were eligible. The state admitted they were eligible, but only about 7,000 ended up with coverage. That's the one state that still has it. Not because they weren't eligible, but because they couldn't go through the red tape. And, you know, I'm not suggesting that anybody on the Republican side is intentionally doing this, but this is the reality. And this is what the CBO says is why all these people, millions of people under this bill are going to lose their Medicaid because of this red tape. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's going to vary, and I'm glad you mentioned the Arkansas example, because indeed 18,000 people, right? In New Mexico, you have to fill out, this is what you fill out in New Mexico, right? It's not like people aren't working or that they aren't filling out a lot of paperwork. This is before this bill, and it asks all kinds of stuff. Your immigration status, what you're doing, where you're working. They are filling out too much paperwork as it is. And for a party that's always complaining about paperwork, they're going to just put more on there, because that's not the purpose. The purpose isn't to get people back to work. It's to kick people off of Medicaid. It's to not recognize the hard work of those that already are. Because as you put it, 92%? 92% of adults under 65 on Medicaid are already working or can't work because they're caregiving, illness, they're going to school. So don't tell us about work, because we come from families that work. We come from families that get our hands dirty. We know what it looks like and what it feels like. And these are the people that we are working to protect. And I am very concerned about what they're going to do to indeed the people. When I go to my rural areas, when I went, to the dairy farms and talked to the people in my rural areas, and they said, we are the people who get our hands dirty, because I represent a large rural district. They're going to get slammed, aren't they, Ranking Member Pallone? Because rural hospitals are going to go under. Madam Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. Medicaid cuts would threaten rural hospitals. And this is, Madam Chair? Yeah.
You finish the.
Yeah, thank you. I
title.
was going to go into it because I think it's really important that Americans who now have woken up and had their second cup of coffee, that they actually look at what's happening here, because it is really scary. In Pennsylvania, 12 rural hospitals, 24% are at immediate risk of closure from what you're doing here. In Michigan, 9 rural hospitals. Oklahoma, 24 rural hospitals. Several in my community as well. But if you are representing a rural area or a rural state, your rural hospitals are going to close. Because this is the thing. We're going to kick you off of Medicaid, and then we're not going to let you get onto the Affordable Care Act with the subsidies. Is that right? And so they're going to show up at the hospitals and not have any care, right?
Absolutely. And I want to explain why, because I'm not sure everyone knows that the CBO estimated that those 8.6 million under the bill that, or at least most of them, that would lose Medicaid because of the red tape would immediately, or at least they would try to move over to the ACA and get a subsidized insurance policy under the ACA. But because of that, all of the savings that were going to be, go to the rich and the corporate interests under this bill would have been lost. Because if those people moved over to the ACA and got a subsidized insurance policy, the government would have to pay for their subsidy, and therefore there was no savings, or very, very little savings under the bill. And so then they put in the prohibition that if you were denied Medicaid, you could not go to the ACA and get a subsidy. You had to pay full freight, which of course none of them could afford to pay, right? So that is strictly to make sure that there's money saved to pay for the tax cuts for the wealthy and the corporate interests. That's the only reason that's in there. Again, it's not because, I think the GOP hate the poor. It's because they have to come up with this money to pay for the tax cut for the rich and the corporate interests. That's the bottom line.
So I think it's also, once again, budgets reflect your values. Chairman Moore, I was wondering if you happen to have the bill, if you would mind reading the title of section 111106 on page 901, line 20 in the Rules Committee print. Oh, sorry, Chairman Guthrie.
I was about to say, you had made me a chairman. I was just going to say, I
I didn't hear your
accept.
question then. I'm sorry. I didn't hear, I didn't know it was directed at me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What, you ask again?
Okay, if you'd go to page 901.
Mhm.
Page 901, line 20 of the bill. Do you have the bill in
I
front
don't
of
have
you?
the bill in
Nice.
front of me, but
Here,
read the,
I'll pass this down to you.
okay.
Just read that one line. Line 20.
I don't think, that's not in my jurisdiction. I'm sorry. That's why I didn't know
Okay,
about it.
we can pass it. I think that was Ways and Means, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Chairman Smith, sorry.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Would you please, so that the American public knows what this bill does, one of the little things that it does, would you please read page 901, line 20?
I think it'd be better if you read it.
Oh, he doesn't want to read it.
I've
I'll read it.
I know the
Well, actually,
legislation, but I'm not
Ranking
gonna be
Member
part
Moore,
of your little
Member
show
Moore,
here, so you can
Ranking
read it.
Member, it was a question if you would read it, so I'll ask Ranking
said
Member
no.
Moore to read the text. This is in their bill. They don't want to read a line from their own bill. Ranking Member.
I don't want to read the bill for you.
I'll
So,
help you out.
I am testifying about this legislation. I'm not going to read the bill to you.
Okay, I am,
Miss
this is amazing.
Miss
We
Lager
are on-
Fernandez,
we-
shall I pass this back or shall I
No,
read
no,
it for
why don't
you?
you just read it?
I am a member of this committee. I am the
Line 20.
ranking vice chair of the committee. It says section 111106, repeal of excise tax on indoor tanning services.
So they're going to repeal, they're repealing an excise tax on tanning beds. They're repealing a tax on silencers. At the same, so they're going to, okay, so if you have a tanning bed, you get a little bit of a tax break. And if you need a hospital bed in rural America, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. Right? And I don't know where this particular provision came from. We do know that there are certain elected officials who appear to have a certain orange hue about them, that maybe they want to make sure that tanning beds get a little bit of special credit. But really, we are prioritizing tanning beds over hospital beds in rural America. So, you know, I do want to talk a little bit about the tax credit, the child tax credit. Because one of the things that is sad about the child tax credit, I agree that it should have gone on for longer. We fought, Rosa DeLauro has been fighting for that expanded child tax credit for almost her entire time here, and she is joined by so many of us on the Democratic caucus, I think all of us. Now, sadly, it didn't get extended, but it didn't get extended because we could not get the Republican votes to extend it in the way it was. And right now, what they have in this bill would actually deny the full value of the child tax credit to 17 million children because their families don't make enough money to qualify for it. Now, I don't know if the chair wants to answer any more questions, but maybe I'll just ask Ranking Member Moore, is that what's going to happen with the child tax credit? Is the families who need it the most won't get it? Well, does the child tax credit extend to all the families
So what
of
this
America?
legislation does, of the 17 million children that you're talking about, they're going to make sure that their refundability is $1,700. At the end of this year, it drops to $1,000. So we're making sure that they are staying whole of where they are currently. If this bill does not pass, those 17 million children will only have $1,000 child tax credit instead of a 1,700.
But there is a discrepancy. Representative Moore.
Thank you so much. And you know, Chairman Smith knows that that this is very important to me. This is the reason that I came to Congress. And so while I appreciate the fact that this committee has finally recognized that as an OECD country, we need to provide some kind of child supplement to children. I mean, everybody else has figured that out before we did. And while people want to give women $5,000 to have babies, I just think it's a lot more practical to take care of the children that we already have. I guess the thing that and we're going to get to talking about work requirements again, but as people have pointed out, about 96, 97% of people who are under the age of 65 and that receive any of these benefits they work. And if they're not working, they've worked the year before, you know, they received any of these benefits. They worked a year after they've gotten it. And the 6 or 7% of people who don't work, as Mr. McDermott has pointed out, they have Mr. McGovern, have very complicated lives. They're taking care of elders, they're taking care of children. So if a woman finds herself in a situation, for example, where she, for whatever reason, cannot work, you know, there are 17 million children who will get zero. And these are the poorest kids that there are. And they need support. It's, you know, a child supplement is supposed to recognize that child rearing is expensive. You know, the kids don't earn money particularly, but they need their Cub Scout uniform. You know, they have sports equipment. They can't participate. I can remember growing up when I couldn't go on a field trip because I didn't have $5 for the bus fare. And we're going to leave them out. And, you know, because of this work requirement, the poorest children, 17 million of them, control over whether or not employers will provide their parents with work, parents who perhaps don't have a high school diploma. You know, I know people who wouldn't hire people because all their teeth were rotten. And that wasn't a good look. And these